Yo, chat! What up, chat? World's Day, man. Oh. Hi, chat. Yo, let's go, man. Oh my god. Excited na ako, pre. Holy.
Welcome back to the caster desk, ladies and gentlemen, for Worlds 2025. It's the play-ins, it's one day this time, but possibly one of the most important best of fives that we'll have this year.
I feel like the most important play-ins we've ever had, definitely.
Yeah, ever.
T1, the reigning world champions, the back-to-back defending champions here, versus IG in the opener, Atlas?
It's absolutely ridiculous. Introducing IG first, as you can see, and it's just a perfect culmination of so many of these legacy names from the LPL, but we're in China, Kobe, and I heard this whole place erupt as T1 made their way out. Now ready to celebrate Carrier's birthday, but also to see whether they can make it to the main event. I just can't believe it. I can't believe that this is the matchup we get the very first time.
I mean, you mentioned the cheers. These are two of the most popular teams. I mean, T1's the most popular team in the world. IG, outside of T1, are the most popular team in China.
Yep.
And going against each other here, so the fans are truly into it. As are we, and we talked about it, there is so much history as well. The reason why IG are so popular in China, they won the first world championship title for the LPL, and they've brought back Rookie and the Shy.
Yep. And the thing that's also amazing about it, right, is that there's so much after this for both of these teams, right? Like, Rookie meeting his old team, KT, potentially at some point in the Swiss stage, maybe the knockouts. Like, there are so many storylines that can culminate, that can come together, but it's going to be all over for one of these squads. We're not going to have T1 defending their world championship if they don't manage to win this best of five right here today. And I think the odds were a little skewed, okay? From X in favor of T1, that's generally what happens, but not that skewed, Cody. I think that this is still going to be an uphill battle for IG.
Yeah, IG definitely have their work cut out for them, of course. They really did stumble in playoffs, but we've had some patch changes.
Let's go.
Brought up, you know, T1 usually being slow tournament starters. So they're trying to use that as a possible way in for IG as well. You know, like you said.
Oh my god, lock in, man! I-start naman!
Elimination right at the beginning for T1, so not a lot of time to get accustomed to what are your picks.
IG versus T1 na. Oh.
Flesh itself out.
And if you are an IG fan, then you're hoping that Scrimbucks actually means something.
Yeah, the
You know?
Let's go!
Flooding in.
And if you get enough investing in it, then the value can go up. You know, Kobe, we've just got to all come together.
The Scrimbucks bubble.
Exactly.
I see.
And it, you know, it might be on the verge of bursting. It's not something that I would ever really recommend investing into personally. But certainly there have been whispers, and you don't know what's going to happen when we've changed, like the LCK, for example. It's been 3 patches.
Oh my god.
Since we've got to this point, right? Champions
Okay,
League
drafting
never
time.
had that time. And of course we've been scrimming, but we don't necessarily know what's going to happen as we dive into the draft.
Bard, Azir.
One of this best of 5.
Bard, Azir, Kai'Sa, Yunara.
One of those champions, Atlas, that we were
Labo ng
talking
quality,
about
man.
a lot was
Oh,
the
yeah.
Kai'Sa, of course.
Ew.
And whether
Nangyari sa quality
T1
ng
were
ano.
just gonna like permaban this the whole time versus Gala, who made very well be the best Kai'Sa in the world.
Yep.
And it being kind of a hole in Gumayusi's champion. So it looks like, at least in the beginning, they are going to start out by banning it.
Wait, refresh ko lang guys. Tigo lang sir.
That's why in the LCK we only roll it to play it. Diablo's an exception because he is a prodigy. But he's not here. He just won ASI.
On the other
Lotus!
one, I really do like the Jarvan ban from IG.
Start na, Gina.
Because, you know, we were gonna have our eyes on
Ay, ba't
Goblin,
screen
especially
1 na
for
share
IG,
screen ko man?
for carrying them, but for
Nanonood ka na
G1,
rin?
Definitely gonna have our eyes on Owner, and he very well may be the best
Paldo.
Jarvan in the world. So, banning that one out from Owner as well as Big. Now,
Teka,
getting down to
pasok ko
the
yung audio ng
Rookie is gonna be the first
Teka, shot. Stream din ako sa Twitch ngayon. Open ko yung
paired with, like,
lagay ko sa
you
para
know,
maririnig ka kung sakali
Pantheon
per.
or something like that. They do have plenty of options that
I wouldn't mind
normally
the ban.
Oh my god, priority pick yung Rice. Hello.
Sabi ko na nga ba, Rice?
Rice. Ayan, talian, sir.
Ban
yung Jarvan, sayang. Trundle. Sure na yan, pwede mag-vie. Okay, sige, Trundle. Pandisarap sa Rice din yun. Oh, pero bakit Trundle? Yung prayo pick yung core Q. Nyayayay.
Si Rookie.
So far, talo T1 sa drop so far kung ilalakin yan.
Of course, on the patch 2, we were wondering, is anyone actually going to play AP jungles? But probably not this time around, at least with the AP mid laners already locked in.
Malakin.
Alright, some mobility.
Eh, Nico, di ba? Priority pick yung Nico.
Nico, a huge one. Strong
Grabe.
still has the big engages for later. Did not get nerfs coming in, so
Yeah, I might need to go and check my crystal ball. I'm pretty sure I've got Nico pretty high up when it comes to win rate on that one. And it's now in the hands of IG.
Oh, ang besa, oh. Ang besa Doran, man.
Of course, they don't have a massive amount of range, but there is a fair bit of poke there from the core.
Okay, binan niya
And
Renekton.
the Ambassador is going to be locked in for Doran. I think this is his best champion this season. And you might, like,
Bantanks.
say you're just a Worlds watcher, and you're like, well, Doran isn't
Support.
necessarily the strongest player. He's got his ups and downs.
Hindi, yun na.
This is the best year that League of Legends Doran has ever
Alistar Rel
He has
pwede.
looked incredible. As soon as he fit himself in
Or ADC
to the
iba
T1
ban.
ecosystem, he has just
Baka part.
flourished, and he has a great
Like
opportunity
Jhin.
now against
Jhin Caitlyn na
Shy
yan.
to really show what that means.
yeah, to slam
Yung
down an
Caitlyn.
Ambessa. And on red side, when you're
Last
third
ban ng
party
T1.
Ambessa,
Jhin eh.
like,
Last
you
ban
can
ng
be like,
T1 dito,
okay,
ano,
it is
jungle.
blind, but also you get 2 protection bans because you're red
Jhin
side.
Xiao.
third pick.
Oh, pwede rin
So
Sin
it's
Pro.
like a kind of blind, because as long as you can ban out Renekton and whatever you're truly worried about here for Ambessa.
Vi, Vi.
It looks like only
Dapat
really
natin,
worried about
baka siguro mamaya pa ipipick ng ano.
for it.
Vi, ano na yun eh. Ganda ng Vi dyan sa ano. Rice.
They also
Yan, pati sa Corki Nico.
add the Vine to
Sila na lang nagban.
take it away from Wei. I feel like the Vi
Para ano, para mapick din nila mamaya. Kasi pag naban yan,
champion,
ay pag
so
napick yan, di na pwede mapick mamaya.
Yep, some facilitation, definitely something.
Dahil fearless drop na ngayong buong tournament.
Such a good call though, Kobe. Because we know very important.
Ziggs.
thing for
Okay.
he is certainly
Ziggs angle ni ano Guma man. Ah, si Veer.
Just thinking about the Civic.
Lock in.
Mixing
Ayan,
things
may lock
up. I
in.
like the
Nice.
Caitlyn ban we were having a discussion about. Has Gumushi
Ah,
been patched in
ganda ng ano.
on this patch, right? Jinx looking better, Caitlyn looking better. Certainly an opportunity. They have banned away the
Nami Lucian, XD.
of the hyper carry in the Civa up against the Corki this time. They're not going to be as worried.
Oh, Kiana jungle!
Oh no. Oh no. The LCK commentator in me is shuddering. Okay. This is a Kiana, and it's not an LCK Kiana. She doesn't know how to win in our league, but she's really good at it.
Kiana jungle!
Look at the wombo combo with a Nico
Eh,
here.
di- ano?
Kiana
Corki?
combinations with Nico engage.
Oo,
That it
pwede.
can be explosive. You
Hindi,
can
actually,
also
mid na yung,
Rise
ano eh.
Realm Warp
Mid na kasi yung
with
Rise eh.
3 Nico ults, and then
Oh,
Rise
no.
Realm Warp the Nico ult in, and
Top
have
lane.
Kiana there for
Rek'Sai.
a huge combination
So,
play
top lane yung
of
ano?
possibilities.
And thankfully, we've got you here. I know you're a bit
Wait,
of a fan
di ko
of
sure.
playing the Rek'Sai, as she has
Yeah.
been hovered for now. She will be going towards the top lane.
Ah, top lane.
Probably still
Top
playing.
lane Rek'Sai. Ay, ay, ay.
I'm still in the jungle.
Alistar.
Shadow,
Ay, ni Alistar lumabas na.
definitely
In-open
liking
eh.
the Rek'Sai on the top side.
Alistar.
The tanky version.
Ay, ang hirap.
Tanky version of it, and we just round it out with that Alistar here,
Ayan,
for,
mid lane
Furion
ano, ADC
to
yung
grab
ano.
the extra
Corki.
engage that they do really
Rek'Sai
that's gonna
top,
pull this
tas
comp
jungle
right
kaya.
back together.
Yep.
I'm still kind of with you on the early Trundle pick as, feel a little uneasy on that one, but
Yun ang
it's
coach
going to
ng
be able to,
T1.
like, hold
Ikoma.
Rek'Sai
Ha?
and stuff like that. So we'll see how
Si
much
Kuma.
value
Ba
we
yung
can get
coach
out of
ng
the
Si
T1.
Tom si Tom
Also,
nagda-drop.
increase the value quite
Ah.
tremendously.
Wala si Koma yun,
Now
nakaupo.
we've got the comps locked in. We can
Si Tom
answer
pati
some
si
of the
Roach.
questions
Ay,
before,
si Mata
right?
yata
What
isa.
has changed? What
Na nagano?
adaptations have moved
Si
in?
Mata.
I'm looking at
Ay,
this
tama
week
ba?
in
Si Mata?
T1,
Hindi.
and I'm noticing nothing.
Coach
It's
Sir.
very, very,
This-
very, very similar.
Yeah, if this
Alex.
is
Not
what
sure
they
kung bumalik
play,
siya ng ano. Si
the
Mata yun,
last
di ba?
time
Si
we
Mata
saw
yun eh.
against Gen G in the LCK, I'd be saying, yep, that's
And si
a normal
Tom.
draft. That's what we often see.
Luckily,
So not changing too much up just yet.
luckily,
Ayun, coach.
it's going to be a full best of
Coach
5,
ng
maybe.
ano.
It's got to
A
be.
And si
fearless
Tomers.
best of 5 here.
Maybe we get our first reverse sweep today. You know, we could tick off one of those.
Ah,
We
si
could say
Ma-
3+
si Mata
for
nga.
that. I didn't. I made
Bago
that
sa mata ko
mistake.
yung ano.
But that's
Wala
not
pa
going to
nila.
happen this time
IG.
around. IG, I love the draw. Of course, winning the coin toss, they
Yung
got
mga
side selection.
pangalan.
They've chosen blue side. This
Ah,
time
yung mga
around,
pangalan.
we know
Si Dashay lang yung
T1
familiar
love
din dyan
their
sa
blue
akin.
side,
Tas si
but
Rookie.
I think IG have utilized it absolutely gloriously moving into game 1. And yeah, the last time out, when we're talking about these two teams specifically, of course, only Rookie and Faker really staying on those squads. It was a win for IG, and we'll see
Sana si
whether
Katsu.
T1 can answer back. So much. We are going to be talking about nostalgia all day, ladies and gentlemen. But already, the Shy is trying to get a little
Ayun
bit
na,
of damage
binubuli
down
na
on
agad ni
Doran,
Dashay.
saying, "You are in my town now, sir."
Ang labo ng ano ng stream ng ano. Ba't ganito?
Yeah, nobody
Ng
getting their
Twitch?
grass rock just quite
Wala esports ako
enough
nanonood, di
time
ba?
there.
Ah, tama.
But we do get wards coming in a little bit early as well, so the slight combat does have a tiny effect.
Yeah, Doran making sure he stays still. Of course, you do get those little mini games. You know, we often talk about it with like champions like Evelyn, where you have to like make sure you're warding differently. Rek'Sai is a bit similar, where you need to move less
Get
if
the,
you don't want her to
give
see
off
you.
the radar ping.
Yeah. So we'll see whether Doran is going to be holding position more often than not, as Rookie and Faker will meet in the mid lane.
Rookie and
for the first
Faker,
time
man.
since 2019.
2019. Ah.
And definitely Rookie not in the best form coming in, and Faker's lane phase isn't as good coming in, but we'll see because Faker has really opted a lot into playing these side lane plays and
Boom.
dropping CS in mid lane.
Boom.
We'll see if he can do that early onto Leah. Definitely a good champion for
Ito
it.
mama yung...
And bottom lane would be one of the cases for it.
Well, so far we've just got a little bit of damage going back and forth. Mako looking a little worse for wear, as Carrier has just been constantly headbutting, and Gumayushi just throws Beyblades everywhere. So it is a little bit difficult, but T1 getting control of this wave for now. And
Okay,
none of
okay.
these
So
weird
far,
swaps,
control nila yung bot.
Seeing across the world, right? Like the, what is it, the WE swap, or we like to call it the Viper swap, because he was the first to do it in the LCK. Not happening in this game.
Yeah, where the AD carry just goes topside instead. Yeah, we definitely should mention with the patches catching up here for Worlds that, as you say, one of the things that they did change was increase the lane swap detection from 3 minutes to 4 minutes. Up to
in-increase? 4 minutes? Okay.
So that does make, the possibilities of those AD carries, swapping up top side.
Ganun pala ginawa nila.
Less enticing, they're more
Yeah.
dangerous because you have to play the bounce back wave, and there's also more time for junglers
Okay, okay, okay.
finishing full clears and having options to go up there. But, pro players do still love to cook ways to lane swap.
Yeah, I think that lane swaps will always find a way. You just got to stop fighting it.
Just double
at
jungle
some
for a
point.
while. Or
Oh no.
That's that peop- I mean,
Oh
that's
no,
what
owner.
some of the
Okay.
theorizing
Di
has
sila
done. However,
naggabang
we
ng
haven't
bush.
seen it just yet, and I would like it. We just
Good
get some
comms.
2v2 laning as the Shine Doran
Bubugbugan yung dalawang Inter.
bit here, but Rek'Sai is pretty comfortable going down low. Just builds up more fury, and then gets all of that health
Naglalabanan
back.
sila,
Going
man.
in once again. Doran losing out on that trade pretty massively.
Yeah, meanwhile, we had the junglers trading their Scuttle Crab, so it is going to be a little later recall for Wake.
Ay, ay, ay.
He had to get chased off and go up for the
Kaya
top
naman.
Scuttle Crab. So he's going to be a little bit later on his recall. It's not going to matter too much, though. Does mean that owner is first up to his Krugs side.
Sisigain lang si Doran dito sa top eh. Ilang, na-stun si ano Keria.
Could have been a problem as Gala taking back some control on this bottom side. It's a bit what we were expecting. This was, in the LCK at least, the most powerful lane you could get for a very long time. The Nico Corki was absolutely terrifying, something that even T1 were able to use to great effect as Faker finding a fair bit of damage here onto Rookie, who stacked up this wave quite a lot, should be able to get rid of it and then make his way back. No teleport used here for the Rise, so right now he's playing with a little bit of extra space.
Yeah, and Guma just farming up down there on the Sivir. Doing pretty decently for himself, getting his CS. We'll see about scraping together the rest of the CS under tower. But no big move quite yet. Just gonna have 3 clears for both junglers
Okay.
as well, ending up on bottom side.
Wala pang ganap.
Yep.
Farmings lang
We're
man.
probably not going to expect too much craziness, at least until level 6s have been hit, unless Doran just goes ahead and dies
Hey.
towards the top side of the map, down to about 100 health, and will have to go back home as now Faker in trouble. Rookie made his way back in and gets the flash out from Faker. Get out of my lane, he says.
Nice punish here from Rookie, coming back on the teleport. Gets the flash out of Faker. Top side.
Flash in from the
Oh my God, Dashay! Ulti! Wala. Okay, nun si Guma. Nice. Okay, 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 okay. Ay, ay.
Pero ang galing man.
Oo.
Oh, the Shy does it. Gets level 6 under
Mamaw
tower.
talaga ni
Atlas, so he
Dashay.
goes for the Rek'Sai
Si Dashay
ultimate.
pala.
He
Oo,
can
Sim.
go for the
Dashay.
kill. He charges
Si
it
Wei
up
pala,
there,
andun.
up the Fury, gets
kalaban
the
ni
true
Doran.
damage on the bite, gets the ultimate to finish, and then
Yung mga
into the
dati
waiting
pala.
arms of Guma.
Sim,
So,
all gods.
T1, it's actually not the end of the world there. Even with Doran getting soloed under tower, Guma's able to collect, and that actually puts the money on the Sivir as we
Okay,
get
ang weird
into
niyan, man.
urgence here towards
Stop nyo na yan.
mid lane.
Talo kayo dyan.
Push out the wave.
They're gonna get snared up here by Wei.
Puro burst yan, yo.
Battle for the wave, Ona moving on
Nico
around
Rice,
the
ano, kaya na.
ground, but should just be
Gaganda
T1
ng pick ng
leaving the
kalaban.
position.
Kaya nga, ang ganda nga ng draft nila eh.
These minions out of the way, and a possible fight for this dragon could ensue. First one
Ang ganda ng buy dito eh, pero feel ko,
not gonna have to type too many
i-wait pa nila eh.
chat this time around.
Trinandel lang
Very
muna
interesting
nila.
too, because the Shy is still topside and he has teleport, but the Sivir is applying pressure to the wave, trying to push in. So if they do have a lot of, no, they're actually going to teleport topside to overload.
Yep, we'll see. The Shy is down relatively low, but you can be pretty tricky.
Wala pang ulti si Dashay, no?
As Carrier finds the pulverize, it's just going to be a bit of damage.
Pwede nila i-dive.
He does make his
Strip
way
nila.
out. Picture in picture, you got Gala up against Doran here towards his bottom side as both waves are going to be crashed in here by T1. Decent little move. No dragons to be attempted just yet. Both teams with vision in the area.
All right, so T1 get to keep farming up their Sivir. The Shy
Hindi nila
on
pwede
Rek'Sai,
lapitan si
though,
Dashay
does
kahit
have
ano eh.
some teammates
Oh,
in
sira
the
yung sounds
area
ng
you can see
league.
on the minimap trying to come up.
Yeah.
Way there finishing
Hello?
strong, level 6
Sira yung audio, man.
ready to make a play, but not going to stick around and force the issue. Or are they?
Yep, there's the pulverize.
Sira yung audio ng
Carrier
league.
going
Hello?
relatively low. Another void rush
Carrier
coming
flash.
there from
Sira
the
nga.
Shy, but not
Di
enough
narinig
to
yung
take
ano.
down Carrier.
Oh my
Here,
God,
Rishi now trying
Riot.
to walk him down.
Nice!
Once again for
Pag,
Guma.
pag.
Mako now in a bit of
Okay.
trouble. He has to flash himself out of
Flash.
the way, and this Sivir
Ayan.
is now
Ayun na, okay na.
very,
Ayun,
very
okay
fed.
na.
Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the
Babalik
map,
na.
some public execution onto Gala here, but no one else really turning up for that show, and he will be okay.
Nagawa ni Riot, man.
Atlas, Wei went back to base. Owner stays there. That's why T1 forced that play. So they have Carrier go for the engage, and Shy was kind of asking for it, but Wei had gone back to purchase.
Yep. Turtle port in from the Shy is not going to get him quite in time. So we're going to have a look at some grubs going down here towards this top side.
First
of
game
the
pa lang
map.
ng World.
Mako will be
Sira
able
yung
to
audio.
way out.
Sim. Ayun, okay na.
Kiana securing all three of them. Let's have a look at this replay once
Pero
again.
parang
Yeah, Wei's
may kulang sa
recalling, you
audio.
can see.
Hindi ko
So,
alam.
Kanina, yung mga ano ng characters is yung ingay ng characters. Ay, meron naman na. Pag, nakagat siya yo, pagka-third niya, pagka-barrow.
And Atlas again, more money into Sivir is exactly where they're trying to funnel this year.
Nakain eh.
Right into the Sivir, getting the ideal last hits.
And
Let's
this is
go.
how T1 are going to win this game through Gumyushi, through their Sivir. then that's actually a lot of character development from T1. One thing that they really struggled with, and this is something that we did spoken about extensively, that is playing through Gumayusi is not the way that T1 often win the game. Often it's leave Gumayusi, facilitate everyone else, and he'll clean up. This is going to have to be playing through the Sivir, allowing him to carry, and that will show another string to the bow of T1, who didn't need too many more. They have won a couple of worlds in a row thus far.
Yeah, and we'll see how powerful the side lanes are for them as well, with Doran
Boom.
testing
Bog.
on the top
Dorat.
His ground, but
Dorat.
Kalma.
gonna do a fair bit of work here as Wei
Kumalma
makes
ka,
his way in.
Dorat.
Probably not gonna be too much more as Doran does have to flash.
Okay, good.
So
Okay.
here, but the Kiana not quite getting off the ground just yet.
And we also haven't seen the big moves from the Rise or the Taliyah quite yet. As far
Pag
as
namatay siya
how
dun, wala
far
silang
the
ano.
Ultimate making those moves
Hindi siya
to the
makakapag-teleport
side
sa ano.
plays,
Magkakaroon
but
siya teleport
starting
eh.
out, It's gonna draw them over.
Yep, Carrier will be
Yeah, actually,
able
meron
to
pala.
find the Shy who tunnels his way out.
Pangit nung
Gets
HUD,
a
ang
nice
lit.
little knock-up. Void Rush just trying to void
Wala,
it.
benta talaga si ano,
Triple
Dashay,
Lead
oh.
catches him.
Doran
And
Premium to si
T1
Dashay, eh.
will go. The Rek'Sai Faker taking a long way around, but Ona
Doran
will be able to
Premium.
claim the kill with his bat. And Carrier keeping his eye on where Mako is. IG going to struggle to re-engage, although Carrier isn't exactly at full health. He's not too worried about it. Ona moves over. Looks like T1 are not going to be able to pick up the dragon here.
Ang awkward na naman ng HUD ng league. Ba't ganun? Ang hirap makita ng mga summoner spell, oh.
Onto the Shy, and Carrier had a control ward in that pixel brush that is still there. The Alistar just waiting for him, but they did get the kill. They didn't get the dragon afterwards, so IG will pick up the objective.
Nakuha nila.
Yep.
Swerte.
Problem is, a couple of waves were just lost towards that top side of the map. Doran, who was under fire earlier on in the game, is now going to find himself with a decent advantage. Level advantage, as you can see already, but also a couple of waves in the lead as far as that farm. So the Shy got some work to do to catch back up.
So there's the control ward I was talking about. Carrier sitting on it and standing still. So the Shy goes in, owner's able to pillar him, they trap him on this outside, and they are able to chase him down for the kill.
Gumamit ba sila ng ulti? Ah, gumamit ng
Warfare
ulti si
there as
ano?
well. So we're looking at first
Si
turn.
owner.
The objectives, see who's going to be able to pick those up. A couple of objectives already going the way of IG though.
Puro
so
IG
needing
yung
one
objectives
more
man.
could be a big deal. See whether that next Drake is going to go their way or whether
Oo
they
nga.
get themselves a Herald.
And yeah, the early money on Guma does result in an early essence treatment for him. So just plant Sivir in mid lane,
What?
constantly just shove that wave instantly, and Carrier taking care of a lot of this vision around mid lane for them to make those plays off.
Yep, execution is calling. Also completed here for Doran. So in that 1v1, going to be feeling a whole lot better. Regeneration of this Rek'Sai can be pretty problematic. Tangle Barb's going to connect here by
Hello.
Mako. That is way over to the side as well, but trying
Huli.
to run in there and Carrier really wanting to find something. Wei
Yun lang.
tries to go into
Ang
the
awkward.
scout, but doesn't
Ah,
quite
dito
find
mama
it.
yung
There
W
is
ni
the pillar
Faker.
to lock down the Kiana. Still no joy here for T1, but you can see they really want to fight.
They definitely did, and Carrier no ultimate on Alistar now, chunked out kind of low. Summoner's spell, healed, not that big a deal, but the ultimate's decent cooldown early on. So we'll
Oh.
see as they
Pushing sa
then
bot
moved
lane
into
si
the
ano
jungle
man.
a little bit there. You know, it was a small timing
Si
for
Rookie.
Mako to try and get some deeper vision, but he wants to make a little pass towards Guma.
Yep. Currently about
Kakairita yung Nico. Sabi ko na eh. Makaprayo pick tong Nico eh.
Sivir is only going to get
I
more
was
and more
right.
terrifying as these items start to come in. Of course, 3 items for the Sivir is what we talk about the majority of the time. But if you're accelerated, it's just going to be problematic from the jump. As Faker here towards his bottom side is going to crash yet another wave in. And T1's lane management has been pretty good so far today.
Okay yung
IG
slow
finds
pace ng
themselves
game.
A little bit on the back foot when it comes to the tempo. I was
Very
wondering
Korean
though,
game.
Have you guys heard of Tempo Vibes?
Ayan, tempo vibes. So, binabanggit na nila.
So Tempo Vibes are not anything to do with the actual game state. Okay, you need to take the game state out of there.
Okay.
You just got to think, who do I feel is in the best
Yeah, who
spot?
you vibing with?
And right now, I feel like T1 has the vibes.
That's
Yup,
fair.
labang
I
T1. Very
will
Korean
also
yung pace ng
say
game eh.
IG have not been a great early game team. They have averaged, deficit at 15 for
That might mean that I
some.
may have misread the vibes.
So
You might be right.
So they're definitely used to having goal deficits early on, in early games, and that's why I'm very curious to see how the side lanes go later, and especially here for Rookie on the Rise. because he does have like a little gold lead for himself over Faker individually. You know, it's kind of cruising there with his Rod of Ages done, his tier done, so stacking up. I want to see if they can get side lane pressure, you know, if they can actually pull off the famed Rise Realm Warp Nico engages. We were talking about attempt select as the Nico is actually getting chased off here.
Yeah. He is going to convince Ona to leave him alone. That is going to come on through as Seismic Shove
Boom,
collects
boom, boom,
Rookie
boom,
here
boom.
as Faker will find a whole bunch of
Ayan
rockets.
na.
Not too worried about that Rune Prison.
Parang kasi ng form ni Rookie ngayong year eh.
Probably not going to connect as Seismic Shove hits once
Oh
again.
my God.
Faker looking for the solo kill, but Rookie is able to walk his way
Paldo
out of
sana
that
man.
phase rush, but man, Faker is putting down the hurt.
They've been teasing us, Atlas. You know, Ricky was able to
Ako
pull a
ng
big
audio ng
flash
league.
early on. Now he's
Lakas, tas
getting
minsan
low,
nanghihina.
But it looks like it is just going to end with the pressure, and neither of them fall.
Yeah, and so no flashes blown either, but I did get very excited. That is something that
Ini-skill check ni Faker si ano man.
exciting matchup. Teleport is going to come on through here as Ona takes another bite out of the turret. He is running pretty quickly. I just don't know whether it's quite going to be enough here as he's thrown into the little Otacon wall that was built before. Way is able to grab
Napit.
his first of the game.
Oh, Oda went back for another bite, but then still tried to run, so he didn't finish the tower either, Atlas. And that's going to mean IG both defend their tower, and they should be able to get this Herald then with no owner around. That will be their third objective.
Kanila lahat ng objective man.
And we'll see
Ay, ay.
about the first tower then.
Yeah, we'll see who's going to
Pangit
be
talaga
able
ng
to
Trundle
pick up
dun,
the
sa
feats of
totoo
strength,
lang.
but this Rip Herald is gone.
Nagkin-draft na
Collected
yan.
there by Wade. The fact that this Kiana also gets the kill is such a big deal, right? You need to have money on this champion, and so far, would have put
here we go.
in the wall and splash forward there.
Oh my
Faker
God.
just
Pick up din si
explodes.
Faker sa top.
Way helps out, so he's going to get himself the assist, and IG come alive.
Diba, sabi ko na eh.
Guarantee the tower because they
Pag
have
game
the
1 talaga eh.
Rip Herald to use.
Ganyan
The
T1
flash
eh.
from Rookie, the flash from Wei.
Ganyan na
They get
ganyan
the
yung
kill on
T1
the
man.
Faker in the side lane, and they get the tower down.
Oh man, what an incredible switch up when it comes to the tempo of this game, right? We were talking about the fact that all of these lanes were in control by T1. This shakeup could be massive here for IG, who get themselves a 1.5k gold lead in the process.
Those side lanes, Atlas, really big here, and we're past the 15-minute mark here. You know, they're
Yeah.
taking the gold lead. In addition to taking those beats,
Gumayusi almost just dead from that
Oh
rocket.
my God.
Now in trouble as well, down 50%.
Hirap man. Nag-switch na yung tempo, pero Korean tempo pa din eh.
Struggling a little bit to get back control of this game.
Wala pang flash. Doon pa malalaman.
You had to clear it this way.
yeah, honestly, Rookie in the side lane
Hindi.
might be a
Yung pwede
problem
lang.
for them here. We mentioned the Rise was already
Bunting
starting
nga,
well,
Bobby.
and getting the extra kill here, you know, really ballooning the individual gold lead for himself. They gotta
Flash ko
collect the
malalaman.
Dragon as well, but
Oh, flash headbutt bolt to come on through here is immediately.
Pangit,
he
guys.
forces
Out
it
nyo
on
na
the
yan.
but he has the bubble blossom. He finds
Doran,
two
go
there.
muna yan.
There is the Void Rush from
Okay.
the Shy on that back line, but it's
Boom,
Faker
ganda ng wall ni
falls down,
Faker
just
dun.
one
What the
pick and
hell?
trade for the Drake. Maybe that's just fine here,
Oh, yan na
right?
naman siya. Tama na yun, yung kanina.
Yeah, the Shy going to find him once
Okay,
again.
kaya niya na si ano. Kaya niya na sabayan si Dashay.
Besser is absolutely terrifying. And Doran, I think, going to have to be a little bit more involved in some of these fights because he has been the benefactor of a lot of these skirmishes early where he's been sitting inside lanes, lapping up the gold.
they might make a play right now.
Third.
As I was saying, the public
Pilar.
execution is going to come on
Wag na,
through as the
pinakalan.
Shy goes down once
Nice.
again. Carrier collects that kill
Lang,
somehow.
naiwan
Gumayusi
si Guma sa mid man.
under fire here
Run.
in the mid lane as well. We've got backs coming on through, but the Realm Warp is going to come down. Gumayusi in so
Oh my
much
God.
trouble as
Sayang.
Gala going to be able to help
Ang boy si
take down
Gala.
this kill, keeps himself alive, and it's another one for Wei.
Yeah, Guma down, no barrier, no flash.
Gagi,
for
taba
him
nung Kiana
or
man.
for Gala. After that play, the action Atlas just continues and continues.
Ano tong series na to?
Only being chopped
Magiging
down,
ano,
but, of course,
pataasan
Carrier
ng death si
actually
ano,
getting the last
Doran
hit.
pati si
You were
Dashay.
just asking- you were just
Ay, ay, ay.
to get Doran here some more money, some more involvement, and they did make the plan of
Bag.
but
Oh dear. Nico in a little bit of trouble here as the
Mhm.
pillar does go down. He's going to have to
Flash.
flash. Gets lit on fire as well. That is going to make it relatively
Ng public
safe.
execution si ano. Kung meron yun, si Doran, patayin. Kasi nagamit sa bot.
I know what they can do in the LPL. I wouldn't be as worried if I was in my league, but this is a very different beast. 2 items already completed as the Umbral Glaive is now done as well.
yeah, and these are very cheap items. You know, they reduced the cost of Profane Hydra, made it really nice for Russia.
Hey, lumalabas yung mouse ng observer. Ano yun?
Pretty cheap, really good control there too, and gives you a Nice lethality spike.
Oh, ano yun?
We have seen that burst
Uy,
really
hello?
coming in.
Ano yun, Riot? Gagi, delikado yun.
And getting some
Ano yun na,
burst
audio
kills
na.
on the side there.
Yep. And two items
Ang lakas
down,
ng Riot.
Rookie at the same time, hitting that spike.
Kasi masapo lang, bakit
This
ganyan
Rise
na?
is going to become
Gagi, baka minalik sila dun, pre. Si MD yun.
in this game. So far, the goal doesn't really
Di
mean
ba
too
nila
much, right,
pinaghandaan?
between these two squads.
Ba't may command na lumabas doon,
Pre, kaya nga may command prompt, pre. Di ba delikado yun?
That is a phrase
Pre, libo-libo yung nanonood. May command prompt na lumabas, man.
teaching you about that one. As Keria going to look for a little bit
Ang lakas ng Riot. Ano yun?
once again. Redemption is
Riot, okay lang kayo, pre. Delikado yung ginagawa nyo, man.
T1 have a team fight in them, try and get
Ano
back
yun?
to the objective game. Because right now, I say bad, haven't been in it.
Tapos na ano, no, tawag dito na DDoS yung ano, worlds.
Almost going the way of IG, but the control wards that T1 were trying to camp on are slowly getting pushed out here. IG with the extra members around.
Wag na wag nyo nang lalarin yung angle na yan.
Just for the grab. They are going to get it. So
Pangit,
the prize
pangit.
does come on through here for T1.
Out kayo dyan, man.
That is Weaver's Wall now on cooldown. Possibly some angles with the Realm Warp this time around.
Ano kaya pala walang sounds? Nakamute pala.
Yung alin.
Alright,
Yung
worth
stream.
mentioning as well that Doran is going to soon have teleport advantage.
Alam mo nga ang counterplay lang dyan para manalo yung T1. Yung pillar lang talaga ni Owner.
Careful with all this fighting over vision on
Ayun
outside
lang.
here.
Right target lang ng pillar. Like pag walang W yung Corki or ano, mali yung pasok ng Kiana. Yung pillar lang, big difference yun. Wala pa masyadong skirmish eh. Naghuhulihan pa lang eh. Tulad yan, no? Ah, nag-teleport si ano, si Doran pre, oh. Dito na rin si Rookie. Wala. Hindi nila i-go. Ang awkward. Hindi rin naman nila kaya kunin yung atakan. Diba? Sabi ko na, hindi nila i-go yung atakan.
So they go for the exact, teleport play that we're looking for, Atlas, but IG
Wait, nagbago yung call? Ginagawa ni Doran. Lakas! Na-cancel tuloy yung recall ni Faker.
just works. Just get out of there. So now
Ay, si Doran
swing around the
talaga.
other way where the Shy
Ang
support
lakas
will
ng
come up
tama.
and IG get to be the ones in the opposite position, and they're also the ones that have
Ulit
this
talaga ni
Rise that
Doran.
has,
Putik na yan.
a pretty healthy goal lead for himself here for Rookie, and fully stacked up on
Ang lakas.
Hey! Yo, Ara eh. Ara eh.
As Way is going to start this one up, Carrier
Ang
is
lakas
going to be able to
naman.
spot it here.
Okay.
So the T1 can get themselves into position as Mako trying to get some vision down. Now transformed into Gala for the moment.
Wait.
Child vision.
Hey, can we go? Can we go?
Angle as Doran
Hey, walang ulti si Faker. Meron pala, never mind. Ayan na. Separation na, oh. O, di ba yung Kiana lang kas pillar? Oh, easy. Ayun yung gameplay, man.
Oh no, this guy's smite
Yung Rice, man. Yung Rice, pati si Dashay, pre.
and Rookie finds one kill. Now looking for
Gala,
his machine
Doran
gun.
1v1. Wala.
Picks up a
Yun lang.
double. Gala collects Doran.
Ay.
And now Faker is running for the hills. He's surrounded by IG members.
Ay, napanood ko na to, eh.
Wrong
May gagawin si Faker dito, man.
to try and help him out, but I
Wala,
don't think
umatras
it's
si
going
ano?
to work,
Umatras si
as he's being
Way.
hunted as well. Blast cone and, Faker
Teleport
not able
out.
to make it out. The teleport gonna come
Easy.
on forward, and he will be able to
Ah,
escape.
tapos
So
libreng
Faker's
wave sa top.
escape
Easy.
comes on in, and they steal the
O,
other
diba?
gun, but ultimately lose out on the fight.
Ooh, okay, so
Kaso ang awkward nung ano, pagtapos ng atakan fight, nangyari.
that gets turned around, but so
Nagkalat-kalat
much
sila
extra
ng ano
money
kasi
here
dahil
in the
nanggugulo si
hands
ano, si
of
Dashay.
IG. Let's take a look at,
Oh, anong titignan ng observer dito?
just got
Oh my God! Anong ginagawa nila?
Replay, we checked something
Uy,
out.
ano yun?
Hello?
To luck.
What are we looking at?
Riot? Ano na?
I think we failed the
I think
test.
we failed. I think we 100%
Oh my God.
and you have better eyes than us. It was Gumi who should take the
Anong
around
replay
camera. Saw
yun?
that bit.
What is that?
I like the extra zoom out
Hello?
as well. And now we're checking out
Riot.
this dragon going on down, and that is Soul Point here for
Yun
IG.
siguro yung pinaka-worst
Uncontested
na
from
ano.
T1 as well as Gumi
Na
who
worlds
should
ano so far, no?
trade it for
Na
this
live.
outer turret, but he's not even going to be able to collect that one. As
Hindi
Realm
naman
Warp comes in
nagkagi-
immediately, Rookie
nagkaagan
goes
yan
gold,
eh.
and a bit of a messiah there. You love to see it as he's flung back on the
Oh
rocks.
my.
And
Ginagawa
IG
ng
not gonna be
Riot,
out-
man.
Able to quite find their prey, but still, I mean, they just get the Drake for free, defend their turret, and put the pressure on T1.
Yeah, this does put a lot of early pressure here with Dragon Soul very early on in this game.
Sabog ba yung Riot Games, yung production
T1,
team?
Of course, as you said, they did a good job here to
Like,
get
kumain na ba sila ng
Soul
ano?
on the con, like the
Merienda,
beginning of that
man?
fight where they focus Way Because you know you cannot smite fight really effectively versus Kiana with Kiana's buffs. Monster
Hindi nga
damage,
constantly nagtothrow yung T1 ng game. Constantly naman nag-ano yung
to
stream.
outsmite. So they opt. They're like, you know what? We
Yung
are not gonna try
production
and
team.
outsmite a Kiana,
Sila sa ano,
because
fight.
Rocky's OP, and they go specifically try and push way out.
Ayan,
Kaya
tignan mo,
nakuha
yun.
na nila.
Di umabot yung public execution. Dapat ginamit na lang siguro ni Doran sa ano. Mas might saktong pag ano bago bumaba. Tignan mo yung ginagawa ni Rookie, dun sila nagulo pati kay Dasha Tapos naka-free hit si Gala, na-separate si Doran. Oh my.
Happy with that because now with 3 Drakes setting themselves up for a possible Dragon Soul with the nice gold lead that they have.
Lahat ng objective nasa ano pa
Kailangan nila mag-yone.
Ay, yung yone ni Faker man. Nakakatakot pag nag-yone si Faker Isa sa worst champion niya minsan.
Doran.
Pwede rin. Ouch, grabe. Di ba? Nico talaga pre. Nico talaga Yung value ng Nico man. Public execution pre, kailangan tumama ngayon. Kulang ng isang pixel kanina
Just a little bit too short, unfortunately.
Ang lakas nila ngayon.
Diyos ko, buhay na lang BO5 to. Kung BO3 to, kaya talagang talunin yung T1 dito.
We've spoken about it a fair bit. The
Ay, ay, ay.
swinging of the tempo vibes, and that has certainly swung in favor of
Yung head-to-head nila, oh.
Freysig gonna come on through.
Lamang si Rookie.
Have that spell shield. As T1
Parang
holding
pangit ng
on
form ni
quite
Rookie ngayon
nicely
ngayong year.
for the moment. But it's that looming dragon. 2 minutes and 20 seconds until that next Infernal comes on up, and Infernal Soul is a big deal.
Certainly is. Huge, huge burst damage. Possibilities on the side of this IG team. And here we go is the all-time head-to-head record here for Rookie and Faker that we alluded to at the beginning of the show, Atlas. You know, being there and casting.
Kaya na ba nila mag-force ng objectives? Hindi pa din yata.
It certainly is.
Here at World's Best of 5.
And Rookie, even when his career had just started, right? He started the second team for KT. I believe it was KT Arrows at the time. And was very
Oo na, tama na yung all-time head-to-head na yan, pre. Gusto namin makita yung ano. Ay, ay, ay.
how these things kind of happen.
Ano ba ginagawa ng production team,
He
pre?
was able to get the better of Faker there, then was unable to actually make it anywhere near him when it came to the World Championship.
Long
Until Faker just, you know, had his worst year, which was 2018, and that was when Rookie's like, it's my time to strike. And we just don't get this matchup very often at all. But when we do, Rookie just seems to figure it out. Right now, he's doing the same thing. As a clone will be attacked momentarily, but not too much more is going to happen. And this Kiana is really doing some damage.
Kaya naman,
0-2.
ang kati.
And Wei, he certainly has a lot of control when it comes to trying to escape the jungle of T1 and put some pressure on back the other direction. It's a 3,000 gold lead, Kobe. This game is
Honor, wag. Alam mo yan. Alam mo yan.
Especially the
Wag.
side lanes, they're gonna have to worry. Rookie has been able to fix up the broken arm guard into the hourglass. And
Alam mong may follow-up yan.
T1.
Ha?
Panalo pa T1.
Panalo yan, pre.
Mauuli nila si Rookie.
Hindi, kahit maano lang nila mapitas lang nila yung ano agad Kiana pati yung ano. Kaso, grabe pa rin yung follow-up ng Nico kasi. Pilar. Sayang. Kung medyo malapit si Faker nun. Kati di ba? Alam, may heal naman yung Alistar. Ah! Si birthday boy, di makagalaw. Happy birthday, Keria.
Halo sila.
Ang hirap, Infernal Soul.
Okay, that's the MasterCard priceless moment right
Yep.
there as the Infernal
Talo
Soul
na.
is going to go down.
Tanggap din na.
And now
Unless,
T1 have to deal with
ay,
even more firepower.
diba, sabi ko sa'yo, pre. Kung
Kung
BO3 lang yan,
1-0
1-0 na yan.
Alright, they're going to look for the angle, but he throws down the wall. That's gonna be enough to get him out of
Buti
there.
BO5.
Scala does go on down here as Gala once again dealing
First to
with
3
this killer.
wins.
It's been placed on top of him multiple times, hasn't really phased him too much at all. So we're seeing a bit of a fight towards the bottom side, one that the Shy
Eh
is
God,
feeling
thank you
pretty
Riot sa
happy
best of
about,
5 yung buong
especially with
series.
Thornmail now completed. Yeah, it's 2 items, one of them's a Black Cleaver, but still looking like the Shy is pretty happy.
Yeah, with so much armor and the upgraded boots here as well for the Shy. You know, the early Thornmail to deal the
Pero
damage.
tignan mo yung
back.
game state in terms of
Plenty
pushing.
wave clear, and again, IG, they
Pati
can
yung
set up
gold
these
diff.
side waves to their liking first.
2k
So
lang eh.
on
2.9k lang oh.
to kind of sit here and try and camp for something.
Magkalapit
Maybe
lang.
you can camp for a pick, maybe
Mhm.
you can camp for a Talia play or something.
Mahirap to kung
because
8k, 9k.
For their side, at least Guma now does have the 3 items. You know, Infinity Edge completed here on top of Navori and the Essence Reaver for the Sivir. So the possibilities coming out
Hindi clear
there
yung ano eh oh.
for these team fights for the
Yung
future.
ward.
Yep, he's held on to that 900 gold lead the entire game. So kudos to him for that one, but haven't seen too much more. And the problem is that Rookie is 3,000 gold ahead. We're going to zoom on him right here towards the top side of the map. And yeah, this guy
Ayun,
is
bumababa na.
taking a
Hanggang 2.8, 2.7 no.
So big because Rookie had a rough playoffs, and so this is huge to come out in game 1 of the series. We'll see how IG are look to finish it though, because so far the advantage
Yung
here.
draft pa lang man. Ang pangit ng draft eh.
And now it's Baron territory, right? This is T1 have been a bit of a fan going for Barons, for better or worse throughout their time. See whether they do decide to pull the
Okay.
trigger. Teleport is coming
May
in from
teleport
the
sa likod si
Shy.
Shy man.
Keria wanting to get into position, but the Shy is going to be spotted immediately. Good spell shield as the Supreme display of talent.
Boy!
Doesn't
Boy!
find
Boy!
the angle and
Boy!
protect the
Boy si
Prince.
Dash, ano boy si ano?
Through from T1.
Boy si
Boy
Guma.
Rush not gonna be enough, and it's Gumi
Out lang! Owner! Okay na, ulti lang sa Rice. Rice lang mo ultihan niya rito eh. Ayun lang yung makunat eh. Pilar. Nice might, tanggal ng spell shield. Out, 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 out. Pwede in! Pwede in! Pwede in! Pwede in! Panalo pre! Panalo! Panalo Clash! Pilar, Kiana, tanggal stun. Ayan, tanggal spell shield. Easy. Oh my god. Ito na yun man. Oh, lead na sila ng gold.
Oh, that is just one Rek'Sai tunnel too
Easy.
far from the
Easy.
Shy under the tower, Atlas. That dive
Oh,
and the Shy
di
going
ba?
down opens up the possibilities.
Pag may Baron,
T1 to go for that
alam na ng
5-on-4
T1
team
yan.
fight, and that's gonna be
Ito
a
na.
Baron.
Exciting na yung game man.
They get to just put themselves into a winning
Labang
position
natin.
because the Baron was right there.
Lalamang na sila ng 1.5 dito.
It was into Inferno.
Paldo. 1.9 pala.
IG, they
Ay,
got
ay, ay.
too antsy. They wanted Guma too much.
Kulang yung mat ko man.
Full sense under the tower there. The Shy goes over, and Doran is able to peel
Pero
for him.
sasakit ng
Doran's
kalaban.
invested
Oh, para saan na naman yung replay na to?
is enough to keep Guma
Riot?
under the tower.
Man,
Ni-replay lang nila na nag-recall si ano, Doran sa top pagtapos ng Baron.
found Gusto. They find
Hindi
themselves
niya
a
replay yung
2,000
ano,
goal lead
yung-
now. That is only going to
Ay,
be
ay, ay, ano ba yan? Ayos mo ka naman guys, lock in.
Look at this one more time as the Shy just so deep to try and kill Gumayushi.
Yeah, after Wave forced the summoner.
Ay, nasakto lang yung ulti niya eh. Kala ko di siya mag-ulti. Eh, inismite niya yung shield ni ano. Pang, ganda na double ni Faker. Good follow up oh. Good positioning pa si Faker pati si Doran. Doon maganda mag frontline. Like sobra. Diba yung pillar free? Sabi ko sa'yo yung pillar sa Kiana eh.
Absolutely absurd. Everyone on T1 was about the same level of health bar.
Yeah, Faker got that seismic shove on two, and so they get the extra kill. They get the Baron, and now Atlas. This game,
Guys, out muna.
right back the other
Ano
foot.
na lang.
T1 taking towers with the Baron.
Control na lang sila ng
Yep,
wave.
it's going to be even more of a swing as you can
Thank
see
you.
here. Turret goes down, that's even more money. And now 3,000 gold lead
3K
back in
gold
the favor
naman.
of T1 as now they're looking for even more. The pulverizer only connects onto one
Okay,
spot.
nahiwalay na yung ano, Kiana, pre.
Everywhere, but it doesn't
Kaso ang
do
lalim ni
anything.
Keria.
They're able to
Ah, yun
take
si
down
Doran.
the turret, and T1, they're just gonna move their way back out.
Okay, okay.
They're just
Okay,
stealing
inhi lang.
all
Oh,
this
public execution sa ano, huli no.
There it is,
Boom.
public execution.
Nag-ulti si ano.
Just pops
Sa owners kay Dashay. Pwede pa tumangki si owner ang tumangki. Out muna saglit. Ayun, tumalon yung Rek'Sai. Buy time to, buy time to. Mag-turn around to si Dashay. O, di ba? Si Faker, di makaka-out si Faker dyan, man. Ayun, namatay si Dashay. Okay. Easy! We are so back! Grabe si Faker! Oh my god, my goat. Eh, grabe yun, man. Kumakatok na yung T1, man. Layo pa ng wave. Oh my god. Yup, it's a wrap, man.
Say-
It's a wrap. Game 1,
sayang
T1.
yung IG na.
Sayang.
Panalo.
Idol, favorite team ko rin yung
Nanalo,
IG, man.
natalo
Lalo
pa.
si Dashay, pati si Rookie. Okay, the turnaround. May spell shield si Guma. Ah, wala. Nice try. Nice try, nice try. Game 1, T1. Ganda ng comeback nila.
Comeback.
Nakaka-ano yun? Nakaka-pressure yun. Like, talon-talo sa drop yung T1 eh. Tapos natropa nila yung game. Oh man. Oh my god. Nakakatakot yung T1 man.
Talo na, nanalo pa.
Bro, bro, ba't
Yo.
nandun ka?
Oh pre, nakaupo
Ba't
nga ako.
nandun ka na sa nakablock?
Nakaupo nga ako man. Ay, ay, ay.
Tayo
Tayo to. Darko.
Kaya ngayon, di ba?
Darko pre.
Yeah. Ay,
Look,
ay,
wait
ay,
lang
ay.
man. Look camera man. Ay.
Ay.
Mute na pindot ko pre, sorry. Wait, mali.
What a game one.
Sa intermission pala. Intermission man. Aray mo, Worlds 23 man. Eh, sa likod. Kita ba? Kita ba man? Paldo. Di ko mahanap yung 2024 ko na white eh. Pero okay lang yun, naka-black gold yung T1 ngayon eh. Paldo. Ayun pala ako sa gilid. Tunay kita niya sa camera. Ayun. Hi guys!
Hi chat, what's up chat?
Hi chat! Kanina may mga nakatambay sa stream eh. Apat.
Pwede ba mag-bad words?
Ito, dalawa. Bala kayo man. Go lang man.
Kuwata natin ta.
Ay, nasa-pitch ka ba?
Ah, sa Twitch ako ngayon. Tapos naka-on yung ano niya. Naka-on yung sounds
Bawal,
niya.
bawal.
Di, okay lang.
Bawal,
yun.
bawal.
Okay lang yun man.
Hindi, pre. Hindi, pre.
Di, okay lang yun. man.
Pangit yan, pre.
Wag lang racial slurs man. GG tayo dun, sir. Medyo ano eh. Hindi naman sa nanginayang ako sa jersey na to. Like, ang laki lang kasi na nabili ko pre, large. Yun, ang luwag sa akin. Pero all goods lang. Ay, we. Okay lang yan, pre. Pero gusto ko lumaki man.
The follow-up is there. They move forwards. Rookie's in a bad position, and they end up finding this fight that gets them Baron.
Tapos manghihinayang naman ako dun sa Worlds 2024 ko na jersey kapag lubobo ako. Kasi elite na sa akin.
There's no comeback because I'm like they had a reasonable lead. They had Soul, they had a scaling Rise, they had a good position Corki if I remember
Paldo.
correctly. How did they not manage to come back even after that?
Yun, ang ganda nung ganda ng jersey na nasa table, oh. Faker, black gold, oh. Like yung gold pre, hindi maliwanag yung gold. Like compare mo dito sa jersey ko na gold. I-dinark gold nila yung ano nila ngayon jersey.
Because your point that you made about needing to keep position for Baron.
Yeah.
Because Baron was going to be
Paldo.
taking T1 no matter what. It was regardless about like if T1, if IG was going to let it happen. and
Okay lang
still be
guys.
confident
Teka lang.
with the soul. And if they
Ako
can
yun na
take
si
the next
CR.
fight,
Teka.
but that was
Yeah,
tough.
I
Happened.
think they wanted to maintain control while they thought Guma was back in, and I
Yeah.
think they just played their cards too aggressively. I think as well, you know, the fact that they had the lead, the Arakan fight came in when they had great spikes, you know.
Yeah.
Rookie had just got the level up from the Rod of Ages, you had the 2-item spike coming in from Gala, but when that fight that they actually went aggressive onto Guma and backfired, when the Baron went over, that was when Guma had 3 items.
Yeah.
And as soon as they got the Baron, they just took a ton of structures, they felt super powerful, and it really is that thing where you only get to make one big mistake against T1, and that's the game.
And remember, it's like one series, you're out. So IG needs to take a step back, relax, untilt from a situation like that because there were so many things that were going well for this team that we did not expect if you were watching playoffs and regionals. That you're like, okay, there are good building blocks. That happened. That was a moment. We need to be able to get to the next game because it will be awful if they get into game 2 and lose out for that.
And we see this on that gold graph actually. Things were
Oh,
pretty
boy.
even on both sides. We've seen everything during this game, but what have we learned so far about both teams? On IG, I want to say it's not only about Gala.
Yeah, at least from IG, this looked great from Way's perspective because I was looking at the BLG series and playoffs and I'm like, Baytron is outplaying Way.
Way I felt like was not having a good playoffs run at all, but this was a really good game for him. So I think be confident. They looked very confident, like willing to take fights. That's what we need to see from IG to take T1 out.
Yeah, I think for T1, even though obviously they won the game, I think there was some punishment in the side lanes, some overstaying for
Yes.
Ona, and also Faker got punished immediately after, which led to that bit of the gold swing in IG's favor. We see though, Guma and Civ has just been phenomenal this
Yeah.
year in particular, and it felt like the early game was a lot about getting that gold on him. So even though the game bounced back in IG's favor, when it came to that key point and he was able to survive that fight, they had that valuable
Winner
lead.
pala tayo eh.
Anything we want to see from
Paldo.
T1 next game? We've talked about patience for IG, but quick
Oh.
thoughts on T1.
Not overstaying.
Record ni
Give
Guma
IG
sa
the
Sibir,
continue to
16-6,
run with the game. So just like Owner made that one mistake, he's not gonna make that mistake again.
I think a better pick for Ona because I feel like the tunnel into the Kiana.
Ganda na
is not
jersey
really
nila.
much with
Sabi
that
nilang
matchup.
pangit daw
So
yung design sa
good
gitna.
job
Hindi
it.
naman eh.
And
Okay
like
naman eh.
better
Malaki
picks
yung
for
ano.
Wings
Oo, okay lang naman ah.
like this in Zhao.
We see them backstage
I
getting
mean, naiintindihan ko ba't sila nagalit, pero okay lang naman.
2025 is on here
Sugot
in
ka, oh?
Beijing, and it is T1 taking
300 na nga
the first
tax
game
mo.
in this best of 5 series.
Grabe.
Let's see what happens next.
Grabing coaching staff yan oh. Tom Roach tas Coma.
500 by lot 300.
Ay ay ay.
Shield is the supreme display of talent. Doesn't find the angle and then protect the president. Comes
Yan tulad yan oh, Lotus tignan mo, wala na namang sounds yung replay. Like ko lang sounds yung atake tsaka sounds ng game. Pero sa bagay ano lang yun.
Ganda ng ano dun, pre.
Good comms lang T1 man. Comeback yung pre, 2K gold. Lamang. Ganda ng ano ng worlds ngayon pre. Oh. Every year naman, grabe. Earn your legacy. Grabe yun. Ayun yung free skin ni Sincho. Pag maganda yung picks mo. Habang waiting, mag-ano muna ako sa stream ko. Mag-mute ng mic. Chat, tayo ka lang chat.
An update is required. Financial system updated.
Para kung sakaling may magkiklaim ng video ko man, nandito yung mukha ko. Loko-loko yung India dati, kiniklaim yung video ko. Pas ng tama man.
System updated.
Wait lang, na-curious tuloy ako, Lotus. Ano yung pinakita nila? Yung pinakita nila sa CMD kanina.
Screenshot.
Pwede sila maano dun man. Anong minute yun? Early game yun, no? Ay, no, anong replay yan? Diyos ko, Lord. Dito ba yan? Hindi pa, no? Early game ba?
Early.
Ayun. Ayun. Ayun, no? Oh my God. Yung broadcast nga ng league. League director. Ah, wala namang masyadong nakaano. Skyboxes. Success. Skybox patch. Exists and is accessible. Like yung mga broadcast, no? English, ano? French, Korean, Chinese. Select ano? Ah, wala naman. Pero delikado yun, man. Like ito lang yung pinakita nila. Yung options ng ano. Ayan, no? Ayan, no? Like yung sa mga ano.
Language.
Language, oo. May Philippines kaya? Wala. Ah, wala. Like Tagalog na caster. Kaya pala parang ang liit na ano kanina, tiga mo, ang laki na ngayon. Yan oh. Naka-ano pala kanina, naka 60 something. Ayun oh. Kaya pala ang liit. Ano to, Opera? Alam ko Opera ang sponsor ng league eh. Oo nga. Nag-quit ako ng Opera GX kasi may history yung Opera sa ano eh, spyware. Siyempre, hawak din nila yung Opera GX eh. Like, maganda siyang gaming browser man. Kaso ang pangit ng ad blocking nila, minsan dito makatago sa YouTube. Di mo maano, di mo mapapanood yung video.
Wait lang ah.
Okay, go lang pre. This is what you ask for, heavy is the crown.
Kuya, anong ispili ng sibo?
Wait, BRB.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to World's Play-ins 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by Kobe.
Okay, we are so back.
Number 2. And,
We are so back,
Game
guys.
1 did not necessarily go entirely as expected, but there were some things that
Like,
were
di ko
pretty
pa kasi
on
ma-set up
brand.
yung sa ano eh.
You know,
Sa virtual cam na may audio eh. Kailangan pa ng ano eh. Hindi kayo no, ganyan yung setup ko sa stream. Hi, chat!
Sometimes he makes it look really funny.
Dahil palang nakatupingin.
Honestly, I am more
Iba
worried
natutupi-
for IG after that game because if they cannot win
Okay.
that game, I feel like it's gonna just get hard.
Kaya nga mahirap yun. Tama yung si ano, yung caster na si ano.
Yep. Speaking of
Like kung na-throw nila yung ganong game, paano sila sa next games?
HyperX, Kobe, and we are already banning the same
Like para ano,
The Kaiser needs to come in next. I've seen
narinig yung audio habang
I
nagano.
think I agree with you. Like,
Teka, lipat ko yung camera ko, di kita yung pick and bans. Off na off ko naman. Oh, lumipat naman ako dito. Okay, mali. Dito tayo.
Ganda the hero.
Yep, Galio nod.
Galio.
Trigger there
Okay.
as well. champions when talking about both of these players from back in the day, as when they met. I believe
Ban
it was
Papi?
in 2018.
No?
Galio was
Yes?
at the height of his glory post-rework.
Okay, Papi nga yung binan. Yes, thank you. Thank you, T1. Oh my God. Love you guys.
And will be banned in this round this time.
Yes.
As IG, what is going to be the prize this time?
So interesting, whenever you ban Galio as well, that kind of ups even more like Rumble
Swerte.
priority, 'cause,
Naman
like,
yung
Galio
Papi.
and, like,
Oriana,
more
okay.
kinda the tanky answers into
Wag muna kayo
Rumble.
magpipick
And I
ng
think
mid.
that on this patch, Rumble and Jarvan
Kahit wag
together
muna mid.
is a crazy
Prio
good
jungle.
combo.
Jarvan?
Left up,
What
that's
if?
the Galio's in
Jarvan
position
or
of.
Vi?
And so the Orianna does come on through for Rookie, one of his most played champions this year, and also just of
Jarvan
all
or Vi?
time, right?
Please, please, please.
If you're curious, if you're, say, someone who watches more LCK, Rookie
Okay!
very similar champions, this
Ayan na.
year.
Okay, T1.
It's the Jarvan, bit of a no-brainer.
Ngayon kayo mag-pick ng
And
mid
Ona,
or
if
ng
you were
ADC
waiting for him to
or
pop up,
support.
you know, the
Yan.
Trundle, not necessarily a pop-up champion. This is probably where it's gonna happen.
Tapos, ang gameplay ngayon is either magpipick sila ng ADC or ng jungler or support.
Yeah, honestly, Owner has been insane on Jarvan, so
Like,
yeah, I was kind of expecting a Rumble with the Jarvan, but they
Well,
want the Rakan.
ano
That's
eh,
super high
hindi
priority
sila
too here for
Oo.
Keria,
Counter pick
for the
eh.
engage.
Oo.
Unahan eh.
Also a
Oh,
very
dahil
good
sa
one
ano,
in along with the
dahil
Jarvan.
ngayon sa Fearless Draft.
Since Jarvan is taken away, which again is such a good combo with Ori, as you're
Ayan,
talking
Wukong.
about,
Maganda
so
sa Ori
Wukong
kasi.
here. Still strong despite the like slight
Ah.
the patch here leading into World. So it's a very
Pick na kayo ng
interesting
top.
fight.
Yan.
It's a good AoE here set
Okay.
up for IG. They're going pretty standard.
Tapos
team
kahit
fight
wag
and
muna
just
mag-pick
slam
ng
down
top
that
yung
Sion
ano,
quickly here for the Shy.
T1, ADC
He has
muna.
played a lot of tanks and he's taken up the tank duty.
What if Caitlyn?
And the Trundle is now out of the
Caitlyn?
pool,
Sabay
right?
tayo.
So tank deal is easier to pick.
What if
And
Caitlyn?
Sion doesn't get over that Raptor wall too easily unless you like flash. So
Yeah, true. He
Okay,
can
Kesante.
turret dive
Sinagot lang
Yeah,
muna
yeah,
yung
you
pick.
can ult
right
it there,
himself
yeah, yeah.
under it. So
but he
that
can get
could
back
be
up as a
worrying.
zombie.
True. He can still
Ako
be useful
mag-Jhin.
and make use of the passive as well. Like I really
Feel ko nga sila magba... Ay, lulo yung binan. Sasabihin ko sana ibaban yung ano. Ibaban ng T1 yung Jhin.
Hasn't played all that much Cassante so far this year, but has been something that he's played many times in the past.
Yes,
So
sinababan natin
shouldn't be
ako sa
feeling too
phone.
worried, and this is kind of an LCK flavor of answering.
Magban na lang kayo ng mid laner, man.
Comfortable answer here into the Scion, and gives you a lot of possibilities
Like
for
anything mid
here as
laner
we get
or
the
ADC.
Lubrand following up here. So
Sigs
they're
ulit.
seeing
Ayan, Aurora.
very standard team fight from IG and this,
Wala silang options eh.
so
Pero so far sa
little
comp kasi
round
nila,
front line
maganda
that
yung
they're
ano eh.
facing,
Aurora tama
and
sa T1.
taking away the possibilities of your enchanter supports here for Mako. Anything that's gonna help Gala carry, T1 don't want that.
Ban Milyo.
We'll
Joke
see
lang.
what the final ban is going to be. Protecting Keria on this Rakan pick seems to be the way, as of course Xayah still
Okay, bro.
available. The Braum going to be taken off the board, and I think that should trigger a Xayah ban, right? Unless Gala has a plan. And we've mentioned it already, Jinx and Caitlyn feeling a little bit better on this patch than they were in the past. And so they might
Kai'Sa or ano?
answer
Kai'Sa or
on
Saya,
duos
Jinx. Ang ban.
instead of having to ban that one away, but still taking their time to think about it. I don't know whether
Kai'Sa,
keeping
Saya,
Xayah,
Jinx.
could
Kahit
be
ano sa
all that
tatlo.
much of a good idea. This guy is a mastery player. And that's one of the champions he's really good
Kai'Sa,
at.
Saya,
Yeah.
Jinx.
There it is.
Ay,
Okay.
Saya.
It took a while, but you know they could be
Got there in the
discussing
end.
other things as
Caitlyn?
well.
Parang pangit ng Caitlyn sa comp ng T1 sa game na to.
There. Banned out, and that safety would have been nice playing against the engaged
Or
that
kahit
IG
ano.
showing already. So, what's it going to be instead here? Akali into the Orianna.
Okay.
Okay, put some pressure.
Oh, wag Victor! Wag Victor!
Victor is so boring, dude. Victor is so boring. Get back in there with the Akali. You can actually put so much more pressure. And Orianna was
Okay, thank you, Lord.
like nerfs for the patch.
Wag Vic!
Gonna have to like
Kahit
max
yung
Q
Shoutcaster,
instead
ayaw
of
ng Victor
W
eh.
probably
Oh, wag.
now early on. And the side lanes.
Actually, pwede mag ano, pwede mag sabi ko pala, pwede sila mag Caitlyn.
Orianna to play.
IG.
And put a lot of pressure there with a Rakan and Akali and Jarvan. Like,
Laki na yan.
Orianna's gonna have a lot of stuff to dodge.
And there's the Caitlyn to come on through.
Karma!
Karma, my goodness. They were saving Guma's pick just to see whether something like this was going to happen.
Titignan ko muna yung drop bago
With
ko
the
kunin yung nahulog.
Rakan already locked in, it is still going to be difficult times here towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah. the extra 2 base AD for Caitlyn, I think, will be huge. Like, these pushing lanes,
Okay.
pushing from really early on. So this is going to be a lot of damage. It's super
Last
high
pick
damage
ADC.
potential, pushing early on for IG. So,
So
all right.
much team fighting already represented.
Ay, lalabas na yung
with this
Jinx.
composition, right? Like the front to back that you can see. The
Lalabas
engage
na
from
yung
the Wukong
Jinx.
is probably where it's going to happen. You
Varus.
can also drive the Shy.
Oh, fighter
from
in
the
Varus.
team. And the Shy does like to fight.
Lalabas na yung
As we
Jinx.
know, of course, the fact that you can drive a train really far away from your team
MF?
could be a little bit of a problem, but we'll see
Okay.
whether they can keep them under control.
nakulong.
Oh my God!
Fortune is going to
MF.
come in here for Gumayusi.
Okay.
Does
Wait,
have
wait,
a
wait.
decent time in the early game, but up against
Wait lang.
Caitlyn, he's still going to get outraged.
Yeah, all right. So Miss Fortune, the other thing that Miss Fortune does bring is a really nice mid game where you transfer her into mid lane and you get mid lane priority as well.
Mais pa dyan doon,
Get
di
into
ba?
an early Bloodthirster, get that pushing. So when you have an Akali and you want to have Akali side
Maganda
lane
ang pick
versus
ko na yan.
Orianna or something like that, have your side lane pressure,
Ang
really
galing
does
na ng
help to
play.
have a Miss Fortune pick like that later too. So I think
Actually, si Dora
will be
nakakaiba kami na.
interesting to see the mid game here from this T1 lineup and if they can kind of capitalize on that.
Yeah, I'm intrigued because I think if I had seen this draft from T1 in the past, especially this year, I'd be like, well, this is a little bit dicey, right? Like Akali damage, not necessarily consistent. Faker doesn't have a lot of utility to add, but this is World's Faker Akali, right? And the Shy can tell the rest of his buddies that that's something that you really do need to watch out for when you're on this stage. And we'll see whether once again he can make that magic happen. As IG on the ropes, but they did demonstrate that they could get themselves into winning positions. They had tempo vibes the majority of the game. That's the last I'll mention it. I apologize. I'm a little bit obsessed. But this is something that IG now know
Hello,
they
hello.
can do. And they're going to have to knuckle down and make it happen. They have an easy to execute composition. I think that's a fantastic
Okay,
move.
lilipat na ulit ako ng
Now
pwesto.
we are
Balik
on
ako
the
dito.
rift for game number 2 of this best of 5 series. And we say all the marbles quite a lot. That's exactly what this game is for. Either you're into the Swiss stage or you are out for good. Your year ends. And the
Oh my
world
God, favorite ko yung both teams kaso kailangan na yung pumasok, which is yung T1.
There'll be teams in bits of paper, but your name won't be on them.
Exactly. Oh, okay. So we actually do get a little early invade here for a D board. So Team 1's going to have vision on Guap Blue to start out. I mean, it is.
Are we going for the WE start here as well? As we
Right.
are going to go
Oh
into
my.
CPM mode momentarily. That's exactly what is happening here. We'll get sorted out as soon as possible.
It's so interesting because I think they
Ano
are
issue?
going
Sa side ng
to
T1?
swap out of Caitlyn Karma. Like, but
Headset
how are
issue.
they going to pull it off with this 4-minute timer?
Skill
Now,
issue?
This is the thing we talked
Is
about.
this going to
in
be the scuttle thing? Like, are we
Yeah.
going to be sticking around and hanging out with our jungler until grubs and stuff like that? Like, is Carry going to be level 1 all game?
I will say, even
Di
if
ba
he has to
sinasabi nila
play
kung ano
the
issue?
pushback wave,
Pero hintayin muna yung
Sion's
call.
not that scary. So I think it actually works here, even with the 4-minute timer on the top lane swap detection.
But
So,
if you're not
and
a
I
fan
would
of
definitely
lane
wanna-
swaps, you're praying that it doesn't work, actually.
Yeah.
Because this is the first time out, and if it does work, T1 gets off to a great start, it may shape things to come.
See, Alex, that's why we brought up the topic really early on in game number 1. You gotta
Yep.
ease people into it. You
Yep.
gotta let them know, hey,
This could
there's
happen,
a
we're sorry.
possibility. They have done
Okay,
taken
chatters.
some steps.
Nagawa ka na lang ng quacker.
And it's sometimes worked.
I mean, do you want to lane into a Caitlyn Karma?
No!
Oh, yeah.
Nope.
So,
I would just prefer not to do that.
but we'll see.
Lock in si
as
birthday
well.
boy, oh.
So there are
Birthday
also
ko!
the offense owner on Jarvan has been an
Nakabahan pa yan.
absolute terror. He goes for some early plays.
Birthday
he
ko!
can be very creative with it. So
And also, like, that does make it a little bit more dangerous to put the pressure on immediately, try and grab plates towards that bottom side because you're pushed so far up, and maybe the setup is going to be enough there from Doran once he
Wala,
gets a
hindi
couple of
sinasabi.
levels in him to allow Owner to help out. But I believe the pause has finished, and we are back into the game. The problem that we had that I know all about has been solved, Kobe, so you don't need to worry.
Anong issue nga? Ano yung sinabi?
Hindi sinabi.
Ano yung sinabi, guys?
well, there is a problem I see on our screen,
What's
and
that?
the lane swap is happening.
Okay.
Yep. So we do get confirmation after the pause is released. is going for the swap here. So we got the 4-minute timer. This will be interesting. We'll track it. Of course, the Jarvan as
Lane
well.
swap sila, level
Way more
1.
impactful pre-6 than a
Ay,
Wukong.
lane.
Oh
And
no.
Swap.
Wukong and Sion,
Confirmation.
not the scariest early
Tama ba?
Oo,
combination.
yata.
So, we shall see.
So,
Owner
mag-i-stay
actually
lang si ano,
buff here on Jarvan.
mag-i-stay lang si
He's going
Keria
for
sa
the
ano,
immediately.
bot.
Goodness, there is a defensive ward here though for IG. So
Oh
they will
wow,
spot
may
this.
defensive board.
But it could actually just confirm their worst fears, right? Because this means you have to be a little bit more careful towards that bottom side of the map. You know that Owner is
Hindi ko contest.
lurking around. Faker already looking a little worse for wear, but that's kind of how this matchup is going to go. Way moving off vision that T1 had placed down earlier. I mean, it's an information smorgasbord here about these junglers thus far.
Ah,
Gets to work with
hirap
that
mag-lane
info.
dyan
He's
kay
like, okay,
Faker.
Wukong's on Wolves, I am fine, because even if Wukong is skipping Wolves and running here, I have my ward on my Raptor brush. So he can be like, you know what, for sure, Wei just did Wolves.
Nagpipig na yung bot lane, nandun na yung Jarvan.
The map
Baka nandun na sa tribush.
that we
Ayan,
have
naglagay sila ng ward.
on IG.
Di na, pag magaling si owner, di na siya dadaan dyan.
Does kind of work out for T1 to try and protect
What about
this
the
bottom.
bottom
Okay.
lane, though? Are they gonna react to the, because they know it's split. Okay, yeah, they're fine.
Ayun, alam na ni owner.
Gonna walk over a ward. Does mean that IG do have to back away. Will allow
Matras yung
a
IG.
little bit of money here, but not the end of the world. As Owner will now move back towards his blue side. But what they have done is made sure that there's no monkey big business towards that bottom side of the map. So no dive to be set up.
Guma's going to
Yeah.
chase around, check the jungle.
Yeah, getting some.
Ang cute ni Guma.
Jungle has come on through. And we'll see whether Wei does decide to try and put the pressure onto him as in goes Keria.
Okay, tinamaan si Rookie.
Point strike there from Faker.
Recall.
But Rookie is able to just walk it off and he didn't
Recall.
so he's getting a little bit more excited than perhaps I needed to.
So we're still looking at another 30
Hey,
seconds of lane
Guma.
swap, and looks like Guma will be able to avoid it. Okay, Wave is pushing towards him.
Paldo.
He's only got 30 more seconds here to wait. And Keria
Ah,
is
30 seconds pa.
covering
30 seconds pa.
without, I believe, triggering it.
Yeah, there's the knockup though onto Gumayushi. As finally,
Oh.
Stack will come on through as Owner is back once again, but Wei is here.
Tama na, tama na.
Comes down.
Si Keria nasa baba.
Knockup, not
Ay,
going to
nakababa.
connect there as Faker has to flash to
Nice.
get out of the way. Keria able to get the knockup in defense, but once again testing the waters, and no one's really budging as Faker down to 200 health once again.
Interesting here. We were talking in Champ Select about how much pressure can be put early on in Orianna, this champion that does not have a dash for herself, and Flash is being traded with Orianna and an Akali. When you're playing into Jarvan, for Orianna, it gets really dicey.
Oof, ang hirap sa mid.
Faker almost just
Mga
got
solo
away.
kill na si Faker, oh, kung wala si
Out
ano
of
dun.
Rookie here. Tries to pick up that last minion with a shuriken backflip, but now is going to go for his own reset. Same thing going to happen here. The lanes are going to equalize in mid.
So we still have
So far,
the lane
success
swap
yung lane swap.
happening at the moment, but I really want to see the fight and how they keep a vision around mid lane now with having no flashes there. If we're going to get constant repeats, you know, from Keria, from Owner, because
Both mid
of them
laners
do
walang
have
flash.
flashes and would really want to convert while Rookie is on that timer, but currently still operating under the lane swaps and pushing in.
Under fire once more as Owner moving over towards Wei. They've got full information as to where the monkey is, but also the Jarvan was unseen as well, moving towards his top lane. Dashai
Oh.
could find himself in trouble, but it's going to be let live.
Looking ba sila sa grabs?
As on the bottom side of the map, Doran is going to get pushed away from this turret. This is the worst news for T1. because
Nakakawala
it
talaga ng
has
tempo yung
free
spawn
reign
ng grabs
to
eh.
knock down these structures over and over again. The
Like late sa
snowball
DR.
really become problematic. But as you can see, the lane swaps worked, right? The
Tapos pag nag-start ka naman ng ano, late ka na sa ano, mag-start ka ng DR. Malilate ka na sa spawn ng grabs.
And you basically, you're paying a tax here with the turret plates as well.
Yeah.
So on top of
Okay,
on top
chat,
of these
natatakpan
waves,
ko yung
on top
ano,
of
tignan
CS,
natin.
we do have this gold lead for
Baba
IG,
ng
a
gold
lot
nila
more
ano
than
man,
by the
ang XP tsaka level ng bot lane man.
and the three
Ng
turret
IG.
plates that they have been able to take there.
Yeah.
So
Now, actually, still moving Doran back down there. So it's not going to be any sort of swap back or anything like that. As 6 minutes into the game, Mako is making his way in just to make sure that they have as much free reign to push as they can.
exactly, and that's the vision I was, hoping for them to try and keep Rookie safe here while he doesn't have flash on Orianna.
Rat.
Because now Akali is level 6, and So if you get visits for people tanking for Faker, then it can be really dicey for the Ori. So IG are bringing over Mako wisely. I think get the vision, help him push the wave in. He gets to put more harass in. They can start the dragon. So nice little move here from IG. They get their mid lane priority and fully set up vision, which sees
Saan niya nilagay yung
walking
ganito
over
niya ba?
and Keria traversing through mid lane as well.
Ay, wait lang.
Go lang, pre. Okay lang.
Okay,
Okay, engaging. Flash. Ayun na. Shockwave na para mabuhay ka man. Kung gusto nyo makasurvive. Ah. Ay, si Guma. Okay, okay lang yan.
Yeah, I mean, Keria uses the flash here. They go for it. T1 don't have the damage, even though they're focusing the Ori, trying to punish the no flash. They can't pull it off to get the kill onto Rookie. And so the punishment comes back from IG. In addition to the dragon they were already taking, they also claim the first kill.
Ang hirap ng hirap ng situation ng T1. Wala silang pang-burst. Like pang-clash yung nila, yung comp nila. Pag dalawa, tatlo sila, mahirap makakill. Kulang yung damage eh. Natalian pa si Keria.
On the way out as well.
Really nicely played here by IG, and they just had more people towards that bottom side as well. Able to make that one happen is now Faker able to get some harass off here, going into the Twilight Shroud, but I don't think Rookie's going to be too worried about it. Got a couple of Ruby Crystals, keeping himself healthy. Mako just patrolling the river. Grubs up and available, no one really going for them just yet. We'll see whether T1 do get more than 0 objectives before 35 minutes. Did feel like a long time before they got in.
IG starting out pretty nicely for themselves. Dragon, 1,000 gold leads. Okay.
Oh, okay. Rookie.
You're not going to be able to kill him, but will
Good.
convince Faker to leave the lane. And the Orianna.
Uwi ba si Faker? Hindi. Makulit yan eh. Hindi uwi yan.
So far in this game, mid-control. Going to be there for IG. Is now T1 going to be pushed away from these grubs. Mako and Gala just taking pot shots here at T1. Gumayusi having to flash to get himself out of the way. T1 just getting strong-armed here in the river by IG.
Yeah, nice one by them. Huge value for IG, getting the flash off of Guma. The vision's still here around the grubs, though, and Owner slips into the back of the pit.
Okay, let's see whether he can find the angle, as all of the grubs are going to reset. The Shine climbing behind the turret, so is Doran.
Ah, di abot.
Laners nowhere near one another, ready to teleport in at a moment's notice as there's Make It Rain to come down. Cyclone.
Ah, pwede na yan. Monkey na lang, man.
Who's just keeping them at bay. Down goes Owner, and that is going to be the Warrior.
Ay, Doran.
Now Doran has found his
Okay.
Down goes way his junglers will be
Pwede pa si Rookie, pre. Si Rookie. Lock Rookie man. Lock Rookie man.
and down he will go. Faker still trying to find it though as Rookie will be taken out. Faker gets into the back line and assassinates.
Nice.
Double kill
Oh my God.
finishes off.
Beautiful.
The last one is now the Shy. Cannot do anything. No mana, no hope. And T1 find a much earlier team fight this time.
Whoa, it was looking risky for T1, but Doran, he teleported in to save the day here. The Cassante doing work. Is it enough?
We'll see. We'll see whether the Shy can keep himself alive as well, but it looks like he's not going to have to contend with too much unless Faker decides to come back down again. Flash out from this Scion as Doran picked up turret aggro, so he is going to have to get himself out of there. Stands beside Faker. And now Owner
Got
be
one.
convinced to leave the grubs as well. So does manage to get one of them, as you say, but it should be the feats going over, or at least the portion of them going over to Wei here. As Mako comes up, Doran may have overstayed his welcome. Let's see whether he can take the Cassante for a walk, and with the heal, he certainly will be able to. Gala finds it, and there is the shot onto Doran. So evening things up for IG, as the scoreline's now 4-4, and they get the grubs.
And double buffs transferred over the Caitlyn now. So, all right, after all of this, Faker got a couple of kills out of that for the Akali, so going to be a lot of extra stacks on his Dark Seal too. 6 stacks Dark Seal for Faker, in addition to this gold that he got on this Akali. So the Akali burst damage, the assassination potential here from this T1 comp. Saw it last time around with Doran joining, and and T1 being able to put pressure onto the back line.
So far, wala
Faker
pang
had
happenings,
connected
man.
his E onto Rookie and been able to go back in and finish him off in that last skirmish, which was quite big.
Yep.
Mhm.
And the fact that it's 100% kill contribution here for Faker
Paldo,
as well,
man.
means that he's maximized the amount of value
Ay,
that he
welcome
can
back,
get out of
Lotus.
Bippo that's been coming on through. But as we can see, IG do have a slight gold advantage. As look at
What's
these
up?
waves. They are just one by one marching themselves to their doom without any response.
Nakakuha ng,
from T1 in
ng
this
3
top
kills
lane.
yung ano, T1 sa top.
Plates going over to Gala. Who's starting to look like a homewares shop. The amount that he's taken from this top side as there's the all out onto Mako.
Nice, Doran! Oh my God!
Doran says, whatever you
Napakabilis ng Doran na doon.
Grabe yun, lock in si Doran, man. Akala ko magpapatasan sila ng death yan eh. Papatasan sila ng death ni Dasha eh.
Okay, well, Mako not exactly having the greatest of times, but the
Ano
Shy
si Faker,
also
hirap
not
talaga
really
yan.
taking damage anymore as well. So we're gonna check out this
Pero
replay
kumpara mo
one
yun sa
more time.
Victor, di siya makakapalag dyan.
So we know at the very beginning here,
Ano yun?
Owner went down.
Ay, namatay si
Doesn't have
Owner.
a here. In the end, the teleport coming in for Cassante, Doran's
Ang ganda ng ano ni Doran dyan, yo.
Yung ganda.
Diba? Bawi.
Lupit nito, man.
For Faker to go over the top.
Kaso dyan medyo ano na, alanganin na.
Gets the burst damage there. The E
Kaso
from
nakabalik
Faker
si
had
Faker.
connected onto Rookie so he could follow it
Ayun,
in
no?
for the extra chase. And
Paldo!
Carrier and Doran able to just keep it going here.
Apat pala.
And it was so much early game Cassante value. Often we don't really see
Sorty.
Sa laro si Doran.
Omsim lock in. International Doran na yan, pre.
really get things going. 3-1 and 2 now.
Actually, na MSI din. Ang ganda rin ng laro niya eh. MSI.
Hasn't had a
Ay, naghilagad oh.
ever.
Oh!
There is the quickness.
Beautiful engage, Keria. Oh my God.
Pop like a balloon. Bagala is going to keep himself alive still. Faker getting more kills. IG fans be
Okay, birthday boy. Kalmahan lang natin.
Now with his Dark Seal stacking up with the extra money and Carrier's Recon once again. You know, in the last fight, we saw him right there with Doran.
Palong-palo si birthday boy, man.
Here comes through with Faker, able to get Faker more money as well in the side lane. And the side lanes are going to be the dangerous part for IG. They really want to fight as a grouped up team. Much more front to back setup for them. And so when they do have carries and stuff, especially that don't have flashes, you have to be a little bit careful.
Okay, good W.
Backflip going to come on
Boom.
through as the ace in the hole is going to be there. That's going to guarantee the outer turret here for IG. We'll be able to secure that one. Feats of strength going their way as well. But at least the Drake is going to go into T1's hands for the first time in this series. And now Carrier is
Nagkaroon din ng objective, T1. Thank you.
in comes Gumayushi looking for the angle. The flash out is going to come on through, and now they're
Third.
turning it on to
Ah, nakasunod yung unggoy.
This fantastic
Okay,
finish
nakalusot si
gets
Keria.
away.
Grabe.
And Carrier is going to
Palong-palo si
survive.
birthday
Shy
boy, man.
really wanting to take him out. He's not out of the woods just yet, but IG not interested in following up, and now the Shy might be the one turned on as Owner is going to turn up. Gets
Ang layo
himself
ng
the
flag.
And Carrier will be successfully escorted to safety. And I say safety, he's out. The rest of T1 looking for potentially something.
And IG are blocking them from mid lane right now, so they're taking mid lane tower.
Okay, Doran looking for an angle.
Okay.
I don't really know what it was, but
Okay,
my God,
ano yun?
Shy is able to eliminate
Yun
him
lang.
for it. A little bit of gusto, and I don't think that plan necessarily worked from the T1 top laner. As finally, Bullet Time going to just eradicate this minion wave. And Gala
Yun lang, man.
just doing
Nangyari.
exactly what Caitlyn's want to do, and that
Sobra.
is only hit
Sobrang
turrets for
satuwa,
the
man.
entirety of the game.
Yeah, pushing down there. They got a lot of damage on it. Side lane now, though, Faker.
Well, Shuriken backflip not going to connect there onto rookies. Malco Gaming to come on through, and Faker is just going to back his way out. Picture in picture. You've got the Shy being very aggressive.
Tuwing hinahaber yung second cam, laging pinapalo ni Dashay si ano eh, si Guma ng purse.
Kill from the Rek'Sai of game 1.
Yeah, and that whole big last run of play here from IG, able to just take the inside route, take control of the jungle, and make it harder for T1 to
Fuck,
rotate.
napalo pa siya ng Herald.
Faker did just stay top side and was able to push that wave in, but T1 on the resets will come over towards the Rift Trail. Looks like they should be able to get this one.
Yeah. T1 should go over to them.
Si Faker ang lakas ng tama.
Mid lane certainly open up the
Good delay, man.
Yun.
means a whole lot when you've got an
Yung
assassin
ganyan.
like Akali.
Bawal ka
You've got
mag-recall,
Faker
man.
piloting it, who's 3-0 and 2.
Sa bot lane ba nag-recall? Ay, na si Rookie, oh.
We'll see whether they can actually create that space to allow this one to happen, because it is a finesse composition out of T1. It can look like it's lacking damage if Faker is not able to hit all of the priority targets with his abilities.
Aha,
Yushi's ult
Kesante.
is
Alarma
behind
pa
the
ba?
mark, right? There
Ha?
are some things that we've had issues with when it comes to what they can do, but of course this is T1, they've made the magic happen before with other comps. It's now Mako off to the side, Wei looking for an angle as Rookie clears out that turret. Cyclone comes in, Wei looking for the knockups, and there it is, the shockwave on
wala.
it. 3 from Rookie is Doran, just trying to get himself all the way out of there.
Oh, Kesante is out? No?
Never mind, the orb is going to catch him.
Grabe
And
talaga yung
down he
value
will
ng
go
Monkey,
once
man.
again. Faker looking for the angle.
Monkey Oriana.
Peacemaker comes on through and Faker says
Yun
maybe
talaga
Peace is
yun.
okay for now.
The Shy is also rotating
Wala
over
ko
here,
muna.
passing through mid-wave. IG can be able to push both waves
Wala, late si
Oh.
Faker.
side as well.
Kuya,
I mean, Owner and
hindi ko
Faker are
mailipat.
trying to get jungle scraps for themselves together, but
Now, Faker a level down here against the Shy, but the Shy doesn't quite have the damage to stop him from being able to do what he wants. And Cannon Minion will go over to Faker there as Owner.
Run!
He is looking to try and walk his way out of here, but he is going to get slowed down, flag and drag as he looks
Ay, nag-recall!
to the back because he knows he is well and truly dead. And he will be taking some aggressive position, you could say. As Faker dashing towards the Shy, but it looks like this Scion is really reaching that mortality stage.
I mean, the IG comp is so much easier to play, so much better in standard, front to back and pushing them out. And IG able to get the advantage here, chasing them back through the jungle. They just forced to play again. Wukong and Oriana so good together. Wei's able to start it out. They get their shockwave. They get their chase down kill. IG will be strong as a group. The Shy as well on Scion here is just going to be a massive block.
Yeah.
So that
He
is
might
the-
even be able to last long enough for his team to catch up as well. And that's the thing that's very scary here for T1, because if he's going to stay as aggressive, he can work as that engage, because this is a Karma composition, right? You have just inherently less abilities to start fights without having that engage support towards that bottom side of the map. So the Shy is going to be encouraged to try and make these plays happen and be that front in the front to back like you were talking about. As IG settling back into a little bit of a farming position until we get to the 20-second mark, as this Drake is going to be spawning. Mountain Soul this game as well is certainly terrifying. I don't think T1 ever want IG to get any of those, because the Shy will be unkillable.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to increase the threshold to kill, because T1, they have to, their comp's harder to play. They got to get some more bursty looking kills, some good flank angles possibly from them to get some assassinations off. But here we go, good wards starting out for IG. They ward all of the river here. Control wards are down.
Ay,
Start
ang
up
hirap
the
na naman.
dragon.
Doran was tethered momentarily as now T1 get themselves.
Pwede mag-early ult si Guma pag may protection siya.
As we can see, Make It Rain slows down Rookie. Faker on a flank angle, but he's spotted.
Ulti na! Guma! Let's go! Kahit saan? Wala? Okay, kiprit mo na.
And Rookie is able to take him down. He gets into the Rift Herald. Oh,
Lowell si Meiko, di na babalikan.
this play before, and he's gonna run his way up. But Karen
Nag-flash ulti si Faker.
Joke
gets into the
lang.
mix, though. And already out of the fight is Meiko. The ulti comes on board.
Dapat kanina pa ginawa ni Guma yun.
And
Sayang.
bullet time gets no
Kaso
joy
may
as
skill pa
well.
kasi Wukong.
Doran now out
Ay, ay, ay.
of the fight.
Eto na.
High in the death chamber as Gala gets the ace in the hole.
Ayun na, 4K
And yes,
lead man.
You know, that was some cute play there from Ona, but him doing the Krugs is not going to help them.
No, it's not. IG are too tanky. They are too strong. They're going to get even tankier now, Atlas. Mountain Dragon
Nice try
will
lang,
be
man.
their reward.
And Mountain Soul going to be prepped for them as well. Soul Point will be the next one on the docket. Let's check out this fight one more time.
So they pop the Herald early for later combat use. And then Doran just tries to start it out. Backside, Owner's not able to get his EQ onto Rookie either. And Owner just gets put in so much pressure here that, yeah,
Sayang, di
he does-
namatay si
he does
Meiko.
live, and he gets inside the Herald and gets
May nakuha man lang sana
some
silang isa.
knockups here. But T1, look at this. Guma's all the way over by the other side.
Layo ni Guma,
didn't
eh,
have
oh.
any damage to support Faker and Faker's
Angat
attempts
ng
to
ulo.
kill pressure
Ult limit mo.
onto Gala.
Dapat nilaro na lang pala ni Guma yung ano, no? Yung babang side ng wall. Saan siya nag-ult?
Really nice stuff from them. They stand solid, protect themselves.
Like, sinama niya si Owner. Ay, si Owner ba si Doran?
Danny there,
Doran.
the left of your screen in the coach's booth, of course, was working with T1 when they were trying to figure out their roster back in 2021.
That's
And it was
indeed.
against them, 2023 World Finals as well. Now, another
Play safe
chance
lang
also
para
for
sakaling
Bench.
ano.
See whether he's going to be able to find it right now. In this game, looking pretty good as they're up 3.5k gold to try and even out this series. Out of Otacon up once again though, and T1 were down in the last one. See whether they can turn this one around. I do think it's a different story though, Kobe. I feel like this is going to be a more difficult composition to pilot back into a winning spot. Something goes very wrong.
I definitely agree. Oh,
Okay, Ronan going aggressive onto the enemy jungler as in the
Ay,
meantime,
ay, ay.
Rookie trying to
Tinulungan.
deal with Faker,
Tinulungan.
still looking to turn it as
Oh!
he comes back, and that's just a solo.
Grabe yun!
He's gonna be able to find it as Doran
All
goes
out?
again,
Nag-all out si ano, Doran.
and
Atrasonte. Pwede na yan, pwede na yan, pwede na yan.
Cursor cast a blessing. I'm not entirely sure
Dikit,
what the
dikit
outcome
ka, Honor,
is
dikit
going
ka,
to
Honor.
spell.
Gumawag ka dyan.
Demise of IG potentially yet again. Has Rookie down for another 27 seconds. They're not out of it yet. Gala is still terrified.
Ang katinigala man. Okay, Keria. Easy. Oh my God.
And the shutdown for Gumayushi. Doran's health bar is very
Oh,
low. The
turn around na naman ng T1.
frustrating.
Grabe.
IG just running out of players.
they certainly are. They're also going to run out of Otacon here. T1's going to be able to get it. I mean, the Shy is dancing around, but not a lot that he can
Dashay,
do
steal
about
mo
it. I
para
guess they
masaya
have
yung
to
game.
Wait a little while.
Yeah. I don't know whether there's
Wala.
anything that
T1.
IG can really do about it though.
Nasa lang magagawa dyan.
They take down the Otacon. The comfortable smite here by Owner, and once again, that is going to be T1 turning around the game at the Otacon.
Hey, Atlas, this T1 comp gets way easier to play when the enemy carries don't have their flashes. So, you know, no flash on Orianna, and if Ricky has no one around to protect him while he has no flash, the side lanes are the area to prey on IG and trying to attack them before they are grouped up in their solid, you know, karma peeling for you and everything. So this is the exact opportunity that you need to take as T1. And Faker,
Ayan,
sees the
grabe
angle
si
onto
Faker, oh.
Rookie. He goes for the engage with
Ganda
the
ng
protocol.
i-ano.
He hits his
I-auto sabay
That's
ulti
all
paalis
it
agad.
is.
Ang bilis.
Clean finish on the burst damage.
Like walang delay man.
Before the rest
Frame
of
by
IG
frame.
Kind of assemble their composition properly. And then T1, this one was nice. Keria drops his controller, so he sees the other controller in the front bush. Faker's going for his recall here, and Keria now slips around just the fog of war. Great toggle of vision by the observers.
Grabe. Galing na akong server dun. Nakita na hindi nakita si Keria.
Faker's recall, but Keria from the brush gets the engage, and shutdown goes over to Guma.
540
They
to
get
ma.
that shutdown, they get that Otacon.
And do you give him credit for it? Was that a bait?
Like sobrang ganda nun
You
man.
always give credit.
Yeah. All right, Faker did it.
There you go, credit.
Just baited them in. Gala walked up, took the bait, and they took him down. It's
Keria,
hard to know for sure, but we might be able to get a glimpse
But
into the comms.
you can also tell that Keria was thinking about it really early on. You know, he puts the control word there, and the control word, he's like, you know what? Okay, I see their control word, so now I'll just slip around here. And Keria is able to find the angle. Is that going to be enough, though, Atlas? You know, the IG comp is still really good if they can play like a
Reset
safe,
muna, guys.
more standard, like regular team fight on their terms. But T1,
Kalma lang.
they have so much burst damage here, and Faker just continues to get more and more money. The Akali getting the side lane tower. The Dark Seal is fully stacked.
Nakawak pa rin ng ano eh.
Plenty of burst
Kahit
damage.
nakabawi sila.
Shadow Flame now done as well, so he's going to be able to,
Nasa IG pa rin ng alas.
Gala, if he ever does manage to connect some of these shuriken backflips. Saw what happened to Rookie as well.
Yung Monkey Monkey Orianna man.
And IG, I honestly still think that they're in a great position in this game.
Like makahanap lang ng good target si Keria or si Owner.
Council, as we said, coming up
Tapos makakapag like yung spot na makakapag-ulti si Gumayushi. Ayun, side yung DR. Paldo yung MF sa Baron na yun, actually. Like dami niyang option.
That's gonna sting. Okay. Way here with the two items. Definitely
Teleport.
painful.
Kita kaya? Nakita ba nung ano? Okay, play mo yung side ni ano, ni Doran Owner. Naiiwan si Guma. Okay. Punit si Wei man. First target tayo na kay Doran. Ah! Patay si Keria. Patay si Gala man. Faker, lalaroin na ni Faker. Boy, nakatakas na naman si Meiko kay Faker, pre. Plug and drag. Kalma, atrasonte. Kiulit sa sa plug. Auto attack. Plug and drag ulit. Ayun, up na yun eh. Oh my God. Gagi, buti na buhay si Guma.
Oo, buti na buhay eh.
Ayuyay.
Rookie is still
Dalawa ba yun? Yung umano sa kanya, lumapit?
after a fight like that, T1 gonna
Oh,
be feeling a
dalawa.
whole lot better.
Yeah, the
Buti
multiple
napigilan
layers of
mo.
engage here, so
Oh,
they want
okay,
to
maayos yung
close
observer
the
ngayon.
spells
Swerte.
off Gala early. So teleport in from Doran, he arrives, and Owner says, okay, I'll go in first. He goes after Gala, then Keria.
Wala,
And Keria, as
Buma
you said,
talaga
he
ito.
barely escaped
Oh,
with
ayun.
his life there. But
Ah,
he got
nakapag-flash
there
siya.
out of Gala.
Kahit ko siya
Gala's
nakita
kind of
nakatingin
free
ako kay
fall
Doran eh.
So Doran can walk away, but Wei cannot on the Wukong. So Guma's able
Ay,
to
no,
take
grabe
down
yung
the
first
front
kill
line, and
flash
then
ni
the next
ano.
tier of engage from Doran and
Ay,
Owner
namatay
right
si
back
ano.
in onto Gala, and they complete.
Parang ang pangit ng ulti ni Rookie dun. Dapat hindi niya plinay 4 kill. Like, pang pinandisrupt niya dapat sa ano. Or baka wala siyang Q.
And so the fact that that one comes in doesn't really mean too much for how this one goes.
Ay, ay.
And yes, some frustration here on IG's side, as you can see. It's only a 500 gold
Sumakit
lead.
ulo ni Gala,
Problem
man.
is this game is feeling like it's slipping out of the hands of IG. Every time these fights are gone for you, we've mentioned it already. That's exactly how this composition wants to work. It's just not quite happening. And it's 3
Hey.
items now on Gala. You know, that trough is not quite there anymore. And feeling a little bit better. But T1 certainly did capitalize on that time where he wasn't necessarily as strong.
Yeah, Guma meanwhile.
Like, ang ganda ng Caitlyn kapag ano eh. Pag nauna yung ano, nauna si Wei pati si Rookie mag-set.
The rest of T1 comes on over. That is going to be a solo
Kasi yung value ni Guma ano eh.
on to the K'Sante as the Shy crashes into them. That
Ah,
is phenomenal
di makagalaw
damage
yung
as they
ano.
take down Gumayushi. The
Di
Shy
nakagalaw
deals with
yung
Doran as well.
K'Sante, man.
Now it's their turn to run the
Turn around, Faker!
He goes in, he finds Gala in the back
Sayang.
line, and then
Nice
just
try
a
lang.
shot in the
Baron na,
head.
IG.
T1 are going to fall. That's an ace for IG.
Oh,
who
man.
turned it all on its head.
That's gonna be Baron.
Ganda, bawian yung game.
Wow, T1, they just lose it all.
Ay,
Up by
ay,
the top
nangyari.
tower, IG. They're gonna push top as
Oh,
well as
napwesto.
great game Baron here.
Pangit oh.
Rookie's gonna be able to get that tower.
My God. Okay, let's have a look at what just happened here. As it looked like they just wanted to finish up the turret.
Lalim
Rookie
man.
dodges the
Hindi mo na inano yung torrent eh.
Eh, hindi mo, hindi kami yung K'Sante, di nakakagalaw.
Even though T1 are able to get the tower down, when Carry
Pak,
goes in,
stun
he
ulit.
also uses this Karma speed up.
Pak,
He's able to
na
dodge. T1
ultihan ng ano,
engage onto Guma,
Wukong.
just boom.
Na first killan ni ano,
And T1
ni Dashay.
out anything left.
He just realizes they're
Sayang.
really not getting out there.
Kung na-knock up ni Kera yun, makaka-pick up sila ng at least, ano, at least one.
And we
Like, patay si
mentioned it already,
Gala.
like this is the best composition out of T1. You have to get the ducks in a row. The setup has to be perfect. You cannot be going haphazard like that. The rush of blood to the head will cost them a massive amount of gold already on that Red Bull Brown power play, sitting at 2,000. And that's for another 2.5 minutes that they can utilize that buff. And it's Caitlyn. Sieging is what she loves. That's what she wants to do all game.
Oh, yes, it is. Now IG, they can group up. They can get their 4-1 split push going. They have Oriana
Oh,
shields.
ano plano ko ngayon?
So they can kind of
Side push.
comfortably move up,
Kaso
take the
nakaka-counter
vision
yung
to the
side
jungle
push siya, no?
first, try and ward out any of these flank angles to make sure that you don't
Di
let T1
makaka-advance si
get
Faker.
the
Nagpipi si
ideal
Faker sa likod.
assassination angle.
May nakakita ba?
Oh, teleport
Makikita.
angle here from Faker.
Ay, walang nakakita.
Gets behind IG.
Walang nakakita sa IG.
Actually get forward. Carries
Hindi nakita sa blue ward, ay sa red ward nila.
taking so much damage, puts Rookie in
Ayan na,
the
nasta na. Gawin, Faker.
dashing forward,
Balik.
but they've lost Carry already.
Ulti.
Bullet time, not quite doing that much for the
Auto
Aura.
attack.
Comes
Oh!
Faker gets Gala.
Ay, di tumama, sayang.
Doesn't
Kaya pa?
seem
Ah!
to matter, is down.
Kung tumama, pre, may passive sana agad.
Wei still looking for it. Doran hunting.
Ay, ay,
for the
ay.
Shy. And Wei will survive. But Doran is looking absolutely terrifying. Gumayushi's putting the bullets
Uno,
into the
umitipi si
Shy, but
Rookie.
now
Ipit sila
off the
Guma.
armor. This Scion is
tanky
he's
man.
really hitting
Oh,
towards
hindi tumama.
immortal stage. As the
Si
teleport
Guma,
is
paano
gonna be
makaka-out?
by Doran. Unfortunately for Gumayushi, all he can do is really hit minions and run. And Rookie is going to stop
Ang
that
bilis.
from being a possibility.
Ang bilis ng MF.
Strutting. So, yeah, Misfortune does run pretty fast. Let's see whether Gumayushi can make the great escape here. As
Boots of
is
Swiftness.
going to be able to
Ah, ganda ng value ng Boots of Swiftness, pre.
Rookie, and I think he's out. I think he's fine.
He's out,
Gumayushi's
man.
gonna walk it off.
Yun lang.
There's a train coming. There's a train coming. And never
Out pa din. Hindi na siya mahabol. Hindi na kaya. Unless, na-auto-attack siya. Ayun lang.
The answer is yes. Dissonance comes down. Finally, the axe hammers into Gumayushi.
Oh my God.
That took what felt like a year. And so maybe
Napalo
T1
siya,
are gonna be
man.
able to reset.
IG just circumnavigated all of Summoner's Rift. Chasing,
Really did.
chasing
I
him.
would say that is not appropriate utilization of a Baron.
From top to bottom, man.
All right,
Ay,
well, let's take a look
from
at
bottom
the
to top yung
skirmish
habol.
against the river now because Way's got his Guardian Angel. Feels very confident here. Faker.
Ah.
Down there's a Cyclone to chain the CC.
Oh my God, Keria. I love you. Kaso si Cheese pa rin yan. Tinitigilan man.
Faker for now. Does throw down the Cyclone.
Grabe si
Redemption is really
Keria.
good, though. That will keep Faker alive. And
Braid
now
din
moving
yan.
in.
Isipin mo kami Oriana dun.
T1 now with information, but this
Yeah.
is going to be Soul Point. The last one, T1 were able to actually take, and so this is not going to be the Mountain Soul, but every time these Mountain Drakes are stacked up, IG gets more and more difficult to take down.
A roller coaster, Atlas. So this all started because there was one ward that IG missed. So Faker was able to teleport back for the flank that we were talking
Ayun,
about.
iba yung situation yan kung tumama yung ano eh. Kung tumama yung third ni ano kay Meiko. Ay kay ano? Kay Wei. Ay nakulang ng passive si Faker eh. Papalo yun na lang sana yun eh.
And it was the backflip. If that Shuriken backflip lands on Dagala there, that's an ace. That's a wipe.
O diba? Sinabi rin ng caster.
This time around, as you can see some
Shit.
frustrations here on
Kakamot
T1.
si Roach man.
Often with a big smile on his face, this time around looking very serious. And the question was asked on the desk, right? Like, is T1 nervous? How are they feeling coming into this game? I don't think it's nerves necessarily, but I can see that they are certainly in this game with a lot of respect for IG and what they're capable of. So far, it has worked and it hasn't.
Honestly, I think that IG from here, they for sure should win though, right?
Oh,
Like, they literally, they have two
Pag
Guardian
umabot ng
Angels,
game 5
and they
to,
have the Zhonyas
like,
on Rookie
tas
as
ko
well.
nanalo yung
Like,
T1.
They are so safe.
Ano meaning nun? Like, hirap talaga yung T1 this year or malakas lang yung IG this year? Kahit fourth seed din.
IG are so loaded right now with all of
Dalawang
this
ano lang
advantage.
yun.
So T1 would have to pull out some miracles here.
Well, Miracle is potentially going to be a flank as Carrier just taking so much damage here from Gala. Faker walks over a ward though as IG looking to catch these flanks. It's exactly what they have to do. T1's win condition is flank angles. That's what they have to find. But the Shy is going to look for the Akali.
Hindi inabot, swerte.
Uses dash cannon defensively to get himself out. It will work. But you can see it's a 7,000 gold lead here for
7k gold, man.
And the Baron is going to be up again in 35 seconds. And already it feels like
Pansin ko, ang labo ng camera nila. Like ng mga player.
Power in numbers here for IG as well as they can, as long as they walk in groups, feels very confident. And they can buy a lot of time too, even if someone gets caught, you know, those things we mentioned, the Guardian Angels, the Zhonyas as well. So they can, also a lot of the members can buy a lot of time if T1 have been able to get into a sneaky rush or use some sort of fog of war play to their advantage. But we're looking at that clock tick down, Atlas, only 2.5 minutes till the Mountain Soul arrives to Summoner's Rift. Baron is here and does throw a little bit of extra risk into things, but I think that IG should just remain controlled in order to progress this game and try and finish it out.
That teleport ward could be a big one for Doran, but right now Carrier in trouble. Are you going to get him out of there? Battle Dance will save Carrier's life for now. Information gathered here by IG. Rookie moving towards his top side. If this can actually be a pick, you can see Faker is lurking. Well, we can't see it, but we know that he is there.
We can feel it though.
Yeah, Rookie can feel it too. He's going to just move himself out of the way. Teleport comes in from Carrier to get back towards
Kati ng monkey, man.
He has to use all of his buttons to get himself out. Shockwave.
Ay, ay, ay.
Catch owner. He flashes the
Huli si
cycle
owner
there,
dun.
And it's Rookie that grabs the kill. That's Jungler down. That should be Baron number 2
Baron
for
man.
IG.
All right, let's see. They should be able to get it. There's no smite to steal, so it would actually have to be a miracle from T1.
We'll see whether they can actually make a team fight
And
of
Guma's
this.
not on Varus.
Yeah, and the Shy has about 25 health bars. He can sacrifice some of them, and that is going to be the Baron
Wala.
smoke down. And T1 having
Nice
to
try.
get out of there. The bullet time was a decent
Di
attempt.
kaya
But
still.
it is not Guma's Varus, like you say. Unable to do enough to lock down that Baron. And now,
Nice
it's
try.
only a minute away from that Mountain Soul. And we were talking about Souls as being a really good thing. Last game didn't necessarily work out for IG. This game, I think it's going to be a different story. Because I think, like, the Shy can go underneath the turret and, like, spam emotes for a minute and a half and still not die.
Yeah. 100% agree here. IG with so many advantages. Medjai is even upgraded here for a rookie. He's got the book.
Sarap tignan ng
Feeling
ano.
very confident in the side lane. They've got teleport
Yeah.
on the Shy. 4-1
Lahat
split
naka-oracle man.
push. Multiple people shadowing here to make sure they can just use the Baron, create all of this lead-up space into the soul fight. Litter this jungle full of wards, make sure that T1 has such a difficult time to approach that it becomes almost impossible.
Yeah, Gala does a fair bit of damage. As we can
Makati
see
na si
there.
Gala, nung pair of damage
Getting
lang.
very, very close to just
Tignan mo,
filling out
carry
that
oh.
build. As T1
Ang lalambot na sa
is
ulti ng
under fire,
Caitlyn.
only a few shots gonna be necessary here by this Caitlyn as
Ah,
T1
wala.
inhibitors. There's the shockwave to
Okay,
come
Guma.
through. It's a decent answer here as we can see. As down will go into that
Ngayon ko lang nakita yung ganito ni ano, yung ano. Ganito yung laro ng Jarvan ni Owner.
Finally, he's gonna look for Doran, who just dives away and goes all out. He survives for a long time as Faker looks for the flank, but the Shy is there.
Hinihintay ni Guma yung ulti niya. Ah, GG. Game to IG, man. Nice. At least we got a series, man. Okay. Bumawi yung
Play is
IG,
looking
man.
pretty spicy this year.
Nice.
I'm looking forward to the next best of five between these two teams that we're going to have afterwards, right, Kobe? We're going to have one of those, right? Can we convince everyone?
Elimination on the line. 1-1. IG versus
Okay,
T1
okay.
here gets evened up.
Oh man, what an incredible series this is turning out to be. But now, to break down the beginnings of what has become a best of three is our gorgeous analyst.
Feature. It's amazing the fact
Absolute
that we're in
cinema.
a series like this. I was not promised this, but I'm here for it.
I mean, it's been a nail biter. It feels like both games have been constant moments back and forth.
Okay,
So
chatters.
hard to
Stay
predict
lang, guys.
At each point of the game, who's going to come out ahead, and it's been down to every
BRB,
single
man.
moment, little outplays, little just displays of talent from each side.
You know what? I want to take a look at that gold graph because we've been talking
it.
about this. I want to see if the gold shows it because it's been team fight after team fight after team fight. IG do it this time. They take it until the end. They take it until the Nexus, and I'm just. It's been a lot of fights. They had to work for this one.
Yeah, because even for us, when we were trying to build a segment like this, it was like, okay, IG has control of this game now. No, T1 has control of this game now because a lot of it was like T1 trying to dive on towards Gala. And what we saw from Gala in the last few months, we're seeing that and then more now. He has been protected very well with a composition like this, and he is playing he's playing this Caitlyn on the edge.
It was very clear. T1 came in with a game plan. It was to kill Gala with this Akali, make that work. And I do think as the game went on, it started to get more and more difficult. And even if they got Gala, it wouldn't necessarily work. But this was a great example where they're trying to get on top of him. You know, you see Faker making sure Mako can't be there to assist, but he can't get on top of Gala initially. Carrier goes down. He finds access later, but Gala's getting the peel, getting the shields, getting the support from his team.
Yeah, Summoner heal, the Redemption heal, the shielding from both champions. This composition I thought was really smart from IG side. I think the drafts have been great from this team. And then on top of that, their Dragon controls, exceptional. The ward to be able to catch out Akali that's coming on flanks multiple times throughout this game, really well done. So like IG is a new beast coming into this tournament.
Absolutely. And we saw T1 trying to maneuver around this right off the bat with the early swap, dodging the matchup, not giving Caitlyn and Gala that lead, but he still manages to do it because despite Faker's flank, despite Carrier's flank, it was just impossible to touch him.
Yeah, and eventually even it got to the point where if they did kill Gala, there was so much power in the rest of the composition, and this Sion became unkillable, the Wukong was hard to deal with, and they just kind of started to lack the damage when it got into those later fights.
I just love the adaptation there from the Shy. After the big int moment in game one, he's like, you know what, I'm putting on the bossy costume anyways. He puts on the Sion game. Like, you're right, could not touch him. I love the Sion in a game like this where he's able to just stack up and like that bot lane fight that was going on for so long where he was like, hey, I'm here for as long as possible. Orianna gets the base, rookie TP's back, and then this is actually a game that is like a nightmare for all AD carries.
Yeah.
The MF running cross map, the Sion still catching him, Gala fighting for his life. I love it.
And you can't int if you're the beefiest boy on the Rift here. And I feel like this Sion especially was buying a lot of time for IG to find the perfect positioning to keep their hand on fights.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I feel like it just gave them so much space and it was so hard to deal with. And you saw some of the times later where the MF autoing this Scion, I can't even imagine how long it would take just consistently hitting this brick wall to really do anything.
I gotta say, I got scared though.
Yeah.
I got scared. There was a lot of opportunities for T1 to find some good fights, and he took this one moment from IG on the top lane, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Wei and the Shy introduced T1 to the bounce house to claim an ace for IG.
My God, we already talked about how tough a composition like this is to run, and the Akali is going straight towards Gala, and it just doesn't mean anything. That knock-up from Sign was massive.
Yeah, and here, I think really the critical moment for me was when Faker ends up going in. This route for
Hello.
me locks him up. He wants the R2 onto Gala, but the team response is immediate.
Ah,
Doesn't
hindi ko
let
pa
him
rin
get
open yung
that
kampo.
follow-up, but look how low
Yeah.
Gala
Yeah.
ends up being, but the peel is there, and they keep him alive.
And that's why, you know, I keep gassing up the composition, but because it works. It was so well done, and on top of that, I think it's crazy to take a step back and look that this could have been a 2-0 start to the series for Invictus Gaming. Based off of what I thought were two great compositions, really strong dragon control from them. I think they're playing out really patiently. Like Orianna, like, gotta push out top side when Akali was in the top bush. Jarvan was in tri bush, waiting to get on them. But I feel like they've been playing an incredibly patient game in Invictus Gaming.
And that's what I like, because we've talked about this patience. We've talked about the fact that they should have waited during the last game. And for me, this patience was showcased especially throughout the vision setups that they had.
Yeah, I feel like they took a lot more time with this one. I think they knew that with their composition in this one, really the timing was working against T1.
Yeah.
And I think T1 for me, there's been some question marks. You know, the MF that came in here didn't give me too much confidence. The Trundle in game 1.
Ah!
I
Ito
feel
ako
like one of the concerns
The
I have
heli.
with T1 is you're coming in on a fresh patch. You're coming in not super warmed up. You're coming into Worlds. As you said, they normally are a ramp-up team. This is not them at their best.
Yeah.
And you only have today. If you don't win this series, you're out. And it is 1-1 in the series. They're still with very good chances of making it, but it's not the best form we've seen from them this year.
And meanwhile, for Invictus Gaming, I think they're honing on to what their identity really is. The Shy being on tanks for both games, both the Rek'Sai and the Scion, putting all your eggs in towards Gala, getting a control mage, and just playing a straight, simple front-to-back composition. When I was seeing them playing Jason and swapping it between top and mid, I didn't think it was working out well for them at all. So then being able to see what is a clear vision from this team right into this tournament, it's working out well for them.
We are seeing T1 on blue side
Yeah.
for next game. So two questions. First one, what do you want to see them prioritize, and who's taking up Smash?
It's tough. I mean, we need to see a playmaker for
Ang hirap ng situation, actually.
right at the beginning of the day and trying to like get him
Like,
empowered
feel ko
to be
kaya
a jungler, but right now it feels like a lot
Like,
is
buong
going
game,
well
hirap yung T1 kahit
for
nung
Wei,
game 1 eh.
being
Nakakabawi lang sila eh.
Yeah, I think just you need more DPS in the composition. That was what was lacking game 2. The Jarvan pick was
Kulang sila ng ano,
you know, you need
damage.
May kailangan silang gawin.
Oo. Kulang yung damage ng game 2.
like IG had in that situation. So I think just there were some glaring weaknesses game 1 and game 2 of the comps. Game 1 they could still make it work. Game 2 they really couldn't.
And I didn't know if I can put the stock into like all the scrim rumors about Invictus Gaming. Now it feels like I can.
Like, yung second
Now
damage pa
I
ng
feel
ano.
like, the jacket I'm wearing.
Yung second
Ban
damage
Ori.
ng ano, ayun.
I didn't
Yung
believe
second
it.
damage
Ban
ng
Ori.
T1 nakali. Wala din na may pick yung Ori.
It's gonna be
Na-pick na eh.
Invictus Gaming taking this one.
Oh, alright.
Kapag na-pick na yung
Ganun
ano.
ba yan?
Kapag na-pick na yung hero, band na. Yung fearless drop. Simula nung MSI, ganun na eh.
Ay, ganun na
Oo,
pala.
tas puro game, puro best of 5.
Yeah, he's got 3 items now completed.
Basta pag ganyan, kunwari, na-pick yan, lahat na yan. Na-pick na yan, autoban na yan lahat. Bawal na gamitin next game. Ibang draft na ulit. Kakapagod yan pag nag-game 5. Na-experience ko yun sa MSI. Like, isipin mo na lang. Ano ma? Like, isipin mo na lang ako nanonood. Pagod na ako habang nanonood. Sila pa kayo naglalaro. Nung MSI. Puro game 5. Parang wala yatang game 3 na game. Puro game 4 and 5. Ganda ng 2 man. Tested man, no? Never fight alone. Warwick. Free. Tun 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 tun. Ang lahi ko naririnig yung buwisit na yun. Tun tut 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 tut.
Wala bang silver scrapes?
Pag nag-game 5. Ganyan yan eh. Pag last game ng series, like yung pinaka-last, doon nagsi-silver
Silver
screen.
scrapes.
Tororot. Tororot. Ano ko yung feeling ng upuan na yan, man. Like halos lahat ng esport team, Secret Labs yung upuan.
As in T1.
Titan, yung model. Titan Evo. Oh, sponsor nila this world yung ano, Crunchyroll.
Wala bang energy drinks yan?
Yung Red Bull. Ayun yung sponsor niya eh. Red Bull gives you wings. Laba dyan.
Yung Red Bull.
Ayun oh, speaking of the devil oh. Tapos next niyan, loading screen na ng ano yan. Yung cooldown ng ano ng ano. Ay, yung
Parang ang bilis
countdown.
naman ng ano.
Oh,
Bilis
diba?
ah. Ilang minuto na lang.
Kasama na siguro din sa countdown yung kanina.
Pero kapag ano, kapag finals, parang mas patagal ba?
Oh, yata. Alam ko 10 minute ang break eh. Not sure. O mabilis lang yung oras. Pero grabe yung picture ni ano. Ni Faker
Sure,
pati ni
dalawa.
ano. Chobi.
Maghaharap kaya ulit sila.
EWC. Sana. Maghaharap ulit yan.
Magharap sila.
Tunay. Pero kung hindi mapapababa ng ano, upper bracket yung Genji, baka mag-abot yung T1 pati ano, semis na. Kung makakapasok ng ano, ng upper bracket yung T1, kaso ano sila eh. Ito, play-in sila galing. Mababa yung seeding nila. Ang ano, ang sure ball manalo ngayon, Genji talaga. This world.
Undefeated diba sila in T1 last year?
Last year? Saan?
Sa World.
Sa Worlds? Oo, wala silang talo.
Pati ba ng ano, 2023?
23 lower bracket yata sila pagkakatanda.
lower.
Ay hindi, upper sila pala. Ay, tama ba?
Undefeated din.
Hindi naman undefeated. May talo rin yata T1 nung last year. Like nung nung ano pa lang. Nung wala pang playoffs. Hindi ko maalala ng maayos eh. Coinbase. Lantok ako ah. Antok ka talaga ako pag ganitong time eh. 5 to 6. Eh. T1.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds
Okay.
2025. It's the play-ins, it's a best of 5, but now it's been transformed into a best of 3 as IG has equalized the series. Kobe, we were walking back after game 1.
Natakot ako sa T1 man.
Really need for this to be perfect.
Like
So IG
both
win the next
game 1 and 2 hirap sila eh.
And now it doesn't matter what happens. It's a banger series.
Mabutasan lang nila yung game ano eh.
They equalize as well.
Oops, sorry.
Priority,
Drafting na.
he's still available here. We're gonna
Ayan na, may binaban na yung pan. Ayan, nakita mo yung nasa gitna yung series ban. Ayan yung mga na-pick na.
be the Rumble game. We'll see.
Ah,
Also,
okay.
this is all going to change, right? Because finally, we've got a side switch. So T1 will move over to the blue side. We have the Kai'Sa remaining. That will stay as
May
the
ganyan
first
na pala,
ban,
ah.
Oh,
understandably
yung fearless
so.
draft.
They're still going to get
Di bibigay ang Azir man. Bro. Ban ng IG ano? Ban niya Rel? Or Papi ulit? Or Vi? Papi? Papi pa rin eh. Papi pa rin yung ban na yun. Pick nyo naman. Pick nyo na yung Yunara. Open. Diba? Ayan na yun eh. Open na eh.
And we'll see whether he is going to be able to take it to Gala and IG in this game.
Okay, investing in it.
Baka may mag-ash.
That's a champ that definitely
Nami
benefits
Lucian,
the
IG.
team comp you're playing against.
What if?
Are kind of short range and they group up a lot, so you get a lot of splash damage benefits.
Oh, kinuha nila yung Vi.
Champion that does not benefit when
Nalock
the
in ba?
enemies have
Nilock in?
CC that can lock you down. So, yeah, this is, Vi is in the past when Zeri was a mega big problem of super
Wow, EDC pick.
solution. So, see if that works on Yunara as well.
Saya?
Guaranteed engage, and Vi has been a good champion.
Or jungle. Ay, ano. Top lane hero.
See what they want to pair it with here.
Top lane. Rumble.
Ganda nun.
We were talking about.
Top lane hero.
All right, so that's going to be locked in. The Shy going to be taking the flamethrower towards that top side, and this call already from IG is pretty hard for T1 to deal
Xin
with.
Xiao.
Yan ang Xin Xiao.
Ayan na yung Xin Xiao ni Oner.
And he will just snap lock that one in as his answer.
Mid lane Galio.
Galio.
Galio. Open.
Pwede, pwede.
President could be something that they could do alongside Kumiyushi here. Hopefully, T1 can turn him into a point of success here for the team.
Silas Ari. XD.
Yeah, the Galio, good lane here into Rumble, and then as you're
Smolder.
saying, use your ultimate on
Mid
the
ba yan or
Protector.
EDC?
That's a Smolder.
Okay, we get the stack.
Smolder.
Did you guys have this in the LTA now back to the LCS when you were there?
Lulu.
Like,
Smolder and
ban.
Yunara.
Oh, pwede rin magban ng Lulu yung ano.
First time around didn't quite
IG.
work, but then it did. So it sometimes
Lulu ban ulit. Lulu.
We also played a decent amount on the patch where Yunara got giga nerfed. So we actually didn't get as much Yunara even to start out
Orn.
those trades. But yeah, here we go.
Okay.
We're gonna get it
Para sa ano?
on stage here.
Bugbog si Rumble dyan.
And is gonna be
Sayang.
still gonna go for Orn ban out on the other side.
Orn ban man.
So yeah, I mean it is Faker as well. So you're like, you know what? We're not guaranteed that it's gonna be like a Galio counter directly.
Hey, what if i-pick natin si Yorick?
I saw the Galio locked in and I'm like, that's going to fake.
Since hindi naman maka-counter ni Cho'Gath,
A very popular.
nakalock na yung ano. Ay, binan nila yung rel. Nakalock easy sila magpipick nung rel.
Just have to see how it is going.
Ay, ay, ay.
As the Rel taken away here from Mako. See whether another engaged support is going to bite dust as well. Leona and Nautilus probably the ones that stand out. In
Ban sila ng isang top lane ulit siguro. Or ng support.
Last ban then come on through from T1's former coach in Daney. Was in fact after Daney left T1 the year after.
Ay, Lulu.
So handing on.
Tapos, ang ban ng T1 is
And so
EDC. Hindi ko sure kasi kung mid yan or ano eh. Aurora pa din.
going to be the ban for T1.
So far, most banned yung Saya ano.
Maybe rookies champion
Saya Aurora pati yung ano.
make the most sense to me.
OP. Azir Rice. Ay ano, yung Rice. Ay, yung Azir pati yan.
Leona.
Leona, ayan na.
Very dangerous.
Guganda ng
Ano
pick
eh?
ng laban.
Binan mismo ng T1 yung ano eh.
Could be something.
So Ari got buffed on this patch. Well, I mean,
Renata, let's go.
So they want the
Laban yung
Galio
Lulu eh. Renata Lulu na lang.
fully revealed first.
Kench.
And Renata is just locked.
Top lane Yorick para masaya.
Pretty hard. By
Not sure kung maganda pa rin Yorick ngayon.
the win rate on the Renata isn't fantastic this year.
Jace?
But has already seen the Leona, so doesn't need to worry about it too much. And it's most likely that Smolder heading down towards the bottom side unless Rookie does.
Uy, uy, uy.
that one
Ang
himself.
hirap.
One last pick to be locked in for
Yorick
Yorick.
Jace.
What is the answer to the Rumble, or what is Faker's pick going to be? And it's looking like
Ani?
as that
Top
Galio
lane Galio?
top lane will be coming on through.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So that's more what I was originally thinking, and we do get the lane
Let's go.
answer, and we're gonna have
Napanood
a
ka na
big
to.
Annie
Oh my.
Engage here
Oh my.
for Faker, which means their rookie final reveal here. Interesting Quay. Does have long
Hey,
range,
pwede Ari.
big AoE burst damage.
Sure na yan, Wei.
Scales. Can also have some nice AoE CC here on the grouping.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it.
Ah.
As far as what this composition looks like.
Ang gulo no. Ba't parang weird ng comp bigla ng IG tuloy.
In the later stages of the game, but it does feel a little bit like they could potentially get run over when it comes to the mid game. But if the way scales, like you say, if he's able to get into position, I mean,
Final na yan.
coaching this team is going to be very, very hard.
Oh, kala ko final na yun.
If there are any choke points involved, and that red carpet is laid down by the Shy. T1, I think this is
ADC ano?
the cleanest drop
Wei.
we've seen from them so far in this
Crazy.
All right, let's see it. Game number 3.
Ang galing. Ganda mag-drop ng IG. What the hell?
We get the Molder lock in for Gala. Especially when the Molder gets to the rapid fire.
Makakapag-stack kayo sa boulder. Paano pag nagkalid yung Yunara?
And rapid fire range.
GG.
From IG.
Galing mag-drop ng IG. Sa to lang. Grabe.
damage down. Cease and desist comes in, bomb is laid on top, right? He does a whole lot of work. And YG, a lot of these eggs are in the Gala basket. And you know what? There's no basket that's looking better on IG at this point in time. And so game number 3, I do feel like T1 in a good spot, right? With the composition that they have. But we'll just have to see whether it's going to work against an IG that have looked tenacious in their last couple of matches. The fact that JDG made that series look like it was over in game 1, and then it was a 3-1. So IG, certainly not a team to be counted out at any stage. Let's hope that T1 have done the right adjustment moving into this game number 3. Looks like we might have a little bit of a delay moving into this next game.
Nyari.
But honestly, wouldn't be a T1 series without it.
You said you had inside information before.
About
your
the
source
pause?
is your source.
My source is still good, but I still don't want to give it. So I have all the information in my vault-like brain. However, I cannot divulge any of it.
Can you tease us? Maybe some hints? Maybe like a
You'll ask
riddle?
him.
What about?
Oh, not that kind of thing.
What? Anong tinatago ng mga caster?
What could I say?
It's really. I'm sorry. Coming up with a riddle is really hard on the spot. My bad.
Anong alam ng mga caster? T1 script sa Worlds? XD?
Didn't quite get there. As hi, welcome to the Castle Desk. I know we don't spend a lot of time together here, but thankfully, when we get pauses, we do get to hang out. That is
Man, may poses man. May pa start yung game.
I was just gonna like say a word.
Tech pause. Ayayay.
That was my goal.
I like the Atlas words.
Wait.
Those are the best. Slurkle is one of your greatest pieces of work.
Oh, thanks, Kobe.
I
You
love
know what? A
Slurkle.
lot of my colleagues thought that Slurkle made them feel a little bit uncomfortable. And so I really
What's that,
appreciate
Mao?
it. And do you know what the best part is? We get to talk about Slurkles just before I say Slurkle a whole bunch of times because Yunara was picked in this game. For those that weren't, watching the LCK, which might be a whole lot of you.
Wait lang,
Slurkle
chatters.
is just a
Teka lang.
circle that slows.
Okay, so.
And we've got a few of those. I'm pretty sure there is one of those that is on the way as well. So, in fact, he has so many buttons. He's got about all of the circle abilities that can happen in the game.
Okay, so yeah, what is so Slurkle, you say, is slow and circle put together for Yunara's W because it doesn't do very much damage.
And also its name is it's like Arc of Judgment, which doesn't really tell the story of what it is, in my opinion.
So what would you call Quay's circle? That's the eyeball he puts on the ground that if you go into it, it's gonna root you. So it's a root circle.
Yeah, Rukle.
A Rukle.
A Rukle.
Okay.
Yeah, it's easy. You just put
That's a good
circle
one.
and the CC together. The thing, when it gets a little bit complicated, right, is when you've got Leona's solar flare, which not only but
it's a
also
circle and
stuns.
okay.
Sometimes you can only catch the Slurkle part of it, but
true.
then you
The
can
outside.
get hit by the stun Slurkle.
Yeah, the center.
Yeah, which really does add a whole lot. That's not even.
So is it
worth
a
using. I just
Sturkle
put
then?
Stun at
Is
the
this
beginning.
a Sturkle? The center is a
Slurkle.
Sturkle?
You need to put the L in. So
The stun.
yes, Sturkle. You get stunned by the middle thing. So the whole circle is still involved, right?
I like it. Okay.
So it has to have the stun in there as well. We
Do I
really
like it
chose the most
actually? I don't
difficult
know.
one. Yeah. We got a Torkel as well, the taunt circle.
Okay.
We've got a whole bunch of different circles in this one, but the Slurkle is the one that we're only going to be talking about. I've said the word so many times, it's lost all meaning. So a little bit of a tech pause. Do you want to have a guess? Have any guess?
Well, we've got usually you get problems with like new champions. Maybe Hui. Hui has a lot of extra abilities, you know. So
What?
maybe
Just
problems.
trying to figure out
Maybe
what
it's
all the
Wei's
abilities
fault.
do.
Yeah, maybe it's Yunara's fault.
I'm happy to blame Wei. I do think that
As
it's
a
on the
champion.
T1 side, based on what I'm checking out on the stage right now. And
Ah, may
hopefully
problem
it
na
means
naman
that it's
T1.
probably just a periphery.
Inaayos yung script.
Obviously, I know, but I'm doing my very best to hide the fact that I know and just guessing. So yeah.
So, ang nagtitis yung mga caster man, kung ano yung issue.
Doing our very best to get our techs on it.
Naayos niyo yung script, no? Dehado yung T1 eh.
Right there momentarily. The shine and meditation by the looks of things. And do you know what I love about IG? One of my favorite
Post na
things about
naman.
this team is that they
Oo.
are all such veteran
Ayaw nga sabihin ng mga ano yung
It
post eh.
feels often like it's only the fan base that's prone to tilt. The team will not care. Like the Shy can have that game one and then just come into game two and do either exactly the same thing again or have it work. And he's still going to go for those plays, still going to make it happen. And I just find that so endearing. I love it.
I mean, we have so many veterans up there and so many decorated veterans. If you think about it, in this series, every one of the players up there is either a world champion, an MSI
Lock
champion,
in Faker man.
or Doran.
Oo nga, no, si Doran lang halos walang achievement.
He has one of those. He did pretty well. But also, I will not allow any Doran slander this year.
Yeah.
In 2025, the man, and honestly, I was,
Well,
a bit of a doubt. I was
LCK.
proud of the trade. I
Ano na?
felt like perhaps T1
LCK
were gonna
champion.
look like the same team.
Ah, yun nga. They like sa
Those
international
hours
ba?
were delicious when I was
Ayun lang.
Yun lang.
over and over again throughout the year because Doran has
Ayun, yung sinasabi ko nung nakaraan, Lotus, domestic title.
this year as we
Mas
are
lamang si Doran sa achievement, tsaka sa experience, kumpara kay Zeus. Pero sa international, mas lamang si Zeus. Domestic pala yung word.
That was, because he was,
Ano lang meron siya. Champion. World champion. Si Zeus.
Zeus, dun siya lamang. Pag kinumpare mo yung karir nila.
Pero experience, maraming
Tawag nga kay Zeus, Ay, tawag nga kay Doran sa domestic, Tatay ni Zeus, Zeus dad. Daddy. Zeus is dad. Inaayos yung script, guys. Ay, sana all may pirma ni Dashay.
Or it could be IG making their way back. And you know what? If T1 are not at Worlds,
Anyari, naglog yung PC5.
I think if IG
Ayan na.
eliminates T1 here in play-ins, they already are so popular in China.
Pag na-eliminate ng IG yung T1, bababa ni viewership ng Worlds.
Because T1 has eliminated so many
Hindi na ako manonood.
Di ba?
that's a really good stat. Think about it. If T1 aren't at Worlds, what's the percentage of the time that IG wins?
No. Ang percentage ng viewership nyo, man.
It's way better.
There's
Wala.
not that many years that T1 has not been there. And one of those years, IG managed to win.
I think.
Wait, some video games? All right, here we are, ladies
Nice,
and gentlemen.
Paldo.
We want to apologize for prattling on for so incredibly long. I want to say thank you to the players for pausing the game for us. So that we
Ingay
could
ng mga
talk about
ano,
nothing for a long time.
crowd ngayon.
But now we are
Nagising na
back
sila.
and ready to get onto the Rift here for game number 3. And the fans
Yun
here as well.
Yung crowd buong T1
Sounding pretty
Tunay.
ready to get back onto the Rift for this one.
Sa China kasi yung ngayon, Worlds
Once again, Kobe.
Well, we did.
home court ng mga LPL.
Sasabihin, balagbag nga si si Showmaker. Hello, pre.
Hello.
Guys, natanda ako ng meeting, guys. Balik ako
Meeting
mamaya,
ulit?
mga around 10. Oh, pre!
What?
Hanggang
What?
9.
Oh my God!
Hanggang 9.
Oh my God.
Wala magawa, pre. Alipin ng salapi.
Ay, ay, ay. Kailangan paldo yan, man.
Oo.
Kailangan paldo yan, man.
Overtime to, pre.
Lock-in dapat yan sa ano, man.
4 hours overtime.
Oray mo.
Ingat, tol.
Ingat, tol. Baka tumagos.
Tumagos ka na, tol. Sobrang alapin ka lang sa labi. Alipin ka lang sa labi. Baka tumagos ka.
Para makakyat sa impyernong tore na pinamumugaran ng mga ninjang Lodi.
Ang inang buhay to.
Nung buhay to. Mama! Chup chup!
Ako na lang sunod si Darko. Buhay pa ba to?
Mama, chup chup.
Parang sumpan.
Okay, lock in, game 3.
Ay, ay, ay.
So far, lamang sa lane yung T1, man.
Pre, babay na muna, pre.
Okay, pre. Thank you. Ingat.
See you later, guys. See you later.
See you, man. Ingat, pre. Ingat. Thank you.
I think this should help out the smolder scaling
Okay.
quite significantly. Plus, you get out of the Galio Rumble answer there.
Ah, okay. Si ano.
So I guess
Yung IG nag-ano ngayon. Nag-lane swap. Para sa small.
Karma was able to get 3 plates worth of payment of extra gold for the lane swap.
And I do feel like Caitlyn is the quintessential I'm going to destroy your turret in 4 minutes, right? Like that's the champion that she is. Inara, not necessarily quite as much that. And once the Shy hits level 6, it's going to be even more difficult to get lane states in positions that you want just because of the flexibility that
Paano na to
Equalizer
ngayon?
gives you.
I feel ko ang hirap pa rin ng game 3.
For a little bit of an angle, hanging out in the fog of war for now to see whether Faker is going to move forward. Looking down relatively low, and now Mako himself. Molten Shield comes out. Flash, but it's not quite early enough as the jump comes through. But
Okay, man.
is going to live, but still, Flash employed. That is a big deal. The Shy now in trouble as well. Gumiushi presses Q and does a bunch of damage.
Walang pa si Faker, man.
Quite enough. The Shy will survive.
Yeah, that is a nice value window.
Nagkampante si Rookie na ng ilang minutes.
Not only do you get the flash, but also the Xenoblade still following and connecting means a lot of follow-up damage there. They still get the stun.
Paldo si Rookie niyan, man.
And Annie with no flash and receiving a large chunk makes it even more difficult here to deal with poke around mid lane. And we see Vi's going mid lane, but Owner's bottom, and they're going for it.
All in!
Mako's going to turn up here as they're at least looking to gank a plate towards his bottom side as there is the
Paldo!
the Shy. There's first blood for Owner on this Zinzao. This is what we
Pwede
wanted
pa.
to see out of this guy as now Mako could
Out
be in
na?
trouble as
Okay.
well, but instead
Laki ng wave.
T1 going to take their prize and back away,
Safe lang muna.
towards his bottom side as we say it.
Pero kung walang wave yun, man. Kung walang wave yun, tas kung di nila nakita si ano. Nakita nila dumaan si Wei sa ano eh.
And there's a handshake.
River ng mid eh.
Very polite, but unfortunately not going to be able to stop the back here of Owner, who is now back towards his jungle.
Dude, how
Magkamali daw sila.
they go for the
Ayan o. Lamang na si Rookie sa poking, man.
Just mining some gold off your
Ang
turret.
pang-out
Don't
si
mind us.
Faker.
And the carrier moves up. He slides the handshake through right onto the Shy.
Oh no, ang
Gets the
awkward nito.
rumble,
Kaya,
lock him
wag
up,
na.
and
Atras lang.
immediately delete him.
And the bailout gives you so much freedom to do that if you can guarantee the kills. As Carrier, speaking of kills,
Oh, grabe yung movement speed ng Leono. Ang bilis.
he's going to try and zone him away from the turret, get the Shy.
Ah.
Needed money. Now, looking to try and put some pressure on. Gumiushi makes his way back. A 2v2 has reformed. As Slurple actually getting more value than it normally does. Carrier down below.
Awkward, man. Pasok na, Guma. Tower.
Wave also being frustrating.
Lamang sila.
IG will need to back away. Gumiushi gets towards the wave, which is
Tas reset
exactly
carry
what he wants.
or hindi. Pwede rin hindi.
Right, clean up those
Paba naman si
CS.
Owner eh.
Carrier is fine. Of course, Carrier has
Like yung pating niya paba oh. I-clear niya lang yung
dive,
KFC.
so that'd be a little bit careful there.
Yep, zapping down the wave is Guma though. And if we have a look at the CS margins between the two bottom laners, although one of them is missing, it is pretty close. Another
Oh,
Xenoblade
walang
going
flash
to
yung
connect.
mid.
Already a lot of damage onto Mako, but Faker is already dead. Owner gets the knock up and takes down the Leona in trade. Now Carrier and Gumiushi moving in as well. Wind becomes lightning, doing so much work. And the handshake.
Hey!
onto the Shy.
No!
Now IG
What?
turn it around.
What are we doing, man? Guys?
Carrier gets taken out.
Ba't tayo nag-forward?
For the rumble, then the bailout.
Okay?
Pwede rin.
It secures
Na-bailout,
Owner's
man.
life and he gets himself out of there.
Pero bakit?
Gumiushi
Ba't tayo
now
nag-forward?
trying to deal with Rookie,
Knock-out
who's
na tayo.
way. He's getting a bunch bunch of work done.
Oh my God, Guma!
Guma, he's crazy.
Baliw si Guma, man.
Be able to get himself out of there, but man,
Ayan,
Guma is
kala ko
angry about
makikill,
what
man.
happened in game 2.
Honestly, I love the action in
Holy.
this series. It is getting bloody in game 3, and it's very heavily in favor of T1, this blood, Atlas.
Yeah, the Shy is unhinged, man. He just goes for anything. That's a potential play.
Ah.
Faker eats another Zenith blade,
Okay.
but now Carrier going to be moving over alongside him.
Ah.
Ay,
Ay, ay.
So much work with the bailout.
Oh,
Can they actually
no.
keep him alive? The answer's no. Rookie gets the kill. And this way
Oh,
could
nagkamot
become
na
a
mukha
problem
si
as this
Faker,
game
man.
goes on.
The level 6 advantage for Rookie here. They're able to take down
Ay, ay,
Faker
ay.
in the aftermath, just as we're saying, oh wow,
Paano
all
na
this
ito,
blood,
guys?
T1 benefiting. They just had previously an over 1,000 gold lead, but it gets chopped down immediately as Mako and
Walang
Rookie were
flash,
able to
Guma.
answer.
Kaya ginagaw
So
nito
Atlas
siya.
taking stock. Yeah, after all the skirmishes here, through the river, Owner benefiting a lot, but Owner now under attack. He gets teleport.
He got the
Renata TP, man.
Teleport is coming in here from Carrier to try and back him up, and now the grand entrance, the hero's entrance, going to come on through just
Hero's
as much to
entrance,
catch up
pre.
to
Nice
Mako.
ulti,
The bear's
Faker.
so down. The Faker's like, you can have my bear. I'm just gonna go back to the wave.
Yeah, a little vengeance there from the mid ganks that Mako's been throwing towards Faker's way. Gets the bear over.
Okay lang yan. Kahit 0 to si Faker, kaya niya yan. Wag lang yung ibang player.
This dragon. Meanwhile, I do want to say that
Nakaharas si Guma.
because the mini map there, Smolder just been having a very easy time up alone. We haven't had the camera up here by Gala. That's what Smolder wants. It's in a matchup versus melee champ, stacking away. And,
Si Galio eh. Kilala sa hero entrance eh, no?
Onto the Shy. Equalizer goes down. There's the Crescent Guard as Owner trying to keep
Down.
himself alive. He gets the
Down.
slide down onto the dragon.
Lock in, pre. Vi. Pwede na yung Vi, man. Nabuhay si Guma. Oh my God. Ah. Sayang.
Will be able to take him down with the help of Rookie off to the side. The Shy on no health. As
Kill
Faker
kay
will
Faker.
once again claim some revenge. One little Q is going to be enough to do it. And Owner takes
Wo,
down
nakuha si
the
Dashay.
Shy.
Paldo.
And so they get the Drake and they
Kaso
win
lugi
out
pa
of
rin
the
si
fight.
Faker sa mid.
Goes for the chase. He flashes for it. 5 kills
Ah, ang awkward.
for Owner.
That's a big Zins out.
I reverse cursed. I opened up the game saying, oh wow, wait. All right, well, here we go. Owner, he had a good ultimate there, so he popped way back with his...
Pero kung hindi ganun yung health ng DR, patay si si Shy agad dun eh. Pwede pa mag-auto-attack si Owner dun eh. Kung medyo healthy pa yung DR, boy sana si Guma dun.
Huge for T1. They collect the other kills, and now we're gonna get to see the Owner part of it.
Sinintay pa talaga ni Faker na mag-ski, mag-ano siya oh.
Goes under tower.
Lakad-lakad muna.
Faker as well. And Rookie, without a front line, is unable to do too much. So the way hasn't died yet this game. 2-0-2 is Rookie is still in a great position. They're not doing a massive amount of damage at this stage. Merc Treads are what he had to go for to respect the
Oh yeah, yung smolder stackings lang man.
It's going to take a little bit more time to get fully online.
78 ano? Last hit. Ilan stacks? 80? Ay ay ay.
When the game is this bloody, then you can get that extra value. But definitely like you're saying, yeah,
Kati.
does need to scale up a bit with this champion.
Yung nga lang yung problem, kailangan mag-ulti ni Faker.
And they've got that Gala.
Yung way, mag-Q lang yan or W na ano eh. WW lang.
5 stacks for himself, only 9
QQW, kaya yung ano.
quite nice
QE.
there. The Cole been ticking down,
Ay, nakauna kong ano.
with their lane swap that they opted into.
Champion, Ali.
Ano na?
Ay, nakauna kong ginamit na champion.
Ani.
Ani.
Tiba! Sino una kong ginamit na champion? Nakalimutan ko. Parang Ani rin yata or ano. Kasi natry ko mag-team eh. Sa PC ng ano ko. Doon ko nakita yung dig eh. PC ng pinsan ko.
Plate's going to be eradicated from this top lane out of touch.
2013
I mean,
something.
honestly, this is when I was talking about this was what I was expecting from Owner. This was more along those lines of what we're kind of expecting coming in, and he's got this big gold lead. Early Sundered Sky completed is
Malakas ba talaga sa mana yung Yunara?
for junglers with all that extra money, and so he just continues to
Ano
apply
ba, ay,
pressure, circles
hindi
back
ko pa
around.
natatry yan eh.
Just
Oo,
to
hindi ko pa
make
na-try
sure
yung Yunara. Hindi ko rin masyado nakakalaban.
he actually push right back in, and then can finish up the camps.
Yep, Nico now going to be holding this wave so the Gala can collect as many of these minions
Ah, di mo kuha ni Faker. Ah, nakuha. Aldo. Kaso tignan mo.
Onto Faker. If he lands the combos, the Hui really does a whole lot of work. And it's kind of cheating, right? You get double equalizers.
QE lang man. Tignan mo yung health ni Faker. Oh. Yan, EE.
It's not fun for Annie. Here's
Zone
more
na si
range,
Faker.
so he
Inulti
just
yan.
got pelted.
And Faker going to take a
Ay,
lot
ay,
of
ay.
damage from that spiraling despair. But as you can see, normally, Faker doesn't have too much trouble against the LPL. And you can see also that it's not always 3-0s. It's not
Siya lang yung ano.
but he gets it
Siya
done.
lang yung di lamang sa side ng
See right now,
T1.
T1 in a pretty good position to get themselves towards match point. But on the other side,
There are some players in IG that have had a lot of success versus T1, specifically at MSI, and have beaten T1, the organization, in the past to win.
Ayun, ayan.
and
Puro MSI yan eh.
as you can see here, the glimmer of hope,
Miko Galloway.
who were able to take down
Huh?
Faker in 2022, of course. A lot of the victories that we saw in the head-to-head between Rookie and Faker was group stages, things like this. But Mako, Gala, and Wei have done a whole bunch of work. And Mako, of course, back over 10 years ago at MSI, very first one.
Also want to point out that it was important that Faker had Keria on speed dial on that last, Wei ultimate that he soaked under tower, and he was like, immediate redemption.
Ayun yung Chinese na players na hirap si Faker sa international eh.
So he was able to survive that.
Tatlong players dyan.
The onslaught from the Wei trying to poke him down.
Ang record ni Rookie pati ni Faker, lamang si Rookie ng 3 wins eh.
With those 5 kills, so he's gonna work into
Pero hindi sila
6-3.
natatalo sa LPL. Yun.
Hirap niyan, kaya nga nakakatakot eh. IG kalaban agad, T1. Doran! Wala na, babalik na yung health niya. Nagka-trade lang.
Historically pretty good into the Rumble. Finally, we are actually seeing those two champions going head-to-head. Has a bunch of the items that makes you feel a lot better in the matchup.
Like wala lang talo si Faker sa ano, sa China kapag Worlds. Pero pag MSI, lamang-lamang ang China. Ulti! Yun lang. Ganda talaga ng value na ngayon.
Sneezes on the minion wave, Ona comes on over, but they have full information as to what's happening, and with Rookie and Wei unlocked from the mid lane, there is no way that this dive is happening.
Ay, hirap.
They defend the bottom side and
Hirap
they
sa mid.
delete the mid lane there.
Ayan na, may ano na.
Very nicely done. Super easy for IG.
May talsik na yung Duranong ano.
Rookie here on the way looks like he's going to scale
Smolder.
pretty quickly. Atlas is going to be accelerated in that scaling endeavors. Almost a 2,000 individual gold lead, and we mentioned the early Dark Seal with all these extra stacks, so much extra power. Blackfire Torch been completed. Lots of damage.
Oh my god, din nilipas si
And
Guma.
if you're looking at how the comps are going to interact later, even though T1 had this big early gold lead, not only did that get chopped down there with the extra kill, but even so, IG are not too
Lane swap
scared
na.
of later on.
Bot lane
because they do
Galio
have
na.
range
Low
advantages
run.
later on. They've got really, really quickly stacking Smolder here. 145 already for Gala.
145 at 14 like in a
Laki, 145.
Yeah, he is
Laki yan.
stacking super quick.
Para
They're
14 minutes,
way,
para sa
like
14
you
minutes,
said,
145.
is rich
Ay.
and is doing very well in the opener. So, you're going to get to that rapid fire cannon point for Smolder really quickly. So then you can use your like rapid fire poke, your Hui poke, and as long as Vi chooses correct timings, Vi and Leona, then it's going to be like hard for T1. They're going to have to choose their moment really quickly since they are at the range disadvantage, and you just kind of like gotta go for it and make the play fairly quick. Owner might be able to do that. I mean, he is very strong on Xin, and maybe
Yes,
find a way
naka-recall
to
si Faker.
himself in there and
Kala ko madedelay na naman eh.
See whether he can find an angle. Of course, Xin Galio has been a combo that T1 have used many, many times in the past. It's not often the Doran on the Galio combo, but Wave's going to make his way down towards the bottom side, and Doran on the Galio is on our screen, but not for long, as the Shy is going to be able to burn him down. Just checkmate as the jungler walks in.
nicely done, pretty easy.
Malas ni
there.
Doran.
T1 are on the top side of the map.
Unang game
Collecting
ng
those grubs. 3 grubs
Worlds at
for one
lineup ng
Doran.
T1 sa Worlds. Dashay agad katapat sa top.
Say it's probably not necessarily the best, especially with this ticking.
Faker, ako gagawin yun na isip ko.
Small dragon that is
Kala
here
ko,
on top side.
mag-go
I feel
ng
like
flash
IG have
ulti.
found stability. And they've also found themselves a slight gold lead. The one thing that's in T1's favor is the fact that they've stacked up 2 Drakes. Hextech Soul is ludicrous. We have not necessarily seen it be, you know, immune to losing, but it does certainly help out. And Gumayusi on this Yunara has not necessarily had, you know, those big team fights to really prove himself just yet. See whether he will be able to get that space in order to do so. Because he not only has Bailout available, but he also has the Galio there with a heroic entrance. He's got this Xin Zhao who's mega fed to help stand in front.
5-0 pala yung scene.
As once again, Shy versus Doran on the top side right now. And with the fact that this game is slowed down, I can't help but feel like T1 need to be starting to get nervous.
Yeah, the big thing for T1 is like, how are they going to force the issue here?
Whoa, there's a flash.
Okay.
Thomas is going to move on up to try and take down the Shy. They're walking down the red carpet. He flashes away. The Winds of War comes in.
Nakat,
and there's
nice.
the knock-up. 3 Talon strike, and down goes the Shy. A 4th death for this Rumble. But killing the Shy, is that a win condition? I don't think so.
Not really.
Although I don't think it's a win condition for
2-4. Kung 1-4-0-4 si Dashay,
He's
oo.
going to be immune to flash out from Faker. Doesn't want anything to do with that solar flare as way. Able to get over the top as well with that Vault Breaker, and T1
Guys, ingat guys. May cease and desist yung ano man. Bye.
To be able to get the flash down on Annie, because if you're looking at ways for T1 to actually force on IG and close distance to that range advantage as the tower does go down in favor. Oh, wait a second.
Ooh, who won? Was that T1 that were able to grab?
Sino nakuha?
That was very close. Let's get the overload update.
The shoes did go over to T1, so they, I believe, were able to.
Sa T1.
Regardless, though, without the flash, like they're really going to be
Nakuha
counting
nila yung
on
Pits of
flash,
War ba?
engages on the side of T1 to close distance on the Smolder on the way that are going to be so powerful. So
No!
Finding some pot shots here, and it's very difficult for T1 to deal with long range.
May cease and desist yung Vi, guys.
To do damage here as the redemption comes through. Get the
Ingat.
back up and ready here for Onan. They have to be decisive, and they are
Ayun
going
na.
to be so. As the ulti comes on down there from Onan, Mako taking a lot of damage as
Yan,
well.
atas lang.
Will be the
Pwede na yan.
follow-up just to zone them away from the area. This is sole point for T1, but they've already invested quite a lot into this play as Faco, without that flash, like you said earlier, is going to turn up. And it's going to be an honest 5v5. The equalizer is there for the Shy. We'll see whether he can layer it in well. As Gumayusi standing in front, wanting to try and find
Nice
an
one.
angle as they are able to take down the Dragon. There's sole point, but there is the equalizer down as well from
Paano
IG.
makaka-out yung dalawa sa pit ngayon?
Necessarily getting the work done that they wanted to, though, as the Bear is going to crash.
Okay!
Rumble, he's the first to go down. It's Gumayusi.
Wei?
Grabs the kill
Patay
on
si
the
Wei?
side, and it's Doran standing
Nice
for
one!
so long.
Boy pa si Keria, man.
The play you were looking for.
yeah, that was
Paldo.
definitely not it. The Shy walks in, he gets blown up right into Tibbers, right into T1. They actually get all of their kills. 3 people down on the side of IG. T1 are going to just explode with the gold here.
Rah!
This tower is going to explode as
Boom.
well, Kobe. Down this one will go. And Gumayusi is the hugest benefactor out of that fight. He already had 2 items completed. We have Doran crashing Shelly into a wall because why not?
Di marunong mag-drive si Doran, man.
Now the Yunara Smolder conversation gets a little bit different as she is now sitting on 3-1 and 3.
That was such
3-1-3 na yung ano.
Let's.
Ay, ay.
This is where you also want the comms listening. Okay, so Wei initially tries to go for the steal there, and
Ang di ko gets is bakit bumalik pa yung ano. Dahil kinin dapat hinintay na lang nila eh.
away from the whole rest of the team, and they're going into Owner and
Ba't nag-go si Wei?
Doran in the pit, who are both tanky.
Para
And
saan
they're
yun,
fine
Wei?
in the
Di ko
back
gets.
of the pit, so the shot just gets blown up by the other members of T1 on the top side, then the rest of
Separated si
IG,
siya eh.
funneled themselves into the bad spot, right into the Galio ultimate that's in a great circle itself inside of the Dragon Pit, and so that was...
Speaking of circles,
Sana makabawi IG pero sana manalo T1 this game. Oh my god.
he went down to like 2 health and then didn't even die. And from that point on, Rookie had no mana. Was not actually able to participate
Bakit
at all.
pag-stump
And
lang
now
eh.
we've moved to a 3,000 gold lead and Soul Point and Otacon is on the map. T1 are looking for an angle in.
Gold
but
grind,
IG do
Coinbase.
manage to get a few extra members down here early.
Truly a head scratcher there from IG.
Okay, babaan ko yung cam ko para makita. Ayan yung others, guys.
Puntahan ko lang kay Tigang.
Okay, Pre, go. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy, Pre.
Yeah, they want to force around
Thank you,
Otacon.
thank you.
T1
Thank you.
definitely would like another skirmish here immediately afterwards. This Galio ult has a little bit longer on a cooldown, so may not immediately. They could wait for Doran's cooldown here for Galio ult to come up and then force.
See whether they do look for that angle as heroic entrance able to move him from the mid lane, so extra pressure available here for T1 as the Chu goes wide. And Snare is going to get onto Ona, but damage onto the Xin Zhao isn't exactly the most permanent. Okay, the flash.
Okay, patay na si Gala. Nabuhay. Patay. Hit. Nag-heal. Nice one, Guma. Nice flash in. Rookie, target. Boom, 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 boom. Baba. Easy. Oh my god. Paldo. Paldo. Sarap.
Nice initiation there. They're gonna get the prize afterwards as well.
And man, if you like, when I was looking at this composition, I wasn't thinking Flash Auto was going to be the engage option, but that's exactly what Ona was going for. As Gala does get away to relative safety, but he had no health. He just couldn't fight anymore.
Yeah, Karya's ultimate does follow, and then Guma's like, I got this. Goes in with the flash, with the dash, closes the distance to chase down the rest of them. And Owner, so much better of a game this time around. You know,
Oh my god, finally Owner.
Preps for the engage, goes for the flash.
Bukas si Owner, man.
Flash out of Gala there, making the Smolder vulnerable to the follow-up engage from T1. And they just blow it wide open. IG had been stacking so well. I mean, now Smolder, you know, is 236. But they've lost all this big, you know, advantage of gold lead that they had and all of everything that was going for IG. Now it's T1 with very large item advantage off the gold and Dragon Soul coming imminently.
And Hextech Soul.
Oh, ano na naman yun?
This poke composition is going to struggle a little
Ano
bit.
na naman ginagawa ng observer?
Right? Because it's all about
Ano na naman yun, man?
the phalanx, you know, hold the line as it
Run! Hindi nakapasok si Owner!
to dry. Now Gala flaps over the wall. It's so much damage though. Still, Circle not going to be saving the Xin Zhao, and that is shut down money over to Rookie.
Ano na naman nangyari doon, man?
They warned us against this in Arcane.
We learnt about it from Arcane. Is now Rookie. Oh,
please!
Learnt about it as well. Doran going to be able to finish him off. He's now in an awkward position, but they don't have to deal with the
Faker flash ulti? Oh my god.
under the rumble, and somehow their most fed member
Paldo.
dying turned into an inhibitor turret?
Yeah, T1 are just gonna flash on you. Everyone flashing over walls here. Doran flashes in, Faker flashes in, T1. They actually even take, wait, Dragon's going down.
Yep, they were looking for the Dragon here. Hostile takeover will be avoided for now, but it's a double.
You're still.
Here by Doran. It is Wade denying the soul. But they also
di namatay Small.
X-Gates are going to come on through as well as Gala is going to survive on about 10 health and get out with the highway robbery. I don't think it's going to save the game.
Nakatakas! Ano si Faker?
Yeah, fool me once. Yeah, fool me twice. No, that's not going to happen.
Naka-out pa din. Yun.
And Ona has respawned and will be able to take down the Vi. Wants to be able to hand the kill over, but isn't going to do so.
Oh my god, crazy, man.
18-8 is the kill score. There's been a lot of deaths in this game, and it's starting to get silly.
Casting with you is always fun, Atlas, but man, I am having fun this series.
Yeah.
Is this what they call the T1 circus?
No, this is called Rise Group, baby. That's what we like to call it. T1 has decided to give us a little bit of taste from the LCK, and we appreciate it. They were, of course, in the Legend group, but this has Rise all over it.
This has been so much fun. These Hex Gates just providing the extra layer of comedy over the game, and after all of these shenanigans, we are still heading
Oh my god, ang lala na nangyari dun sa DR.
We are still heading towards another opportunity for T1.
Parang cartoons lang, man.
IG though, they did a good job of avoiding the first one and getting some kills on the way out too. So Gala, as we mentioned, with this Smolder, still could be.
Ayun na naman yung Hex Gate.
Of course, with all the extra gold that T1 got with the last like 10 minutes of play or whatever, is going to make it a lot more interesting.
Certainly will. Gumayusi does have his Bloodthirst now completed, so 3 items are done for the Yunara. Still probably wanting to get one more to feel fantastic, but still looking good. 2,000 gold in the lead.
282 stacks.
We know, I mean, it's small. Like,
Ay.
it's scaling. is a thing that we're going to have to deal with later and later into the game. So T1 still feeling like that clock does exist. 5,000 gold is pretty good for 25 minutes.
5k gold, kaso tumatagal man.
And so
Yep.
let's see what kind of moves T1 are going to be able to make. As the Baron has been
Kailangan
up 2
before
minutes
33
time.
minutes man, kahit ganun time frame, ma-end na yung game.
Want to claim control of the area, try and force this objective as best they can. Look for some turns. Hexgate's going to come on through here as Ona makes his way over. Gala up pretty far. Looks like T1 are just going to
Si Faker!
get some damage down onto Faker.
Heroic entrance.
Faker survives for
sayang.
such a long time as it's Jungler for mid laner. And I think T1 are feeling pretty good about that. No smite left on the Rift. And T1 are back on the objective again.
Yeah, they're gonna force IG to come to
Nice ult, Keria. Not bad. Ang pangit ng ulti niya. Ang pangit ng ulti niya siya, man. Kaso walang awkward pa rin ng fight. Wow! Nag-turn na round siya. Si Owner. Meiko. First target. Guys, yung jungler nyo, guys. Nice one. Execute. Di pa na-execute. Sa? Patay sana si Doran, man. Sino ba talaga sinusuportahan ko, pre?
Honestly, I thought Owner was gonna stay in when he
T1
revived
tayo,
the
guys.
GA. Maybe some miscommunication because Owner flashed out when Doran went in to go for the further engage onto Rumble. So a little bit of miscommunication there for T1
Wala
in
eh.
a clutch moment. And
IG
it
boy
opens
din,
up
man.
the door here for IG Atlas. This
And it
is
closes the door on the T1 Baron, right? Like that was what they were looking for.
Ay.
And it almost looked like they were able to claim it.
Now
Not in
IG.
the end.
May flash pa naman si Faker, tas Tiba.
Little Dragon just does so much damage.
Sa side ng IG, may ano eh. May cease and desist na yun, 7 minutes yan, no? Ay, 6 seconds.
Regrets that decision. Is able to flash his way out.
Sarili ko man. Nakastream ako man.
What T1 are all about.
Oy.
It's not going to be available here for the Galio.
Hirap nito. Uy, Keria! Nag-flash si Shyman. Boom! Paldo! Okay, yun lang. Na-pick up si ano. Nahuli si Guma, pre. Doon na gagawin. Walang cease and desist yung buy, pero sige. Out na lang. Yay. Nahuli yung marksman natin, pre. Ano gagawin?
Oh man, they have to commit so far to get the kill that then they're giving back the trade kill each time. And IG do get to push the minion waves after, and they still, like, they have objective bounties up for IG because of the 3 dragons, because of the gold lead for T1. Wait a second.
They're going to be face checking here as Vault Breaker. But he likes that opportunity.
Way, papalag ka ba, Way? Kaya mo na ba bones mo, man?
More and more damage with double burn items now completed. Gala takes some wins of war damage. T1 able to
Aray mo, ang katina nung batang dragon, man. Hindi nakuha yung soul, pre. Hindi kaya.
Will be secured here by Way, but he's going to be out of position on a potential Baron take. Kumushi now going to be moving back forward. T1, this is looking so dicey. That gold lead is evaporating as we speak.
Yeah, I think it's a
Oh
pretty
my
big
God, yung gold lead, man. Pababa na ng pababa. Spaghetti pababa, man.
Rookie here on the Hui and the Smolder are so dangerous. So you're looking at the flashes on T1.
Please, wag nyo i-throw.
All the initiators do not have their
Please,
flashes
wag nyo i-throw. Guys. Don't throw. Hey. Chill. Makati na yung dragon, man. May execute na yan. Okay, available lahat ng ng ulti ng both sides. Kaso may summoner spell yung Vi, pati yung Way. Like, may flash pati may cleanse din yung Smolder. May flash exhaust tsaka Mikael's ulti, may solar flare yung man. Kompleto yung support ng kabilang side, pre. Yay.
Well, Guma might find an Infinity Edge soon. Oh, that's pretty good. So that would be something. That would be some big damage here. He has been.
Oh, si Faker. Nakatayo lang dun. Hihintay na item.
When T1 need to get scrappy, but
Hihintay ng item si Faker. Ang cute ng bata dun, no? Tiba.
Atlas, Keria has swapped over to a Smite here for Spellbook Smite. Are they going to do some some objective stuff
Oh
here.
no.
Shenanigans perhaps. Maybe make IG come into a position where they get a really good Renata ultimate or something for themselves.
Whether that is going to be the angle. We know that it's going to be the Baron because it's T1. They do like Barons. Something we've said before. There's a reason. As IG, you know this.
Ay ay ay. Aray, yung kati. WW lang yun, man. Ayun, may prutas na nakuha si Keria. Paldo. May prutas. Hey, 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 hey. Chill, chill, chill. Chill lang tayo, man.
The execute threshold is going to be 50% soon.
Yo, magiging 50% na yung ano. Execute ng maliit na dragon, man.
However, you know, as the game goes on, those stacks get
Yay.
easy to get. As long as you stay fighting over and over again. Total gold, it's going to be Gumushi in the lead, but Rookie hot on his heels. As we can see here. And Gala getting pretty close as well. The flash.
Ay! Pick up si Wei. Paldo pag namatay, tas makaka-out sila.
It's just no option. He's staying alive for a long time.
Okay. Okay, man.
There's no option. And IG now just a man down and a smite down for this next fight. Ona looking a little bit lower, but he has that GA back off cooldown once again.
Oof.
On the Baron once more. Doran.
Dorat.
A lot of damage as you can see there. The Slurkle slows him down. And now Faker looking to chase them out of this river. Hostile takeover just to buy the space.
Yes.
And the purple worm will be the reward. T1
Paldo.
capitalize on Wei's mistake.
Huge for T1. Kill off the jungler, grab the Baron. Now they can take so much more. All right, they were gonna have a problem, you know, sieging and actually taking towers. But with the Baron buff, this is just what they need. Doran's got a Mid-Ice, by the way. 12 stacks on that Mid-Ice for that Galio. Definitely some power there. All right, T1, is this Baron going to be exactly what they need to actually tip it over? Because the next Dragon Soul that comes up is just over a minute away, so they can use this Baron to take so much extra space on the map.
Yeah, that's the thing, is if they guarantee this next break with the Baron, oftentimes, right, you don't have just this monopoly of drakes that T1 puts together early. That soul point is so incredibly important, and it's likely that T1 will be able to make it impossible for IG to contest around that Dragon Pit, especially when their composition is kind of finicky, right? You do need to get into position to really work so that Rookie can take these
Chillers, man, chillers.
utilize the vision advantage that he does have. As you can see there, if he can do it, Keria almost dies. But things are getting dark on this map, and look at this. It's lit up completely by T1 and their vision.
Guardian Angel on Owner, Zhonya's on Doran. A lot of survivability for those people that want to get right in the front too. Faker here, trying to play around some pockets of vision, play around some walls. He's got his flash ready
Paldo.
and willing to use it.
Doran just going to be rocketing towards this bottom side of the map. The Shy going to be spotted out here as the fear is good onto Doran. Takes half of his health bar and he's still burning. As the Redemption, not actually going to be used for the Galio. He is just going to get sniped here off to the side and buying so much time is IG. As T1, they still have the Baron, but you wouldn't know it from what we're seeing in this game. As the teleport to bring the Galio back, that might be the opportunity. This could be a 50-50 as Ona in position.
Nakuha ni Guma yung DR. Soul. Guma? Oh my god. Kaya mo yan, Dragon Man. Hindi ka may execute niyan. Paldo. Ang teleport na. Kaya ma-cancel. Nice. Push. Boom. Man, ang kati ng soul, man. Match point?
They're just going to push this minion wave forward, and it looks like match point for T1, our fourth seed from the LCK.
Tiba. Easy Tiba.
Down these Nexus turrets and see whether they can, in fact, make it to the Swiss stage and hold on to hope for 3 in a row. We'll take another Nexus going down, though, and IG, they do tend to like it on the ropes. I love this series.
What a series we have. Let's see if the analyst is loving it as well. The
Paldo.
action just continues in this one.
It's an absolute banger, game after game after game, and we were wondering it is T1 in the end taking us to match point here, calm and collected, and I love the fact that when push comes to shove, you can always count on Owner.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, Owner was absolutely massive in that early game. It got a little bit chaotic. I've got to say, you know, Gala came up huge on the smolder. I felt like maybe IG didn't have the patience for that comp, but they definitely started to make it work in the mid game.
That's the thing. I was like, the composition looked great. I know both of us were looking at this game and saying, okay, we like it from Invictus Gaming, but can they operate it? Because I've seen what the Shy has done in game 1. I've seen his career overall. If he sees somebody at low HP bar, he will just full send it. And Renata hard counters his entire personality. So that one was tough, especially since a lot of Owner's early kills outside of the dive, of course, was just basically the Shy going in, looking for an early fight, and Gala being, please stop.
And we were talking about T1's composition so far and their approach they had in this series. Ox, do you feel like it's getting better now?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is exactly what you sort of want. You have Fake for an utility pick, you have Owner on the Xin Zhao with the Renata to back it up as well. And here's an example where you see IG setting up for a pick, an overstep here from the Shy, trying to go in. And you see the bailout, Carrier doesn't put it on himself, puts it on his jungler instead. And it means Owner's able to turn the play around. Another example here, where the bailout comes out clutch, and it's an overcommit from IG. I feel like they were forcing too much in the early game when it wasn't necessary.
Exactly, like this fight is not necessary. Like mid lane is getting completely punished. This is a great game from Rookie. Of course, gets the actual snipe in that fight. But like he is owning mid lane. You even see Vi coming in to like help with a dive bot throughout mid. But then the game is just accelerating through all of this, and now you have an extra strong Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and we saw IG, they kept on going, they kept on trying, but there's a point, even with a smolder, it's getting harder to make out plays.
Like, we saw how strong Gala eventually became, and I feel like if they weren't at such a deficit when they got to that point, the game would have been a lot easier.
Yeah, and he was stacking incredibly well. I mean, we've been seeing these lane swaps, and the fact that he was put up in the top side of the map against the Galio, I thought was great for him. And so it's just another game where I feel like Gala is doing a lot, and if his team wasn't like putting themselves in a hole, this would be a completely different series.
Is it going to be enough for them to come back here, though? Because T1 taking us to match point here, it was in IG's favor. I want to say, couple misplays aside on the side of the Shy in the first part of the series. It feels like T1 with the draft they have right now and the way they're playing together, it's not looking great for IG.
It's not, but I got to hold firm. Every time I flip-flop, I am wrong.
Where's the jacket?
Well, I was about to say, where's the jacket, Raz? What are you doing?
Okay, fine, man. I'll put it back on. I have to. Someone has to. Like, the thing about
Why'd you take it off?
No flip-flops around. No.
Look, I was still holding firm with him, but I was like, yes, the confidence is a little whimpering. But yes, it's a little hot in the venue, too. A lot of people here, of course. Yeah.
All right.
The sun is beaming down on
I'm
us.
just hearing excuses.
Oh,
you know?
my God. Look, a little bit shaky in confidence, but I think what we're seeing from this team is, like, really good foundations. And then T1 just has the aura.
You guys want to tell me what's going to happen next? What do we want to see from Ether team? What have we learned so far from both of these teams? Again, one spot in the main event in the sweet stage tomorrow at the end of this series. I see President Gala. I see what I think is an Ornn.
The Shy must be on Ornn duty, all right?
Okay.
If we can put in an extra kitten in the composition as well, like an Enchanter support, that would be nice. But for me, just put on the Ornn duty. I think this team has been doing well when they get into the late stage games. That's also tracks, I think, in their regular season and also in playoffs. If they're even, they do quite well in late game team fighting. We just need to see that, and I feel like you must protect the president.
Yeah, I feel
What
like
about team? I mean, yeah, of course.
for me, you know, it was pretty straightforward. Shut down Gala. You know, I think they did a pretty good job in some of these games. Some strong early skirmishes for Owner, like the Xin Zhao worked really well. And Lake of Insurance, I think the Yunara definitely did that there. But these games would be messy back and forth. So I think the game 2, when they had the Akali, didn't give them the outs when they got to the later stages. So making sure they have that scaling option when they get to the later stages.
And we're going deeper and deeper into both teams' champion pool here. Again, playing in Fearless Draft. Any specific champion that we want to see so far? We see the goal graph. I think it's... Every game has been back and forth. Maybe the most controlled game from T1 here. So I'm, again, fairly worried for IG for the rest of the
35k damage. You're asking about a champion. Let the Kai'Sa go. Don't ban the Kai'Sa. Let him have it.
Never going to happen. Never going to happen.
I think,
Please.
yeah.
I'm begging.
T1 must have understood how to play around IG so far, and they're the first team taking us to match point here. Can IG bring it back? Can they bring us to game fight? Can they save their chances of making it to the main stage and advancing to Sweet Stage tomorrow? We're gonna take a short break and we'll be back right after this.
In front, wanting to try and find an angle as they are able to take down the Dragon. There's Soul Point, but there is the equalizer down as well from IG. Not necessarily getting the work done that they wanted to, though, as the Bear is going to crash on top of the Rumble. He's the first to go down as Gumushi grabs a kill in the fight, and it's Doran staying alive for so long. IG, that was not the play you were looking for.
T1, they actually get all of their kills.
greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, Forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Propped at will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen.G, they are just going to ace them!
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen.G, the EWC winners! Kindred locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment.
How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Yo. Chatters.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Two minutes. Palo na ulit. 20 seconds.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2025 play-ins. It is time for match point between IG and T1. T1 managing
Okay,
to
lock
get
in
2
man.
games
Match
in
point na
this
T1
series,
pre. Para
one
di na
away
tumagal to.
from the Swiss stage,
Sampanalo na lang.
their hopes of defending their title alive. IG, they could end it all for them right now.
Sampanalo na lang,
Win this
man.
game and bring us to Silver Scrapes if we want to do it. And honestly, Kobe, it could happen, right?
It could. I mean, with the way that these games been going, at any point in the game, you could tell me either team was still
Wala
going
pala
to
yung
win.
webcam ko, pre. What the hell?
Somebody could throw, somebody can get caught, somebody
Drop
can make a
pace.
huge play.
I mean, it is actually a game of catch, isn't it? It's just throws and catches,
Big
over and
plays,
over again.
big
and it's
moments,
beautiful.
Alice, big moments.
I mean, that's what it all comes down to.
So, when we were talking about this, and we're getting deep into Jungle Pool now, is it time for a Nocturne game?
Oh.
Lee Sin ban already coming out.
Ayun na, binaba ni Lee Sin.
I mean, these jungle pools are really getting thinned out.
And Pantheon, so Pantheon got his jungle clear gutted and then repatched in. So they like
Still feeling strong though. I feel like Pantheon is something that T1 may have missed out on here in this ban phase. I think Wei is also like, if you have a look on the Chinese broadcast, they had Wei as the MVP of Game 2.
Oo. Di nila na, ano, di nila ginagamit.
I think that the Vi performance outside of getting caught around the Baron was great. I mean, ultimately, not as good towards the end, but...
except for that one where we lost the
And you were talking about it. There it is. There's the Nocturne to be locked in here for...
Okay, so we do, so how many cool Nocturne comps can you come up with? Because Nocturne is just so fun with all these darkness comps.
Well, Ariana is missing, so we're not going to get that one.
Right, and so maybe like Kennen, you know, you get these flanky Kennen. Nico's already been banned out from Fearless, so you can't do the Nico either. But like, I just love the types of comps that Nocturne encourages.
My favorite one is like the peekaboo composition, where you just pick Nocturne and TF.
Okay.
It's like turn out the lights.
Hey, T1 Ash!
I was gonna say, I love Nocturne and Fiddlesticks.
Oh,
because you can turn out the lights and then you get Fiddlestick spheres.
And then you get double
Yeah.
jump as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can do that as well.
As Gumayusi is going to lock in the Ashe. This is what we were talking about all morning. We're like, is someone going to play it? And you were pretty excited about the Ashe buff.
I swear Ashe right now with these scaling AD buffs is really insane.
Oh, God, sorry.
Wait, I mean, Carrier could also.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely the team that definitely pilot double range, aggressive bottom lane as well.
This is the T1 Kryptonite. The Ziggs has been locked in. They've been better at dealing with it, but this is still a dangerous thing. Something that has tested T1 in the past. And Gala will now be piloting the crazy Pyromaniac towards bottom side of the map.
Oh my God, Sigs.
Rodolus alongside him as well. So
Hirap yung
shots
T1
ahead
dyan, man.
As far as that bottom lane is concerned.
And we've had so many lane swaps as well that even if you pick like a really strong duo lane, I feel like it would just get lane swapped out of. So I do like this.
Could theoretically still play Ziggs in the mid lane as well. Something that does remain flexible. Speaking of remaining flexible, I think picking AD here would be a mistake if you do intend to put Carrier on the Ashe. I'd expect to see something else. Maybe a top laner they can then protect in the ban phase themselves. And that is the line of thought that they're going for, as the On will be locked away for most likely Doran. We've got two champions now that Carrier could theoretically play.
True. I mean, if we play the game of like, hey, Carrier could play this.
Yeah, honestly, you just have 5 champions and then you try and figure out the most likely one.
Dangerous game to play. But with Nocturne, these aren't the typical of like, ooh, you know, you like get a flanker or something with Nocturne. But long range engage of Ashe arrows and Ornn ults are also super annoying when the lights are out.
Yeah.
So you have these super long range pick potential on T1. Ashe arrows, Ornn ultimates, Nocturne.
And we were also talking about the fact that the engage options in the last game were relatively limited, especially around flashes. They're not limited anymore.
No, everybody's got
everyone is engaged. Even Owner is just a missile, so he is also engaged.
And similar for IG here, you know, with point and click with Nautilus, I love like Ziggs combo kill, you know, comps where point and click with
Mid
Nautilus,
lane?
point and click with Pantheon as well.
Ariban?
To lock people in place, get big Ziggs
Nag-aari ba si Rookie?
combinations. So you could go kill combos, you know, hook somebody in, room in place, knock them back, satchel charge, big bombs, and both of them have a little bit of global.
Okay, Gwen.
Ziggs ultimate, semi-global, really good with dealing with side waves and going to manage your macro a little bit easier.
Yep.
And Pantheon ultimate, but let's catch up on here. They have
We have a couple of
protected
top
this
laners
horn.
banned away. This is what we were expecting, protecting Doran's pick with the Gwen and the Yorick taken off the board. The Shy is not
Sabi na
a
ni Yorick,
player
ako, hindi ko
that I
nakita.
had concerns
Pero
with
doon
in
nakalock
with
in, man.
ever. So I expect he's able to find something, and the Aatrox is the thing that's scaring me the most. Seraphine and Rel going to be taken away from Keria. Now Gumiushi going to see what he's going to lock in. I'd expect. Okay, never mind. The Maokai consideration.
He's playing the Keria game that we were playing. Oh, well, all of these champions.
Rolling the dice through the support pool at the
Oh
moment.
my god. Ano na?
Does actually get locked in. The
Oy, pre. Ito naman, game 4 naman. Ano ipipick ni Keria man?
Abay, anong oras nagsimula?
4.
Like Jackie Love Draven did do it.
For something. Kumalalabas.
Sila pa rin yung naglalaban.
Sila lang naman ni play-ins. Fourth seed ng ano. Korea pati China. Ang weird nga, hindi ko rin gets kung bakit eh.
Ano bang bansa nung IG?
China.
Ay, China pala yun. Nakala ko Korea.
Fourth seed ng China tsaka Korea maglalaban. Oof.
It's like Malphite with extra steps.
Ninakaw. Ganda man. Ayos pre. Akala ko nga magpapadamihan sila ng death ni ano eh. Ni siya eh. Silas.
Napanood ko yung isang HLE versus T1. Pinasok ni yung Doran yung HLE tapos
Faker LeBlanc pre? Oh my god. Babalik niya na ulit yung Leb. Ay! Paldo! Faker LeBlanc! Oh my god. Okay, Ash bot lane. Nasaan si Lotus man? Hinahanap ni Lotus to kanina pa eh. Oh, isa si Meiko sa 2015 na nagbigay ng unang talo ni Faker sa ano eh. LeBlanc eh. Doon siya sa roster na yun eh. Meiko. Yung unang talo ni Leb sa international. Actually sa buong karir niya sa Leb. Linis ng LeBlanc ni Faker man.
Owner? Nagano?
Nocturne no.
Paano kaya niya nagama yung ikot ng Nocturne? Hirap na hirap ako umikot dyan eh. Gamit Nocturne.
Ang ano niyan, ang awkward yan minsan kapag ano, isa passive, pero cut.
Oo. Cut din nga kaso ang hirap umikot kasi ang bagal ng moving speed kahit nagama ng first.
Totoo.
Hindi nagigilaw ko siya gumamit niya.
Yayay. Huwag nyo na ipatagal, pre. Nung game 3 lang sila nakapag-lead eh. Yung game 1, game 2. Lagi silang hirap eh. Nanalo lang sila ng game 1, nakambak lang nun.
Game 1, nanalo IG?
Yung T1. Pre, Varus top man. Holy, simpre. Shy man. Yayay. Ano kaya?
Ang unat pa naman ng pansin, tsaka ng Nautilus kapag tumaba.
Pagdating ng game 4, binan na yung lisin ni ni owner. Totoo.
Di ko pa nakikita nag-listen si owner eh.
Nanakaw yung Vi kaninang game, tas nag-sinshaw na lang si Gulat nga ako sa niya kanina. Ngayon ko lang ulit nakita na ganun yung laro ni owner sa nung game 2. Sa Jarvan. Sa Jarvan. Ang pangit ng game niya sa Jarvan.
Kala ko ba hindi pa may, bakit hindi pa may,
Oo.
yung Jarvan.
Ewan ko ba't nga nila, ba't nila yun ba't nila pinik. Ba't nga ako nag-pick sila ng Jarvan? Wala silang damage. Tas MF. Wala silang damage pre. Like, tas yung second damage nila, Akali. Tas kang katapat pa sa mid, Oriana. Oriana Monkey pa yung mid jungle. Di sila makalapit man. Tas support Karma.
Yung Shinzo nung nung nag-Jarvan si
Ano na?
Pan pa yung Shinzo nung
ban.
pinik ni Jarvan.
Tas ninakaw yung buy niya.
And we played Ashe mid and we played Ashe top.
Ninanakaw na yung mga hero niya. Actually, ito lang hindi ninakaw sa kanila na pick ng IG.
So remember, the 4-minute timer is your timer for top.
Ay, what up, Queen?
So the supports are out here really early.
Ay, pokers!
Top, though, to trigger
Like,
the 4
hirap na nga si Silas dyan, no? Sinamahan pa ni Lulu. GG.
Just the top lane. So mid lane's fair game.
Lane swap ulit? Okay. Nag-lane swap both sides. Ay, hindi. Ano pala? O nga pala. Top lane nga pala yung Varus. Sorry. Wait, gamit niya yung skin ni Guma?
Is it like Gumayushi teaching the Shy AD carry, or is it the Shy teaching Gumayushi top lane? I'm not entirely sure, and I am hazard to guess that it's more the Shy that's able to know what's up, because this guy also
Cover nyo nga sa top, pre.
Yeah, he also pioneered the
Pati yung skin ba si Shy? Oo nga, Pati yung skin nga. Tapos si Guma pa katapat niya sa top, Sad. Ganyan yung sitwasyon ng ngayon ng swap. Inangat pa pala ng 4 minutes, sakala ko hanggang 3 lang.
Takbo, out na!
Run! May flash! Sayang.
Persistent daw. Dotinit gago.
Shit. Ganda rin ang ginagawa ni Kerry Para siya yung auto-attack Yay. Kahinaan talaga ni Faker yung Pag nagle-leblanc siya si Meiko.
Wait a second, he's right back, more action.
Yeah, more chains connecting. I mean, there are chains all over the place. There was even a chain
Hirap si Faker last game, binugbog ng Bugbog ng way. Siya lang yung losing lane. Ped na ped si owner nung last game. Putik.
Ends up getting the kill onto Faker's LeBlanc this time around. Absolute insanity going on.
Let's have a look at it one more time here. As this looked like Rookie was dead.
Yeah, it looked like a kill angle.
Mga tulig yung broadcaster ng ng Worlds. Ay. Ang pangit ang broadcasting nila.
As Rookie was coming in and hit the chain, that was nice as he was going back to the minions.
Ay.
Range to fully
Ay.
and get the lock.
Gusto ko pa yung shoutcaster nung nasa LCK.
Yan,
si yung isa. Pangit ng broadcasting nila kanina pre, pag nagre-replay ang random. Like nakatitig lang sa random part ng map. Kulit. Tas pre, kanina lumabas yung command prompt. Oo, yung command prompt ng broadcasting, tapos yung options ng League of Legends na hover kanina. Ang kulit nga Tawa nga kami ng tao ni Lotus Tapos yung nung game 1, yung game walang sounds. Yung caster lang naririnig. Lakas ng tama.
Ayan na, nag-rush na si Guma.
Ayan na. Bong. Ayay, dihado kayo dyan kahit sino mahok. Ayun, sidestep.
Yung hook ng Nautilus, pre, napakadaya eh.
Awkward
Hindi
yan.
harap-harapan tumama sa yung
Omsim.
hook nun.
Hanapin ko yung
So,
ano.
pa talaga nun.
May hanapin akong clip pre. Ewan ko paano ko na-hook yun eh. Naglalaro kami ni Kuya. Ang awkward nun. Ay, hindi pala si Kuya kalaro ko nun. Natropa ko taga dito. Like, di ko alam pre, paano tumama yun. What the hell? Lumiko. Kahit ako mismong Nautilus, nagulat eh.
Yun nga din eh.
Ang awkward ng hook.
Hindi na ako kahit nag-Nautilus ako tapos ano. May nakaharap akong Nautilus na kalaban.
Like, maintindihan ko yun kung tumama yun, kung nasa low ground to high ground, something ganun. Eh kaso nasa mid kami nun, lumiko yung hook. Tapos diba nag-iiba yung angle ng skill shots kapag ano? High ground, low ground ba? Ayun, ako tol yun sa river. Ayun, high ground yung lane eh. Tapos pagbaba ka ng river, iba yung ano ng skill. Sa Dota, ano yun eh? Key gameplay din yun, yung high ground, low ground.
Jungler's Paradise. We've got level 6 Nocturne and Wei is a bit behind, so it's gonna take a bit more.
Grabe si Dashay man. Baros top. Tapos ano? T1 skin. Sa bagay, nag-Baros top na yun siya dati. Di na bago yun eh, oh, pero nakagulat lang, nag-Baros top siya ngayon. Pero kasi favor din sa kanyan kung sakaling manalo sila sa team nila kasi makawalan ng option si Guma sa ano eh. Next game.
Parang inuubusan nila ng option si Guma.
Oo, konti lang naman ang option sa ano. Tapos kinuha na rin nila yung Sigs. Kahinaan niya ng T1 eh. Like pag pinik ng kalaban, tapos pag pinik nila. Losing parehas.
Kasi ni Faker yan eh.
Ayan na. Laning lang muna, pre.
I think that's what we were supposed to do today. I think that's what today is about.
Wala na, ayun na yung part na mahirapan na mag-poke si Faker. Medyo nagkaka-item na yung ano. Ayun no, malapitan lang siya niya no. Ayun lang, andito na yung buong bombero. Diyan na yung firefighter squad man.
Grabe naman yung tawag ni Uner doon.
Lala. Nakol ni Faker yun man, halata eh. Nagpabait eh. Pasakto nag-ano. May ulti siya.
Talaga makikita yung pinaplano ng T1 eh, no?
Ano yun eh? Pag may nakitang kalaban. Kanina nung game 3 ba yun? Grabe, nagpa-flash sila lahat para sa kill, isa-isa. Kanya-kanya sila. Sa mid lane. Yayay.
Kung kaya naman nila, why not?
Omsim. Nakakatawa lang kanina. Tsaka yung DR situation kanina nung third game. Tawa ko ng tawa. Naghahabulan sila lahat sa DR pit pre sa ano sa portal. Kulit eh.
Parang alam ko ng play na ano ni ano. Nung dalawang nasa top. Nag-switch sila ng lane, no? Nag-top yung mga ano.
Switch ulit.
Mga nasa bot.
Ganda ng ano? Ganda ng switching ng ano? Ng T1 this game 4.
T1 ba yung nag-switch ng lane?
Oo.
Bot to top? Ah, okay.
Mas maganda yung switch ng lane nila ngayon. Kumpara ng past 2 games. Game 5 na sana to eh, kung nanalo yung IG kanina eh. Thrower yung IG man, game 1. Ay. Pares kami ni Lotus kanina eh, wala na yun. Game 1 na yun, IG. Ay, nakambak pa. Boom.
Hindi unexpected talaga T1 eh.
Normal day sa T1. Hala, tambak kami. Okay, fine.
That's one of those times where you're like, you just start pinging all of the armor that just hit you.
I want to do an
Sponsor sila ng Crunchyroll.
Oh, gulat nga rin ako eh kanina eh. Crunchyroll sponsor nila ngayon.
Ayun, pinasok.
Yun lang. Late. Oh! Okay, pwede na yun.
So a 1-for-1 will be the result, but the Shy able to push this wave in and also possibly put some pressure on this turret. utilizing the zig.
Mabawi yan si Wei. Binuang kanina sa jungle eh.
Only throws out a Duskbringer, so that's
Game
all
3.
she wrote for T1's defense, and that should be first turret.
Yung game 2 siya yung nambubuang sa jungle eh.
That was really nice answer from Owner, you know, lays down
Kaso
the
mas makati yung bawi sa kanya ng game 3.
with his ultimate and with the tower damage there, does get the counter kill, so ends up being a 1-for-1 on their dive on Doran. Doran though of course is suffering
Gumash.
significantly with
Paldo yan
the
mamaya.
Shy here having his Varus top.
Grabe spacing ni Guma kanina nung game 3. Putik na Yonara niya. Nagpa-flash papasok.
Binanbay na nila yung Yonara.
Inopen nung game 3.
Ngayon, hindi nakita yung panning nila eh.
Wala, di na pwede pick. Na-pick na. Fearless drop. Sarap nga eh. Like, di pa ulit-ulit yung mga hero. Paldo. Ay, sayang. De-delay lang para sa ano, para sa Sigs. Grabe mag-push kasi yan. Katakot kanina, buti hindi umabot ng matagal yung game. Smolder pa naman yung ADC. Ang kati na rin eh, pakati na ng pakati.
Smolder ng IG o ano?
Oo, smolder ng IG. Ang kati na eh.
Kupal yun kapag nakaipon ng stocks yun.
Oo.
Nag-execute na kapag 10% na nabuhay mo.
Pa 50 na nga kanina pre. Ano na lang, ilang stock na lang, parang 20 na lang. Buti na end agad, ang kati na no. Mas buti nakuha nila yung soul. Kati pa naman nun, yung ano, Hextech. Nakasabay si Guma dahil nakakill siya ng ilang beses sa fight eh. Yunara niya.
Mali yung ano eh, killing ni Guma. Asyo.
Ang hirap nito sa fight mamaya.
Paano niya kaya mahahawakan yung ano?
Ang problema dito pag tumagal tong game na to eh. Kasi makaka-preet si Guma kaso pag natalunan siya nung ano, nung Sylas or nung Pantheon, no kaya mapok lang siya nung Varus pati nung ano, nung Sigs. Wala ano. Hirap naman.
Yan na.
Tulad nun. Okay. Yay! O diba? Ayun yung Sylas niya nakakatakot yan eh. Oh, ano yun? Ano ginawa ni Doran sa bot? Ba't dun niya sa pader binato ulti niya? What the hell? Ayun. Kung kailan match point dun nag ano si Doran man, sinaltik. Kaya kay turn around yan. Ayan eh, may papi ult eh. Kala ko go pa eh. Oh my, nakakatakot.
I love staying in attack mode there for IG. There's no hesitation. They have another mode?
Ayan na yung ano, yung LeBlanc, pag nagka 3 items, magiging useful siya ng ano, 10 to 15 minutes, tas wala na ulit kwenta buong game. Ay! Sayang. Malalason eh, oh. Oop. Oop. Oh, isang hit na lang. O yun, swerte. Paldo. Oh, ngayon naman yung game state naman ngayon, si Faker lang may lead. Kanina siya lang yung walang lead. Lakas talaga ng T1 eh. Pag nagka-crumble si Faker, lakas nila eh. Pag nag-crumble naman lahat, si Faker lang yung ano, maayos. T1 classic man. Eh, tiga may gagawin ni ano pre, ni Doran ah. Wow.
Mali.
Na mind control man. Mind control yung pre.
Ano, hindi mga Chinese yung mga nasa IG.
Sim. Yung stop ng IG parang Korean.
Oh, diba?
Okay. Kaya si Guma. Okay, okay. Okay. Nice. O diba? O diba? Ah! Uy! Nice! Red buff! Red buff! May red buff! Cleanse? Okay, natalian man. Patay na ni Faker yan. Pag di pa namatay yan, ewan ko na lang.
Patay na nga.
Ayay.
Gagi, inuubos nila.
Ayan na. Activated na.
Grabe si Owner.
Grabe talaga si Owner.
Okay, so immediately right onto Keria and Guma, and they couldn't even decide, and they're like, okay, fine, we get the Keria, but then Nocturne,
Kung makita si Owner yun,
so much work
wala.
here. Because
Ngayon.
they don't actually have vision, they're able to get the shutdown. T1 kites back.
Nag-ulti harap-harapan.
Patay
si Keria.
Naka-expect plate na pala siya eh. Bakit na yun kapag nag-ulti?
Omsi.
Lagyan na lang ng ano yun. Black Cleaver.
Oy, rookie. Di ko alam yan. Uy, patay na yan, man. Patayan, sure ball.
Ay, gago.
Pero ang kate, oh.
Uwi na.
Run! May TV ba si Faker? Wala. Ah, wala. Boom! Paldo! Turn around! Pag, boy pa si Owner, pre.
Grabe!
Boom! Pag. Okay!
Gago.
Grabe talaga si Owner.
Grabe Owner, ubuhin pa siya dun.
Bato talaga si Owner. Hindi na uurong man.
Partida mas malambot pa siya dun kay kay Dora na.
Ano yun si ano yun eh. Hindi natitilt yan si Owner eh.
Yung gusto kong maging katulad na mag-jungle eh. Kasi
Grabe.
problema, mabilis lang ako matilt eh.
Katitignan mo. Halos na 50% din sila na health parehas.
Yeah, and Owner flashed to start this
Oh?
play. So he started the play, seeing his flash. So
Patrin
he's
na.
not gonna have flash for later for escape.
Ang galing din ng binay time ni Doran, yo.
Coming down the river, we'll go for Duran first, then the
Yun o,
darkness. and he-
dahil doon sa ult ni
Oo.
kinabuhay si Doran.
Back in on the stun timer. He has the
Boom.
spell shield.
Paldo.
He gets the extra healing.
Ayun
He
o, mali.
stays alive with the passive healing.
Mali yung nagawa
with the
ni Wei.
Conqueror
Boom.
stacking.
Kinok yung
Swerte. Oh, napanice na si Koma man. Pati si Roach.
Patay si Owner dun kung hindi nagkamali ng tutok si Wei.
Legit.
Yeah, who's collapsing on who?
Pero ewan ko, dapat hinahanap na lang nila si Owner eh. May ward ba? Di ko kasi nakita kung may ward dun eh. Kasi feel ko may ward siguro. Kaya akala nila, ayan, inisip nila, i-kill na lang muna si ano.
Nag-red ward si Owner.
Patay si Dashai. Bonk! Bonk! Palo! Bonk! Bonk!
Kabayan.
Boom! Boy pa din. Oh, nalito na si Rookie man. Di alam gagawin. Di nag-orn. Faker? Okay? Oh, hook ka ngayon. Makulit ka. Kahit idol kita, makulit ka. Ang harot mo ha. Bumalik ka ulit dun ha. Out ka na eh. Ah! Oh my god, ang saya ko. Ang ganda maglaro ni Doran. Like di siya yung constant na ano. Left to right na throw.
Tignan mo to. Pinasok ni ano.
Dinadive man. Boom.
Kawawa talaga si ano, si Shai. Gago.
Yayay. Ayun, tiga di alam gagawin ni Rookie man, no? Nauntog siya, oh. Kala niya tatagos dun. Ayun, tiga mo si Faker, pre.
Ano pala yun?
Out na siya, eh. Ayun, no? Oo, kaya na kay Rookie yun. Oo.
Kala ko kay ano, kay Owner.
Di ba kaka-ult niya lang kaya na siya, eh? Boom.
Kala ko kay Owner yung ult na yun.
Ayan na. Happenings.
By IG. This has been a point of contention for this team. We'll see whether they can make it work this time around. Here in game 4.
May ulti siya na, ha? Both sides. Ayan na.
Ayan na, inuuna nga.
Yun lang. Kaso wala. Durog. Wala na pre. Wrap it up. Never mind. Kaya pa sila i-turn around yan. Ah! Sapul si Faker.
Heal, Lulu.
Run, Lulu. Run. Kung sino makapitan dyan sa kanilang tatlo, patay. Pa-turn around? Okay. Ay, si Doran, pwede mag-TP. May TP si Doran. Hala. Doran. Ay! Ay, may TP rin si ano. Si Shai. Walang may ulti man. Kalma. Ay, mga asar lang si Faker dyan. Oner. Wag na. May Nocturne ult. Oner. Ayaw. Okay. May force man. Kalma. Kala ko magti-T1 na naman. Boom! Ulti Oner. Sabi ko na eh. Palo. Ayan na yung carry pre. Nasa harapan no. Boom! Dito na si Faker. Oh my God.
Ganda ng play na yun.
Oh, saan ka man?
Bigay, libre atakan.
Easy atakan man. Ewan ko ano sitwasyon ni K-Drill ngayon, kung masaya ba siya o hindi. Fanboy rin ng IG kasi. Yeah. Saya nito man. May kwenta pa yung live ni Faker. Pag tumagal to, wala na. Hindi na makakalapit to. Like yung W niya pang ano na lang, pang abot sa first kill third. Hindi niya na mababangga sa sarili niya. Bilis oh. Binaper ni Faker yung ano. Yung flash niya para sa Q, ay sa ano, sa ulti. Na W. Boom! Press R.
Ayan na.
Ay, kung may wala palang ulti si Keria noon, kaka-up lang pagkatalon ni ano, ayun no, ni Wei. Pero hinihintay ko yung ulti ni Keria kay ano, Owner.
Nabit yung Nautilus dun sa live-lock ni Faker. Kaya tingnan mo, di makasit na maayos yung Nautilus tilo.
Makakabuang yun, nilib lang. Pag! Ay, nakita na! Pwede na mag-ult! Mag-ulti ba si Owner? Hindi. Kahit di na siguro. Ay. May Baron na, next. Magic na naman yung ulti na yung ano. Guma.
Item si ano, Owner oh. Ay, si ano, Doran.
Nagpapalo na lang ng items.
Ano pa?
Mamaya pa yun eh.
Break mo talaga yung masakit na item ni ano, ni Faker.
Raba.
Gala does have a massive amount of wave clear. So that Baron that I was talking about before up in 25 seconds time, that is going to be required if they want to break open this base of IG.
Can we crowdsource like what is the highest kills per minute of an international game? Because this is
maya yung kills.
As the team.
Wala pa. Ay, mag-spawn pa lang. 25 na yung Baron eh. Flat.
Yep, I hope so. And they're going to have to keep it up.
Ayun.
The Baron is going to spawn, as we were talking about. And IG, they need to try and get into this darkness and make something happen. But the vision control, just from the champions of T1, is ridiculous. Hawkshot and Paranoia. Not only do they get vision themselves, they take it away from you. It's so unfair. Have absolutely every option, as Faker is also able to get all the way around this map to wherever he needs to be to clear out these pink wards if he would like to. And that's a dream.
Faker, wag yan. Pasobrahan ka dyan, man.
Luxury of controlling so much vision. You're a trickster. You're this burst mage that wants to go for distortion combos.
Yeah, you capitalize on information way better than any other champion. And IG Grouping up, get
Woo!
themselves in there. The
May
flash
flash.
in from Mako does trigger the flash out from Carrier.
Flash for flash, man. Thank you, thank you.
I like the mindset of Mako. He has just gone for every flash angle that he can possibly.
Especially when he's looking for Guma or Carrier. You know, trying to kill those two
Bakit nung ano?
specifically. Let's see if they can actually
Ni
do that one more time
Gala.
and actually take down Carrier.
Galing din ng laro ni Gala eh.
Good spell shield there from Ona. He's gonna deny the hook in as Faker.
Uy, yung pangit ng rookie.
Yung ano, timing nung W ni Owner.
Bong! Ayun na.
Putang ina.
Patay na naman si Owner. Oh, boy pa. Never mind. Ah! Boy pa rin si Owner, pre! Oh my God! Guma. Uy, Faker. Kalma. Wala na. End na. Oh my God, yes. Walang game 5. Thank you, Lord. Pasok T1. Laglag IG man. Goodbye. Main stage na T1. Oh my God. Thank you, Lord. Yes! GG! Main event.
Word out si ano. Silas nila.
Homsim, hindi nga.
Nakita.
Halata eh.
Tinidman lang ng mid nila eh.
Oh, tignan mo yung cameraman pre, di ready oh. Ay, ang gulo ng broadcast ngayon man. Ginagawa ng China.
Bakit organizer ng China? Ganyan.
Holy. Ganda maglaro ni Doran this series. Pre, sana magtuloy-tuloy. Ayun yung sinasabi ko pala sa inyo nung nakaraan, Kat. Yung ano, yung difference ni Doran pati ni ano, ni Zeus. Domestic si Doran, international si ano, Zeus. In terms of gameplay pati achievements. Hindi ko maano yung word nung nakaraan eh. Domestic nga pala. Ay. Ah? Overall na laro? Like kay Zeus pati kay Doran? Yung pagko-compare mo yung dalawa, oh, Zeus talaga man. Kasi madalang lang mag-ano si Zeus eh, mag-throw eh. Like yung mga deaths niya mostly, hindi naman throw eh. It's either gank lang or ano eh. Pick up siya something na ano. Oh, Faker interview na naman. Diyos ko Lord. Oh, interview.
And T1, people were wondering, all right.
Bye my goat. Pinaka-favorite kong top laner man. Sorry man.
Sometimes to scale up in tournaments.
I mean, they took some time in this series.
Yeah.
And they needed to, because the final test being the Ziggs, that monkey to get off their shoulder, you know, and being able to finally do it as since split 3 being 0 and 5 against the champion hasn't been the best for them. And just insane play. Mako as well, being able to be the first one to get a kill onto Faker.
Yeah, on the
I mean, you felt the prominence immediately. And it kind of echoed around this stadium as well. The fact that he was able to do it
Kita
again, 10 years separated. After being on the team that was
Kita-kita sa
able to
camera,
serve
yung
his first loss
ng Silas,
on that champion wasn't enough to actually win them the series.
Tinidman lang eh.
Wala pre, di siya marunong mag-earn man.
The cinematic. Oh, this is all the ultimates at the same time. That was all of the R's.
Grabe yung score ni Guma, ni Honor kanino. 10-1-11. Ay.
Some of the highlights from this series, like already, the highlight reel that we have for Worlds is incredible.
Truly.
It's fantastic. Just so much already. T1 will remain in the
Like,
tournament.
pag nag-champion ulit T1 dito. Si Honor na greatest na jungler ng ng league para sa akin. Ang consistent niya simula nung pumasok ng T1. Walang palya pre. Oh, 22. First year nila sa T1 pre.
And just kind of then roll the rest of the game is all.
And I'm just really
Grabe, consistent pre. Walang tapo.
Arrived yesterday. So I'm gonna need a break after this series, man. It's just a lot of yelling because these guys would not stop fighting one another. And we've been casting T1 for a very long time. They can be methodical. but we know that they do not want to be.
Sayang.
As this was
Tignan mo, yan na, yan na.
Ayan na.
incredible tournament. The fact that
Diba?
Shy was able
Wala
to
man
get the guard off,
nag-all in siya dun sa ano eh.
harm's way, dodging a lot
Go-all
of
in siya
CC.
kay Honor eh.
It just wasn't enough.
Kaso di namatay.
With this heavy.
GG.
We also answered your question of
Bago lang ba yung ano, mid-laner ng IG?
Si Rookie, matagal na yung pre. Mas maganda nga record niya kay Faker eh. Head to head. Wala, 6 ano na ngayon? 6-4 na ngayon.
Slow, really effective.
Score nila sa isa't isa. Lamang siya kay Faker, international.
Taking down IG. You know, IG
MSI lagi yun eh. Puro talo ni Faker kay, ano, kay Rookie.
did lose the first one. They
Wala, ang pangit ng ano niya, ng form niya no ano. Nanood din ako ng highlights nila na. Sabi ko parang, paano nakasabit din yung IG sa ano? Kasi last na tingin ko sa China, pang ano sila eh. Like regular season, pang 8 something. Nakaabot pa sila ng 4th. Medyo nakakatakot lang yung series na to kasi ano. Dahil ang ganda ng bot lane ng ano. IG.
IG put up a fantastic fight, and now we have Keria alongside Jisun ready to tell us all.
Ah, si Keria. Swerte.
Ganda nung shoutcaster, oh, yung nasa likod nyo.
Thank you very much.
Hey, no?
I'm here joined
Jason,
by
asawa
Keria.
ni ano.
Congratulations on
Asawa
the
ng
win,
jungler
and
ng
happy birthday.
T1. Ay, asawa ni ano, ni Bang pala. ADC ng ano.
Ito? Ito
Oh,
yung viewer.
oh, si Jason, si C2. Kasal sila ni ano, ni Bang.
How do you feel right now? 오늘 정말 중요한
Ganda
날인데
nyo.
또
EDC
생일이었잖아요.
nila Faker.
걸린 날이었는데 승리와 함께 스위스 스테이지 진출하셨습니다. 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단 오늘 생일이기도 하고 되게 또 많은
Tsaka nung ano, noong 2023 tsaka 2024 na nag-champion sila, ando dun din siya eh.
Kasi naglalaro na
Sa stage.
rin ba ito ng big, no?
Ah,
Today
yan.
was a very important day, very special day for me. If I could get a win, you know, I knew that I will be able
Lagi
to
siya
get a
nasa
lot of
stage eh, pag
celebration
Worlds.
from the
Like
fans,
kasama
and
niya sa
just so
picture ng
happy
T1.
that I'm not going straight back home. And then today, well, it was a do or die match. for
Ale, ano
both
si ano eh,
of
ano
us
si
teams.
Faker ng kasal nila ni Bang eh, best
The
man.
single best of 5 series to determine the fate of both teams. So how
Best
did you
man.
guys prepare for this intense playing stage? 오늘 사실은 정말 걸린 게 많았고 사실 단 한 판에 다전제.
Ay, ang galing nila dun ah. Si Keria kinuha nila sa interview. Birthday ni Keria ngayon eh.
어떻게 준비하셨는지
Tingnan mo sa kabilang screen, no? Si Faker naman yung ano,
Ah,
center stage.
sa main stage.
어떤 식으로 준비하셨는지 궁금합니다.
Pero sa Chinese ata yun.
Ah, sa broadcast ng China yata.
때는 좀 지더라도 좀 발전할 여지가 많다고 생각해서 좀 여유롭게
Si Kadrel di makapag-co-stream IRL eh. Siguro kung sakali sa main stage pa. Pero malabo kasi may ano sila eh. May EMEA master sila eh. Kung malalaglag agad sila, makakahabol siya.
마팔강 그런 대회 대하듯이
Kasi alam ko playoffs na ng ano eh,
Typical na
EMEA.
sa ano yan, live streaming siya ng Worlds.
Oh, like dun mismo sa ano.
It was more like if we, you know, drop
Side
a game or
stage.
two, if
Oo,
we
sa
make some
stage
mistakes,
mismo.
there's always room to improve and room to make it up for it. But this time, it was a do or die. There's no room for mistakes. So we kind of approached this playing stage match as a knockout stage match. just like
Paldo.
others or
Sama ba yung
semifinals.
ano? Lumaban ba yung Los
Although today
yung
was a
Los
dream of
Ratones
victory,
doon
every
sa
game was so intense.
Amerika?
It was team fight
Big
after team
championship
fight. Well,
ng
LPL
Amerika.
teams, especially
Hindi
IG,
pa sila
are
ano
known
eh.
to, you know, be really good at
Naghi
team
ano nga
fights.
sila eh.
Today, it
Ewan
was
ko
just a
nagbabalak si Kadrel
team
pumasok
fight,
ng ano.
masterclass by T1. So
ng
how did you pull
Europe.
that off?
Na ano.
사실은 오늘 3대1 승리긴 했지만
Like sa ano,
Tapos yung
tier
ano,
1.
Los Ratones.
Europe din pero tier ano lang, tier 2 lang yata.
나왔는데 사실은 IG를 포함한 LPL 팀들이 이런 교전이 굉장히 좋다고 알려져 있는데 오늘은 T1의 교전력이 더 빛났던 것 같습니다.
Oh, last nanood ako ng laban nila, talo sila 2-0.
팀들이 교전이 되게 강하긴 하지만
Kasi ako nalaglag na sila. Kasi last na talo na lang nila nun eh. Parang next na series, laglag na sila. Ewan ko baka naka-advance sila. Kasi kung laglag na sila, magbabakasyon na yan sila dyan sa Worlds eh.
안 밀린다고 생각하고 있는 것 같아요.
Manonood na lang yun sila.
For sure, LPL teams have really good team fighting skills, but I believe T1 is one of the best team fighting teams in the LCK as well.
Kailangan rin siguro sa kinabukasan ng
pretty
team.
confident coming into the match.
Sayang rin yung ginastos nila doon.
Tunay.
To all the fans out there. 마지막으로 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
일단
Kapagod yun. Sipin mo si Kadrel na yung ano. Kadrel na owner, siya pa nagko-coach.
취재 스테이지로 가게 됐는데
Nakakabuang yun.
Talaga, siya coach.
Oo, siya coach ng Los Ratones.
성적 냈듯이 이번에도 또 우승을 목표로 최선을 다해서
Kilala ko lang doon sa Los Ratones, si ano lang eh. Si Reckless tsaka
Si Reki.
able to secure a spot in the Swiss
Si Bausi.
as T1 always did in the
Nemesis, di mo kalala?
Kilala yung
Mid laner ng
laner nila,
Nemesis.
jungle tsaka bot.
trophy in the end. Thank you so much for your support.
Wait lang, bro.
That was Kyria for the post-match interview, and I'm gonna pass it back to the analyst desk. Thank you, and happy birthday, Kyria.
Day ni Guerrilla, man.
Thank you
Teka,
so
pre.
much, Jisun and Kyria. Oh my god, they're sliding away. Oh, the
Laging
casters are
birthday ni Kyria yung naggaganap yung Worlds yo. Ngayon ko lang na-realize.
back to us here. As we said at the beginning of the day, there is no worlds without T1. Wait, you guys are here as well?
Yeah, we
Whoa.
You know, we just didn't want you running the desk.
Raz was
It's fine.
a little upset.
Thank you for
He was trying to hide it.
Yeah, but you know what? You stick to it. You didn't flip-flop, and I appreciate you for this, Raz.
I'm learning a lesson. I should just flip flop now. What am I talking about?
T-Trill.
I knew what I needed to do.
Hello, hello pre. Sorry. Malis ako.
T-Trill nanonood lang sa bahay nyo.
Oo, nakasuit nga siya ngayon eh. Kulit eh. Mas tama.
It is brutal to see them go like
Typical
this.
K-Drill.
Pinagtitripan na naman niya ng chat. Sabi niya banger series eh. Eh, hindi na game 5.
Yeah, it was honestly, it was really fierce. And at times I was worried for T1. I feel like they really ramped up over the course of play-ins.
Eh, ang ganda ng babae no. Sa
It
likod
went
nila.
pretty quickly, but it did feel like
You
they
know.
had to find their footing from the beginning of the series. At this point,
Si, kalimutan ko sinong broadcaster rin sa Chaya.
fight throughout their crazy fight.
Ganda nung, ewan ko, ba't ang gagandaan ako sa mga babae ng China.
Really go in IG's favor. They should be proud of
Mga nakikita ko sa...
And IG went out in
Ayun, no.
IG fashion.
Game
It was
1.
just hilarious to see, of
Kuha
course,
nila
just go throughout
atakan.
the entire series.
Still. Kaso ang
It was
pangit
just
ng
a
fight.
complete slog. And you know what? Well, Atlas said,
Randall
completely
owner.
correct. T1 can play a slow and methodical
Pangit nga
game.
eh. Pangit ng drop ng
IG
game
puts on the
1.
boxing
Sobra.
gloves.
Ewan ko
T1
paano
will do
sila
the
nanalo.
exact same thing.
Eh,
And
ito
so,
si Dashay oh.
being able to see how
Mag-isa dun no.
IG has
Baliw.
leads in some of these games, but T1 put on the
Ayun na
classic
yung
T1
nag-turn ng
magic
fight
and was
eh.
able to out-team fight them in a lot of those cases.
Galing ng
Like,
ano.
that
Ganda
was
ng follow-up
fun
nila
to
dyan.
see.
Ang ayos
And
din ni
then, as I
Honor
say,
dyan yo.
IG losing in IG
Ay, ni
ways. I was
Doran.
talking about, like, maybe putting,
Eh, yung pillar
a
talaga eh.
Shy in a tank.
Ni Doran,
No, he
ah.
went Varus top
Ang
into
besa.
the
Ambi.
Nocturne, LeBlanc
Ayun yung game na
composition. I was
bawag si
like, "Alright, let's see
Faker
what
yun."
happens." They threw down the gauntlet.
Eh, ang tanga ng IG sa part na yun, dapat inintay nila makalabas yung T1. Ginaw ni Wei.
4 games straight.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, T1 are a team who will get into a fist fight with you. They will be willing to take that down. And there were some hectic moments. I feel like you look at some of these, the low health bars, you're thinking maybe if it just went slightly
Chaotic ng T1 talaga kapag tumatagal yung series.
and I guess IG will be thinking that going home from this. But
And what better intro to Worlds? To be in a situation where it's IG versus
What a
T1,
intro talaga. Ligtas yung viewership ng Worlds eh.
game puts you on your toes. You think IG's winning out of game? No, T1 takes it. You think T1
Pag
takes
nalaglag
it?
yung T1 man, bawas yan ng ilang
What better
libo
way
na
to
viewers.
introduce, like either new fans or really get old fans like
Yeah.
wanting more.
And I gotta say, I am personally
Bias ako
happy
sa
to see the
T1.
world champions
Adami man.
joining this presentation.
Maraming bias sa T1.
Totoo yan.
Still possible.
Repeats?
You know,
Still
it's
possible?
Still possible.
Statistically still possible.
I think that
Ewan ko,
chances
pag
of
sa Worlds
getting
ano,
the three
tawag
beat
dito,
would come
kapag
down
dating sa
substantially
Europe
a
tsaka
bit
sa
more
North
than
America,
that.
parang
Gonna have to check with stats.
parang
guys.
nakakantok yung laban nila.
Check with the stats team before saying that.
Nakakantok talaga. Except sa FlyQuest. These past 2 years, ang ganda ng laro ng FlyQuest sa international games eh.
Ewan ko,
Big boy
ah,
Prince, every
pag
time he needs,
may isa akong
he
clip
is
na
the
ano,
player
parang
that you
ewan
want
yung set ng mga North America tsaka ng Europe.
Totoo. Yung Europe, yung Europe yung dying country ngayon sa ano, esports like sa league. Yung America ngayon, ang ganda ng America ngayon. Bumabawi na sila. Yung FlyQuest, isipin mo last year, giname 5 yung Genji. Grabe yun. Dinala nila ng game 5 yung Genji. Natalo sila, at least top 4.
Kasi owner.
Owner. Grabe. Ayun no, tingnan mo si Guman, nag-flash papasok oh. Pangatlong beses niya ginawa yun sa game na yun. Ang lalim masyado nung ano ni Meiko. Ano ba yun? Redemption? Sa bagay, ang layo niya. Out of range yata siya.
He went in there and he didn't die. He's just honestly pulling magic out of a hat, and I'm so glad to see him continue this form. We've seen it all year long.
Bong.
He's now at Worlds, and we're seeing
Hirapan yung Waras pupunta dun sa ano.
I mean, that's the thing. Owners world form, we know that T1 is
Lakas,
a different beast.
lakas talaga ng mga ano eh. Mga nag-world champion eh. Pagkalaban yung T1.
What we saw today, what is the hope for T1?
Si Shai, world champion. Nag-pick ng Varus top. Tapos, kaya nakapasok ng play-in stage yung T1, si Beryl. Nag-support Ramos. Ayayay. Lakas ng tama. Game 5. Game 5 pre Ramos support man. Lakas ng tama. Pag match point yung T1, kung ano-ano pinipik.
Absolutely there. You know, there's obviously tough opponents ahead of them. There's a lot of tough opponents in Swiss stage, but the potential is 100% there. And we know how clutch this team can be when it comes to this tournament.
Anong meme ba yung ano? Yung nag...
Again.
Tawag doon, yung kay Honor. Tawag ka sa champion na yun.
Ano yung kanina lang or like dati pa?
Kanina lang.
Sino yung ano? Trandel, ano na ginagawa niya?
Tumatalon.
Jarvan?
Di Jarvan, yung top. Yung ginagamit rin ni Tiger nung ano, nung championship, yung last team. Last yung 2020, parang sino nga yung champion na yun? Yung Gargoyle.
Oo, yung ano. Si ano, gamit ni Doran kanina, top lane.
Yun. Anong game yun?
Game ano yata? Game 2?
Game 2.
Ba game 2? Hindi ko maalala.
Ba't panalo sila doon, no?
Hindi, talo sila ng game 2. Nung game 1, talo sana. Dapat ano to, game 5 na talaga to eh. Like yung kanina, game 5 na sana.
With pool 1 being BLG and obviously pool 3 for T1.
Ay, may Swiss stage draw show pa pala. Mag-end na sana ako ng stream. Bracketing na pala. Oo nga pala. Ang tapos pala ng play-ins.
Are you gonna fall for it?
Ano pre?
I heard it, yeah. And then
Parang ano, nagpuputol mic mo man.
I mean, sorry.
Ayun bro.
And sino naman, no? Sinong nalaban sa Swiss stage?
Sa? Swiss?
Sa Swiss stage.
Ano yan? Bracketing. Depende sa seed.
Wala yan.
Ewan ko kung gagawin nila katulad ng last year. Like hindi magsasabay sa ano. Hindi magsasabay sa stage yung ano, mga regions. Eh, kunwari, tatlo.
Climatic.
Isa
ano? Guaranteed tanggal na talaga IG, no?
Oo. Isa lang yung ano, isa lang yung play-ins ngayon. Dati 2 teams eh. 2 teams, 3 talaga. Data, hindi maalala. Papalit-palit sila ng format.
Kumunti yung teams nila ngayon, no?
Mas marami actually. Tignan mo lang.
Team Secret, parang hindi ko yan nakita nung last year, ah.
Ayun, no? Ayun na, pasok na T1. Ayun, ang daming teams ngayon, no? Tatlo. Tagtatatlo. Dati kasi ano eh. Dati Korea tsaka China lang ang tatlo eh. Ngayon, tatlo na rin sa Americas, pati sa EMEA. Europe. Pati sa ano, Asia, tatlo na rin. Dati isa, dalawa lang yan. Tapos sa Europe, dalawa.
Sino pa ba sila ang maglaro ngayon?
Sino?
Mga G2.
Okay pa rin naman sila, kaso yun nga. Problem talaga sila pag international.
Ayun, yan na, nakita ko na yung babae.
Eto, sino to? Ayaw mag-ano? Oh my god, please, magandang bracketing.
Yeah, that seems a lot harder, a lot more difficult. It's like 50-50.
Yeah, literally. And actually, when I said a coin flip, I meant it, by the way.
Yeah.
I completely meant it.
Oh my god, pool 1 versus pool 3. Oh my god.
Oh god, my palms are already sweating.
Nakakabahan ako sa T1 man.
Puro pool 1.
Itatapat yung mahinang pool sa ano, pool 1. Ayayay.
Okay.
GG. Nakakaba pre. What the hell?
I'm also interested in seeing
Imaginin mo, ano, first match yan, no? T1 versus Gen.
Ay ako kung mag-ano sila. Yung bawal yung same region sa ano, isang pool. Oo.
Sa finals ba yun? Pwede.
Sa ano yan? Sa playoffs na sila mag-meet. Like pag natapos tong Swiss.
Ko lang nakita yung Asia Pacific.
APAC. Binago na nga nila.
Yung ano, ano niya, PSG, siyang ano, way pa ba yun nung ano?
Yung?
Pero isa sa classic teams, tulad ng T1, yung PSG.
PSG, oh, matagal na rin yung PSG. Genji! Oh my god.
Yeah, they're rather good team. I
think they're okay. I think they had an okay year.
Fairly solid, yeah. Pretty good.
The fuck do you mean? Yung mga caster man, parang wala namang kwenta yung Genji sa inyo man.
Alright, so we're gonna have tier 1 teams.
Ah! Sino ang mamalasin? Fly!
Genji versus Fly. Nako po.
Sarap! Please. Muntik pa sila malason last year sa Fly. Diyos ko.
Saan naman ulit yun? Europe yun, no? Fly? O North America?
North America. AL. Ay, ano, G2 pala.
G2.
Teka, wala pa palang ano. Magbibilangan pa lang pala ng ano. Nagda-draw pa. Ayusin pa yan eh. CFO yata yung kasama sa bracket na yan. PSG. CFO nga.
Galing na hula mo.
Hindi ko kabisado yung ano ngayon eh.
CFO.
I'm excited about Honkyu again.
CFO, yun yung sa Asia Pacific. Matagal na rin ba yung ano? Matagal na rin ba yung team nila?
Ang pagkakalam ko matagal na rin. Flying Oysters.
Diba dati nilang pangalan?
Hanggang ngayon, yun ba rin? Ay, BLG, China. Oh my god, ito na!
As many question marks as they have jungler.
That is very true.
Ay, ang dami nilang jungler this year, papalit-palit.
LEC champion!
Exactly. Oh my goodness.
Noong 2024, huwag na ba yung sa
Nakalimutan ko yung roster ng yung ano lang yata natira, yung mid pati top pati yung support yata. Hindi na ako nanood kasi.
Nandun pa rin sa PLG.
Pati si ano, Knight. Yan na. Genji top or EEAL? Paldo. Oh! Genji PSG man. Kawawa ang PSG.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Aray mo.
Better get it out of the way now.
Yeah, and Maples come back. You have Carson for that team. Splash rolls of old. Maybe they can get that magic back in order.
T1.
Fly versus T1.
Fly ko si T1, oh. Bye-bye, NA.
The worst could happen, and
Fierce IG, now FlyQuest. How do you feel?
Feel bad.
Oh, really?
Bad. Yeah.
Do you really? I mean, you guys put up a good fight against Genji last year, so why not?
True.
In a best of one scenario?
Test.
G2.
We like that.
G2 test, pwede. Paldo.
What about your thoughts, Og?
Good series yun, man.
I'm gonna be coping all stage. Yeah, historically, but you never know when things can change. And yeah, things have not been in our favor. What is going to be the next team drawn here?
Ay. Pinatik. CFO.
That's an interesting match.
Kaya ng Fnatic yung CFO? Kasi malakas din CFO, sa totoo lang. BLG versus 100 teams. GG yung NA man. Kawawang NA. Kawawang North America man.
Versus T1. Yeah.
Could you imagine a scenario you would have felt worse about?
I think that was just a nightmare scenario overall, guys. How are you guys feeling?
Let's see, what do we have? G2,
Genji, PSG, Fly T1, G2, TES, CFO, FNC, BLG, 100 teams. Aray ko. Ala ka. Kawawang North America. Puro top region kalaban nila.
There will always be, I feel
I definitely feel better than you do right
Oh, paldo sa talo, man.
How do you feel?
Pero mali mo, wala nga nag-expect sa FlyQuest last year mag-top 4 eh.
You know,
Gina-aim 5 yung Genji, man. Ay, ay.
pretty well, but that was kind of expected. I think the top esports, who even knows?
So the rest of these teams are the tier 2 teams matched up
Tier 2 na.
against each other.
Hanwha Life.
HLE.
More matchup. HLE.
Ayun, magkakasunod na yan. Sino kalaban na HLE? AL! AL!
HLE had to come back on
HLE AL agad para masaya.
and then they did today, I thought, and came back by the end of the year.
Yeah, Road to MSI was rough for them, and they obviously didn't make it to MSI.
AL. 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 AL.
And it's Peanuts.
ES.
AL!
Had well.
Yes! Yes!
AL.
Yes!
Returning after a really good MSI.
Yes!
Gotta say.
I mean, the regular season was a little bit messy, but they got it in order.
Pangit ng ano nila, pangit na reg season nila sa ano eh.
Someone who loves to create space.
Yeah, I think not the best
Yes!
MSI, but you know, we saw a lot of great
Yes.
performances from them. Hopefully they can bring that sort of level back.
Hopefully, like the short boot camp that they've had, of course.
PKS. Vivo Kid.
Vivo Kid Stars. I mean, they were a big surprise, of course, getting
Second seed ng ano.
taking down 100 Thieves in the fashion that they've done. The Samus
NA.
and Miru were real standouts.
PKS.
Actually, America na lang pala tawag. Kasi magkaiba na yung region, magkaiba na yung tournament ng America. May North tsaka may ano na eh.
Mortez, of course, exactly.
Oh, yata.
Mortez, I think, as an 80 carry, rookie 80 carry, has had a really strong showing.
And we get Chun-Li.
Yan.
Team Secret.
Team Secret.
Wells. Team Secret Wells is a really fun team. I mean, just watching their mid jungle duo and how chaotic they are. The carry junglers, the Silas is a
Oh,
fun
chaotic
there.
team.
So,
Di ko pa na sila napapanood eh. Ayun, gusto ko parang T1.
Game of Bloodbath, sometimes opponents try and deny them from that.
Ano ata yun? Yung mga Vietnamese ata yung
Oo,
PS
siguro.
eh.
KT.
My goat!
Lakas ni BDD this year eh. Grabe. Mid laner.
That's a very diplomatic answer.
Yes.
Ang kilala din sa Katie.
I made mistakes in the past.
BDD. BDD.
Tapos,
Isang yung last.
Koi is going to be the last
Koi.
for this one.
How did you know?
Yeah, I mean,
Koi.
Koi. Nice.
am I correct
Europe.
to say that that's going to be Vivo Kid Stars versus Koi? Just wonder about that one.
tutulugan ko lang yung Europe. Mga laro ng Europe. Eh.
Boring nila man.
Totoo lang.
Valid matchups.
Totoo.
Yeah.
May napanood ako doon sa...
Invalid matchups.
Ang iwan ng laruan nila doon, Diyos ko.
So, HLEAL, VKSTS, KTM, Koi. Wala, libreng tawid yung KT. Pati yung Hanwha Life. Ay, hindi, Hanwha Life AL pala yun. Parehas malakas yun, man.
Going up against each other. So I think the other teams, I feel like kind of dodged some bullets there. But in fact, those two teams are matching up against each other.
This to be, I think, the funnest match. Very high level match, obviously. But wow, very unlucky for AL or HLE. I mean, HLE is an interesting team. You already know, you've covered them. Where I feel as though the mechanical skill of those players are through the roof. But making constant mistakes from that team. So I feel like this could be an amazing role for them, obviously. First-time champions, but a little shaky.
I believe in Peanuts last round.
Last year yata ni Peanut eh. Magana eh.
I think they've
May
kind of
military.
come at the right time with regards to playoffs. I think they were really reeling off that road to MSI
Genji
loss,
PSG,
but,
oh my, Fly T1. Ganda yung G2 versus Test, pati CFO FNC, pati HLEAL. Oh my god.
And I think a lot of people are rallying behind, Peanut with his last year.
Diba meron sa Katie tsaka sa MK? At sa rin parang free win lang.
Wala eh. Ano lang yung MKOI man. Ewan ko kung anong gagawin nilang performance sa Di ko sila napanood Di ko na pinapanood yung America. Yung KT, second seed ng ng Korea. Baka sagasaan lang. Hindi pa in order.
Quick question here. What is the biggest upset?
Ang sarap oh!
It's best of one, it's the first day of all.
Oh my god, best of one nga pala lahat! Ay.
potential for me being upset, or maybe you being upset,
Nako.
maybe Raz being upset.
After ano, pag natalo yung mga paano pag losing team, lower bracket na.
Hindi, one loss.
You would be very upset potentially after that.
Genji, ay G2 pwede manalo kung dahil best of 1. Yung Fly pwede rin manalo sa T1 sa totoo lang. Yung AL pwede manalo sa HLE. Either. Either. Yung Fnatic.
Mga ano ba, mga dating players ng Fnatic nung nag-champion, nandiyan buhay pa sila dyan.
Wala. Iba roster na yun complete. Si ano, yung academy player ng ano, ng T1, si Poby. Mid laner na ng FNC. Yung pumalit kay Pagar ng ilang weeks. Nung yung hand injury ni Pagar. Kayang-kayang tuhugin ng G2 yung test eh. Tapati yung Fly, yung T1.
Ganun na baka ano? Ganun na baka hina yung test sa tingin mo?
Hindi naman, pero kasi pag ano, minsan kasi pag best of 1, simula nung last year, ano eh, kapag mas better yung team, laging nananalo ng game 1 yung ano eh. Yung mas dehado. Tulad ng Fly series, alam ko, yung Fly versus Genji, Fly unang nanalo eh. Kaya buti best of 5 kanina eh. Kasi yung tulad nun kanina, yung first 2 games, pag pinanood mo yung replay ng T1 versus ano, IG, ang hirap nung ano, game 1, yung game 1 to 3, sa totoo lang. Sobra. Laging losing yung ano, T1, nakakabawi lang sila. Makatakot yung Swiss stage, puro BO1 lang bali. Ay. Oh my God. Natakot ako kila Faker bigla. BO1 pala. Akala ko BO3. Ay.
Parang binibilisan nila yung ano.
Hindi naman. Doon nila i-base yung ano eh, lower bracket tsaka upper bracket. Yung team na magti-3-0, yung team na magti-3-1, magti-3-2. Tapos may mga team na magiging ano, magiging walang wins. 1 PM bukas? Ang aga. Okay, 3 hours earlier. Same lang naman tayo ng time sa China eh.
Ang oras, alauna talaga na
Alauna?
Ako, GG.
Aga? Ay.
Balitaan mo na lang ako.
Go, pre. Paldo. BO1s. Ilang games kaya bukas? BO1 lang. Oo, ilang games kaya?
Isa lang.
Like ilang ano, ilan yung ilalaro?
Games maglalaban.
Like kung ilang teams yung papalaroin. Ay, 1 PM eh. Baka madaming games. Baka nga maraming games. Oy.
Ganun nga yung ginawa nila doon sa last ano eh. Sa last Worlds eh.
Mas ano lang, mas marami lang yung ano.
Maaga doon sa, ganun rin, maaga sa bansa ano yun. Yung kung saan ginanap yung 2024.
The last time ang pagkakatanda ko sa alas 6 yata yung start ng game. Or 8.
But I would expect CFO to be
ano?
6 PM sa atin.
Fnatic being having struggled a bit on the
Not
latter
sure.
end
Siguro lahat to, lahat.
of the playoffs.
Nangyari.
He's going to fall at the same time. The
Oh
knockup
my
on
God.
Mako. He's dead at T1. Oh my God, Ona, you are an
Parang ano, parang tingin ko
lalahatin yata.
lalahatin nila yung laban bukas para may ano na. May bracketing na sila.
Ito, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Diba? Sabi ko
6,
na.
7, 8 games.
Diba? Sabi na nga be.
Ay,
Lalahatin na
itutuloy-tuloy nila. 8 games, 8 games.
Kuya, pajama tsaka t-shirt ni mama.
Ilan ba yung
1,
ano
2,
matching
3,
nila?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ah, lahat nga. Paldo.
Ilang ano ba? Ilang beses ba ilang beses ba yung Swiss stage?
Yung Swiss, hanggang hanggang makumpleto yung magti 3-0, yung magti 3-1, 3-2.
Ah, yun ba yun?
Tingnan natin ito. Unang day. Pangalawa. Wala pa. Ito, 4 na lang dito. May matatanggal ng teams sa second day. GG's. Yan, pwede niyan pre. Teka lang, baba lang ako man.
Sige lang. Dali.
Wait pre.
Sige.
I'm gonna stream pre. Wait. Sige. Chatters, paalam na chatters. Ayun, day 1 man. Play-ins. Advanced T1. Laglag ang IG sad. Kaso kailangan nila malaglag para may mag-advance. Yun lang. Bye. Pasok T1 guys.
Tingnan mo.
Pasok T1 man. Aldo.
Tingnan mo.
Bye-bye.